Hello and a very good evening to everyone joining Sri Lanka's number one sports hub, the www.thepapare.com. We are coming to you live from the Racecourse Stadium where the Club Rugby Sevens is happening. The fourth game of the day, Army SC taking on Air Force Sports Club. The women's game being commenced here. Good passage of play from Air Force early on. The ball being lost by Army. Here's Air Force trying to snipe through a gap. Good passage of play from Air Force, stringing some passes together.
The official ice cream, food and beverage partner.
Air Force giving the ball out wide, trying to go through the fringes.
The official airline partner, Turkish Airways.
Turned over by Army. First passage of play, possession for Army. Running around is the Army winger. Beautiful work. Army Sports Club scoring the first try.
Versus the Air Force, the women's club game in action at the moment.
And the conversion is successful as well.
So Army scoring first, leading 5-0 over Air Force.
Yes, Air Force stringing some passes together. Lovely work previously by the Army defender, and here's Army unlucky to have knocked that down.
That will be a Group C game, men's Group C game, provincial.
Very unlucky.
Sabaragamuwa versus Southern Province. The two teams be ready for the next game in Group C of the men's segment.
We'll have the men's segment right after this game. Air Force with the feed into the scrum. Not stable is the call from the referee, but finally out-hooked by Army, but the penalty won by Air Force.
So once again, we would like to thank all our sponsors, the Nippon Paints, Elephant House, Turkish Airways, Siddhalep Relief Spray.
Yes, Air Force stringing some passes together as they have been doing, and the ball has been knocked on. Army with possession.
We have the men's categories as well as the women's categories.
Army with numbers on the outside. Lovely passes from Army, and this will be the second try coming in for Army. Beautiful work from the wing three-quarter, running around the defense. It's 12-0. Army leading here at Racecourse.
To be played the club division as well as the provincial division. But great to see more teams participating in more opportunities. After a long while, we are having the Rugby Sevens here at the Racecourse ground. And I'm
The
sure
conversion
we're
going
exciting
astray.
of Sevens rugby. So Army versus Air Force in action. Next it will be the men's segment starting off with Southern Province taking on Sabaragamuwa. So Army leading 10-0. Army leading 10-0 over Air Force at the moment.
Air Force need to string some passes together, get some momentum on their side, because Army has been doing all the hard work. They've defended really well and they've run on the outskirts of the Air Force defense. Air Force.
Western Province and North Central Province, men's teams, North Central Province, Western Province, please hand over your team declaration forms to the recorders table.
Army with possession
North
yet
Central
again,
Province and Western Province,
not giving
please
it
hand
out
over the
wide,
team
and here's the
declaration
third try
forms to the
coming in
recorders
for
table.
Army.
Thank you.
Beautiful inside pass, and the try has been scored by Army. 17 points to nil with the conversion to come. Brilliant work. Army restarting things. A lovely high hanging kick, but the ball has been knocked down by Air Force. Silly mistakes from Army's point of view.
So Southern Province and Sabaragamu men's teams, if you
Army
haven't
with
put
possession.
the clock, please toss up for the game coming up next. Southern Province, Sabaragamu, please the captains go for the toss if you haven't done so as yet. Thank you. So Army leading 15 points to nil at half-time over
That will be
Yakubu.
half-time.
The women's
17
London
points to
segment,
nil.
Army leading 15-0 over Yakubu at half-time.
We'll go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have live action.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිපදාස
ඇඩ්මෝරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugaddas Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf.
Here's The game being restarted. Army with possession, held up by Air Force. Army finally have possession with themselves. Trying to go through the fringe was Army. Yes, numbers on the outside for Army. Running around is the Army wing 3/4. Cutting back in, gives a lovely inside ball to his to her inside partner. So it will be a line out in favor of Air Force. Army putting the ball into touch. A scrum rather. Here's Air Force with the feed in. Air Force. Good defense from the ball has been knocked down by Air Force. Silly mistakes from Air Force costing and giving away possession to Army, who has been brilliant so far. They've run out on the outskirts of the Air Force defense. Substitutions being made as well. Here's Army. A lovely inside ball, and here's Army going about the try. Right under the post, a lovely inside ball. And that will be the fourth try coming in for Army. 20 points to nil. Army SC leading with the conversion to come. This time puts the conversion through, then it will be 22 points to nil. Army restarting things, and Air Force. Army turning things over. Here's Army, a lovely cut-out pass, and here's space on the outside, and this will be the fifth try coming in for Army. Right under the post, running on the outskirts of the Air Force defense. 27 points to nil. And the conversion is through as well. 29 points to nil. Army will be restarting things from the left to right. Collected by Air Force. Gives it out wide. Scrum forward pass is the call from the referee. Here's Army with possession. And here's the sixth try coming in for Army, as they have been doing all game along, running on the outside, the wing three quarters having plenty of pace and space to run. And the conversion is through as well. 36 points to nil. Omiri starting things. Probably the last passage of play. Here's Army. Goes by herself. Gives the inside ball. But good defense coming in from Air Force. But the try line is ever so close for Army. Looks like it will be called a forward pass. No try. It's the call from the referee, but advantage was being played in favor of Army. Yes, Army taking it quickly, gives it out wide, goes on self, and that will be the 7th try coming in for Army. 41 points to nil. It has been a pounding, with the conversion to come, and that will be the game as well. The conversion isn't on point, but Army winning 41 points to nil against the Air Force FC. Full-time confirmation. And next we will have the men's tournament. The men's tournament starting. The first game of the men's tournament. Southern Province and Sabaragamu. A lovely high hanging kick, collected cleanly. Here's numbers on the outside. Goes on his own. A lovely inside ball. Offload rather. Numbers on the outside for the Southern Province. Tries to go by himself, and a lovely offload. Good defense coming in from Sabaragamu. Southern looking pretty dangerous. And that will be the first try coming in for the Southern Province. Here's a lovely high hanging kick by the Southern Province. Good defense coming in from them. Lovely offload. Southern Province getting and that will be the second try coming in for the Southern Province. With the conversion to come, 10 points to nil against Sabaragamuwa. They're turning the heat on the Sabaragamuwa lads. Two good tries for Southern Province. Here's Sabaragamuwa putting some lovely passes through. Good offload from the Sabaragamuwa. That will be the first try coming in for Sabaragamuwa. Lovely hands, lovely offload. Took the man in, sucked in the defense and put the offload through. The conversion is successful as well. 10 points to 7. Southern leading. Lovely restart. Scrum in favor of Southern Province. Here's Southern Province running through, taken down. Replacements being brought on as well. Here's Sabaragamuwa. But a free kick given to Southern Province. Quickly taken. Breaking through one tackle. Goes through another. Penalty being won by Sabaragamuwa. Hands in the ruck is the call from the referee. Here's Sabaragamu. The player tries to go by himself. Here's numbers on the outside. And it will be the second try coming in for Sabaragamu. Right in the corner. 12 points to 10. Sabaragamu takes the lead. At the brink on the half-time whistle. The conversion not successful. Now we will go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have second half action.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහන
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium.
is the Foxhill Supercross.
රුණෑගල City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up.
And here's the second half action between Southern Province and Sabaragamu. Southern Province to kick things off. Puts a deep kick through. Yes, Sabaragamu sucking in the defense and giving it out wide. Lovely cut back in as well. Penalty for a high tackle. Quickly taken by Sabaragamu. Gives it out wide. The first step is good. Going through the middle. Yes, Sabaragamu carving right through. Right under the posts. It will be 17 points to 10 as Sabaragamu carves a line through that defense. Right under the posts. And the conversion is good as well. After trailing 10 points to nil, Sabaragamu have come back really strong, scoring restarts. Tries to go by himself. A little too late. Good defense from Sabaragamu. The ball has found touch, however, so it will be a line out in favor of Sabaragamuwa. Knock on was the call from the referee, hence a scrum in favor of Sabaragamuwa. Gives it out wide. Numbers on the outside, leaves the ball behind, and Southern collects it. Numbers on the outside, and this will be the third try coming in for Southern Province. 15 points to 19 with the conversion to come. It's turning out to be an exciting game. Restart things collected by Southern. Think it was a little, and the try has been scored. Beautiful work from Southern Province. 20 points to 19, just as they did in the first half, scoring the first two tries of the game, of the second half rather. They scored the first two tries of the game as well, but Sabaragamuwa came in strong, and the conversion is good as well. 22 points to 19. A lovely high hanging kick. Sabaragamuwa trailing as they did in the first half. The ball has been knocked on. Southern Province with possession. Good offload from Southern Province. Some very good passes and bundled into touch. Tried to take it quickly, but failed to do so. And here's Sabaragamuwa. A lovely pass. Didn't have the pace, but surely the offloading player had the necessary pace, and goes on to score under the posts. 24 points to 22, just as it happened in the first half. Sabaragamuwa leading after those initial two tries. And the conversion is good as well. 26 points to 22. Sabaragamuwa will be restarting things. Penalty in favor of Southern Province. They're trading the game at the moment by 4 points. Penalty for sealing off. Sabaragamuwa puts the ball to boot. This will be the final play of the game. 26 points to 22. Sabaragamuwa leading. Not releasing is the call from the referee. The final play, they'll kick it out. And that will be the game. 26 points to 22. Sabaragamuwa winning against Southern Province in the second men's game.
That is the match number 6 for today in Sri Lanka Rugby 7 here at the Racecourse ground. Match number 6, kick-off time, North Central Province versus Western Province. North Central Province playing in the red and white jerseys, and the Western Province playing in the white jerseys.
So North Central Province taking on Western Province. The next game, North Central in red and white jersey. Western Province in their white jerseys. It's Western Province who stuck in their own half, going backwards, which is not good in sevens rugby. Should always try to push on. They somehow take the ball out of the scrum. Western Province sending the ball out wide to the winger, who cuts back in, goes past two defenders, brought down. That's a penalty for North Central. Inside the attacking 40-meter. Takes it quickly. Looking for options. Quick hands there. But a little fumble. Loses some ground, but it's North Central who goes inside the 22. Not releasing the ball. So it's a turnover for Western Province. Try to clear their lines. They're in the danger zone to get the ball out of their half. He's not successful, but getting out of the 22. Western Province will throw in for the first line out. Gets it right. Now sending the ball out wide. It's the last player, the winger, who cuts back in. Doesn't go past the defender. That's a knock on. Be another turnover for North Central. For scrum of the game. Both teams are a bit clumsy at the moment. The early stages of the game. First match of the tournament for both sides. Here comes North Central. Good running line there from the receiver. But the defense was up to the task. Now using the width of the pitch. Here goes for Drubber. It's a foot race, but it's the Western Province player who comes away with the ball. Tries to run from his own try line. Goes out of the try line, but gives away a penalty. Cardinal error there. He should have cleared the ball. But North Central now in with a chance to get the opening score. Cuts back in the player. And now it will be the first try. Opening try for North Central Province. Deserved it. And Western Province will be kicking themselves for not clearing the ball. Trying to work from their own try line. Never the best choice, no matter the format. It's very risky. And they pay the price, conceding that first try. 5 points to nil with a conversion to come in the 4th minute. Conversion is through, so 7 points up. North Central, solid start from them. Western Province trail, 7 points to nil in the 4th minute of the game. Good take there from the Western Province player. He was under pressure, but he came away with the ball. Still Western Province with the ball inside their own half. They haven't been able to get out of their own half in this game so far. This is Western now. Near the touchline. But now changes direction. They have players on the outside. And the width of the pitch to their favor. It's a basketball pass to the winger. He looks like he has the pace. And he will go down the line to score under the post. The first time Western Province got inside the attacking half. They managed to find the score. Easy pickings for Western Province. Responds with a try, with a conversion to come under the post. Seven all. 1 minute remains in our clock. The first half. Changes coming in for Western Province. Good high hanging kick here. And a knock on from the North Central Province player. It's Western Province on the attack now. Tries to go on the outside. Doesn't beat the defender and is rolled out of play. Western Province finally getting their things in order. It's North Central with a quick line out. Good attacking defense this one. This time from Western Province, and North Central gives away the ball, but referee says that's it for the first half. And it's 7-all between North Central and Western Province. Half-time confirmation, North Central Province 7, Western Province 7. We'll go to a short commercial break.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Second half is ready to kick off. Western Province kick start. Good pressure from the Western Province chasers after that kick off, earning them a line out, and they opt for a scrum inside the attacking 40-meter. Here's a feed from Western Province. Ball comes out easily. Now using the wide players. The winger cuts back in, changes direction. A knock on from the Western Province player. And that turns over the ball. This game is poising up to a close encounter. Both teams struggling with fluidity at the moment. 7-all. Still. Scrum for North Central. Gets it out easily. Oh, taking the ball, sending out by a loose pass. The winger changes direction, goes into contact. Brought down. Now to the other side. A slight confusion there for the North Central player. Big hit from the Western Province number 1 jersey. But Western Province ends up giving away a penalty. Coming in from the side, says the referee. Not from the mark. North Central trying to take that quick tap. Didn't work. The referee wasn't happy with it. Now North Central trying to work their way from their own half. Gets the offload. A little rushed defense from Western Province, pushing North Central back. Now opting for the chip. The ball rolls away, goes out of play at the halfway mark. That will be a throw in for Western Province. North Central feeling the pressure. Good tight defense from Western Province, helping them control the game so far after conceding that early try. Line out for Western. Another wayward pass, losing ground. Western Province push back into their 40-meter, but gets it out from the ruck. Now there are players on the outside. The winger cuts back in, brushes past one defender, still going, brought down. Western Province now changing direction. They have players on the outside and the width of the pitch. A little fumble, but he gathers it. Goes to contact, brought down. Still Western with the ball on the attack. This time, once again, no room to run outside. But there's players, enough support players for Western Province to keep the ball in their hands. But at the end, a good counteract there from North Central to earn that penalty. Holding the ball, says the referee. So once again, North Central getting out of jail.
The score is reading 7-all at the moment, a hard-fought game. North Central Province versus the Western Province. Game number 2 in the men's category of the provincial division. Coming up next will be the upcountry Planters versus the Blue Whales. All those who haven't given their match declaration forms or team declaration forms, please do so.
Few changes coming in for Western Province.
And the Navy Blues, please hand over your declaration forms if they haven't done as yet.
Yes, North Central get ready for the line out. Inside their own half. Close to 2 minutes remaining in the game. Another change coming in for North Central now. Ready to start play. Here's the line out. Not straight, says the referee. Crooked throw. So it will be a scrum for Western Province. Now is a crucial move for both the sides. Just a minute remaining in the game. This move could decide the winner of the game, as Western Province comes away with it. Still going the number 13 jersey. Gives it to number 11. Now the number 3 jersey. Fends off 2 defenders. Touches down. That should do it for Western Province. In the last minute, they come away with the goods. To scramble defense from North Central. And Western Province pounds on it to take back the lead in the last minute of the game. Probably there is one more move remaining. But this restart from North Central, beg your pardon, Western Province is going to be crucial. The hooter is out.
on the board for the Western Province, 12 points to 7 over.
Final move of the game.
Western Province lead it.
Restart from Western Province. Goes deep. Ball is in play. Western Province just has to kick it out. But they try to work the ball. Probably not aware of the hooter, which went off. But North Central, nevertheless, in with a chance to probably steal it in these extra minutes, extra seconds. But they need to get this right. One last chance for them. What can they do? Going behind. Ball is not out. Good counter-rucking from Western Province. But North Central come away with it. Still going. Referee playing advantage for North Central. Here is North Central. Almost breaking through in that occasion. And holding on, says the referee. Very unfortunate for North Central as Western Province take the kick and kick it out of play to seal the victory. 12 points to 7. It was a close game. Both teams struggled to get going, but at the end, Western Province found the second try and finished it off with the win. Full-time confirmation, 12 points to 7, Western Province winning the game.
The 12 points to 7, Western Province so winning over North Central Province in game number 6. Coming up, Upcountry Planters, Blue Whales.
The new game, Upcountry Planters versus Blue Whales. Upcountry Planters in the green jerseys.
So Upcountry Planters with green,
Restart, kickoff from the Planters.
the Blue Whales. This is another game of the Group D match. Upcountry Planters in the green jerseys against the Blue Whales.
Here's Upcountry Planters with the ball. They have players on the outside. The number 13 jersey look like he has the pace. And he goes over the try line for the first try of the game. Upcountry Planters stayed away from the kickoff, scoring the opening try in the first minute. Conversion is not successful. So 5 points to 0 it stands. Here's a high hanging kick from Upcountry. Blue Whales gathering it. Now trying to work from their own half. He's going by himself, brought down the offload. He's not straight to the support player. That's a knock on, says the referee. Lucky for the Blue Whales. If it wasn't for the knock on, that would have been the second try. Here's Blue Whales. A little scissor move there. All the Blue Whales, but Planters' defense is up to the mark. But Blue Whales still going strong. Good support for them. But the final offload is not successful from the Planters. Here's Blue Whales once again. Taken quickly. Advantage for them. For not giving 10 meters. Planters. Now Blue Whales sinking well at the moment after conceding that early try. Goes for the touch. Finds it on the 22. Perfect chance for the Blue Whales to open their account and respond immediately for that opening try. It's a line out right. Now they have hands on the outside, but the big center straightens it. Now changing direction. They have the extra play on the outside, but good defense from Planters. It's turned over the ball. Planters, and now trying to find their way from their own half. Goes past the defense line. The player does not have the legs to go all the way, but he did the hard work of breaking that defense line. Now Planters need to support. Once again, another penalty conceded by Blue Whales. They're kicking away their chances at the moment. Now Planters once again, referee playing advantage for not 10 meters. Blue Whales will have to be careful, or else they'll receive a yellow card for continuous infringements. Planters opting to find touch. They find it deep inside the 22. Brilliant kick there from the Planters place kicker. That's another knock on from the Blue Whales. Here's upcountry Planters with the ball now. We'll come back to that initial advantage for the Planters. A scrum inside the 22 meter for the Planters. Gets it out. Now we have play on the outside, but turns away, straightens it. Here's good defense from the Blue Whales, pushing back the Planters. No way through that corner for the winger, but still Planters with possession. Now changing direction. Still going, the offload is it's not expected, and the ball is turned over for the Blue Whales. They have support players coming in. Does he have the legs? No, he doesn't. Goes into contact. Brought down. The perfect chance for the Blue Whales to get the ball running. They need to take it quickly. Offside, says the referee. It's Blue Whales once again inside the 22. And he fends off the final defender. Goes over for the first try. Good response from the Blue Whales. They failed to score the earlier chance when they got inside the 22, but this time made sure to go back with points. And with 7 minutes up on our clock, this may well be the last kick of the game, if the kick of the half rather. The conversion is not successful, and that is it for the first half. So perfect timing from Blue Whales to score that first try as they go to the break. 5 points for both sides at Planters and Blue Whales. We'll go to a short commercial break. A bit of a hold up in play. Few changes coming in for the Blue Whales at the halfway mark. Yes, the restart from the Blue Whales. 5 points all. This game hanging in the balance as Planters come away with the ball. No room for the winger to go down the line, but he gets the offload to the supporting player. He also doesn't have the legs, so he turns back, waiting for his support players to arrive. Here's the chip over the defense line, but it's the Blue Whales player who kicks it out of play, so it will be a 5-meter scrum for the Planters. Good outcome at the end for the Planters, coming all guns blazing after the break. Perfect opportunity to take back the lead. Planters, the scrum in the 5-meter. Takes it out quickly. He will go by himself, gets the pass to his support player, but he's stopped right in front of goal, trying to keep the ball in close quarters. The Planters gives it out, and that's an easy try. Easy as you like it. Tried to keep the ball and draw the defenders, and that freed up space on the wings for the player to jump over the whitewash. So 10 points to 5 with a conversion to come. Good strong start from the Planters. The conversion is not successful, so it will remain 10 points to 5. Still early in the second half. Blue Whales have enough and more time to come back into the game.
So the score is 10 points to 5. After the lead 10 points to 5. Coming up next, the game will be Wanda taking on Uwa. The two teams, please be ready. Wanda, Uwa.
Bit too much on that restart from the Planters. Goes inside the try line. And Blue Whales now starts off from the halfway mark. Gets defend. But the support player is not there on time for the Blue Whales. Somehow they reconcile the ball. Here's Blue Whales with the knock on. That's unfortunate. He had space to run into in front of him, but just couldn't gather the ball in the first place. Scrum in for Planters in their own half. Another chip kick. This time it's knocked on by the Planters. So scrum for Blue Whales. They will be needing to hit back very soon. They're trailing by 5 points. We're into the 11th minute of the game.
Uwa, team manager, please kindly come over. Uwa Province, men's team manager.
Here's a scrum for the Blue Whales. Good rush defense from Planters. Here's Blue Whales. Fends off two defenders. Gets the offload. But he's brought down. Blue Whales still with the ball. Now they're running it out wide. They have that extra player, but he fends off the defender. And he will go to score under the post. Brilliantly done by Blue Whales. Timely response from them. With 2 minutes remaining on the clock, they can go into the lead if the conversion is correct. Conversion is through, so that puts them in the lead. 12 points to 10 with 1.5 minutes remaining in our clock. Planters started off strongly in both the halves, but ended up conceding tries late in each of the halves. But can they make a comeback once again? Here's Planters finding their way from their own half, keeping the ball in their hands. Now trying to go on the wide angle. Doesn't work. Still going, the number 12 jersey, but he is pushed out of play. He managed to keep the ball inside play nonetheless, but it's converted to Blue Whales ball. And knock on, says the referee. Big hit on the Blue Whales player. To be a scrum for Planters on the 40-meter. Seconds remaining in the game. This could be vital for both sides. Could be the decider if Planters get it right. Changes direction, now gives out the wide pass. Loses ground. A good scissor move from the Planters. Still with the ball, keeping in close quarters. Now sending out wide. He cuts back in, changes direction once again. Now going for the crossfield kick. Tempting one, gathered by the Planters player. He does not have support, so gives it out to the Blue Whales player. And looks like he has the legs to go all the way. That will surely seal the game for the Blue Whales. Third try for them. And the winning try, certainly. Twice they were behind, but they came back strong to seal the game. With 3 tries, the conversion to come. Conversion is through, and that's the end of the game. 19 points to 10. Blue Whales take the victory, beating Upcountry Planters. 19 points to 10. Full-time confirmation.
Blue Whales coming up top at the end to beat the Upcountry Planters. Close game of rugby. Blue Whales victorious versus the Upcountry Planters. Coming up next is the Wyomber versus Hoover provincial game. Wyomber, Hoover coming up next.
Next up, Wyomber taking on Hoover Province.
Coming up, Wyomber versus Hoover. Group D game. Another provincial match in the men's category. Wyomber versus Hoover. So Wyomber playing in the white jerseys and the
Hoover Province in the dark blue jerseys. Wyomber Province in the white jerseys.
This is game number 8.
Who are kick-starting the proceedings. This opening game.
Thank our title sponsors, Nippon Paint, for their valuable contribution to make this event a success. Also the official ice cream food and beverage partner.
Who were to feed in to the scrum. Gets it out quickly. A little fumble from the Hoover player, but he passes it on. Goes for the little chip. Good gather there from the winger, but he's gone out of play. Here's a quickly taken line out from the Wyomber boys. Now he straightens down the line, gets it wide. Another knock on from the Wyomber player.
This announcement is all to all the teams. You can collect your Siddhalepa spray from the official Siddhalepa.
Another chance for Hoover with that scrum inside the attacking 40-meter. A wayward pass from the scrum half. Loses a lot of ground, Hoover Province, but they somehow reconcile the ball. Here's Hoover Province trying to work from their own half. Goes into contact, gives away a penalty, not supporting the weight, says the referee. Quickly taken by Waimba Province, playing with advantage, dancing away a couple of defenders. Here's Waimba Province, a card coming for sure. It was offside play, referee already was playing advantage, and big blow for Uva, as they will have to play with 6 players for 2 minutes. 6 against 7. Perfect chance for Waimba Province to open the score sheet closer to the 22. Easy as you like it, straight through the middle. Waimba Province scoring immediately after Uva conceded that yellow card. 5 points to nil with the conversion to come, and the conversion is through, so make it 7 points to nil. Waimba Province taking the lead in the 3rd minute of this game. Here's Uva trying to work from their own half. Good hands from them, but the Uva player is pushed out of play. Here's Waimba. Once again, brilliant dummy there. And Uva falling for the trap. He runs down through the middle. Second try for Waimba. They're running away with the game with that advantage, numerical advantage in favor of them. Conversion is through, and Uva Province are back to 7 with the yellow carded player returning into the field. But the damage is already done. 14 points conceded. Here's Uva Province. Once again penalized for holding on. Waimba is looking threatening over here. Deep kick. This occasion the ball is running away. And a brilliantly done defense in that occasion from the Waimba player. The Uva player was too casual. He was pushed into the advertising boards. Looks to be in some sort of discomfort. The Uva player was too casual going behind that ball, and he was caught by surprise. The Waimba chaser cleaning him out, nibbling away the Uva player. To be a 5-meter scrum for Waimba. Here's Waimba once again. Brilliant offload. They're showing real good hands in this game and good skills. Their footwork as well. Tackler not rolling away, says the referee. Penalty quickly taken. Here's Wimber with the third try. Easy as you like it. Barging through the tackles. Too strong. The big lad from Wimber province, the number 3 jersey. Second try for him. Another conversion to come. Last minute of the game. Conversion is through. Make it 21 points to nil in favor of Wimber province. Dominating this game. Good high-hanging kick in that occasion. Hoover province letting it bounce, and this time Wimber player kicks it, chases it down and touches down for the 4th try. Good awareness shown by the Wimber player, the number 5 jersey. Conversion to come. And the conversion is through. So 28 points to nil. A dominant first half from Wimber. Half-time confirmation, 28 points to nil. Wimber lead. And the next match will be between Police Sports Club taking on the Navy Blues. So stay tuned as we go to a short commercial break.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. සිරිත දාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Foxhill Supercross.
රුණෑගල City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Back live at the Racecourse grounds, the Premier Club Sevens tournament brought to you live by the Papare.com. Sri Lanka Rugby organizing the Sevens tournament over 2 years with 26 teams, including 10 women's teams in the tournament this year. It will be a 2-day event today. The first day on Saturday, and tomorrow we'll have the crunch games, and we'll find the winner who goes away with the 7th title at the end of the day as Wimber province restart, and they chase it down really well. It's Wimber province once again starting off well. It's good hands shown once again. The big man, the big number 3, goes past 2 defenders. Now they have players on the outside, but he opts to cut back in the number 8 and goes under the post. Took only 30 seconds in the second half to find the fifth try. Clear dominance, a class apart from the Weimar boys. The conversion is not successful, but 33 points to nil. Already the highest scoring match in the tournament, and pretty sure they are hungry for more, the Weimar province. Here's Weimar with the restart. Goes deep this time. Uwe Province trying to get out from their own half. Goes past the defender, gets the pass away, but the receiver is not in the same wavelength. Did not expect that pass to come that quickly. So it will be a line out for Weimar Province. Here's Uwe with the ball. Trying to go through the traffic, but he ends up giving away a penalty as well. A player is the player looks to be all right. Play will continue with Weimar Province earning that penalty. Big booming run, fence off the defender. No chance stopping the number 1 jersey. A high tackle also from Uwe. That will be another card. There was no stopping. The big number 1 bulldozed his way through the defense line. Here's Weimar with the quick tap. And he will go over the scrum half. Easy as you like it. The 6th try comes in the way of Weimar Province. Closing in on the 50-point mark. 38 points with a conversion to come. The conversion is just past the uprights. So it will remain 38 points to nil with 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Now changes come in for Weimar Province. Here's the restart. Uwe Province haven't been able to get the act together, but now keeping the ball in their hands. Fends off one defender, gets the offload, but referee deems it forward and gives away the scrum for Weimar Province. Here's Wyoming Province once again with that numerical advantage. Good scissor move there. The number 6 almost went past that final defender, but he was held on, and the receiver knocking the ball forward. So another chance gone begging for Wyoming as we enter the last 2 minutes of the game. It's a scrum for Uva Province. Good pressure from the Wyoming scrum half to win the ball. Here's Wyoming in with another chance to score their 7th try. This is going to be easy as you like it. 7th try from the number 5 jersey. 43 points to nil. The last minute of the game. They'll somehow try to get this conversion right and probably get one more try to reach the 50-point mark. Here's the conversion. Is not through. So 43 points to nil. It will stand with a few seconds remaining in the game. Wyoming will restart. Here's Uva Province trying to go by himself, gets the offload, but is intercepted by the Wyoming player. Now the NDP scrum off, goes into contact. The number 12 brought down. Good support play from the Wyoming boys. That's a forward pass, unfortunately, and that will be the game. So convincing victory for Wyoming Province. 43 points to nil against Uva Province, a dominant display. And the full-time confirmation, 43 points to nil, Wyoming Province taking the victory.
Coming up next, we move to the club segment of Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022. Police taking on Navy Blues in the opening game of this club segment. The day 1 proceedings of the Sri Lanka Super Sevens. Police in the blue outfit with Navy with blue and white. So set to kick off by Police. High kick collected by the Navy outfit. Now we're looking for options, trying to run around, but brought down by the defenders. Now changing the directions, looking for some space outside, trying to run through, passes to the corner, cuts back in and goes into contact. And a penalty. Going off feet, and a quick tap taken and running through around the gap. Just brought down inches behind, and a cheeky offload to Police to open the scoring. Early points on board for Police. He had the presence of mind to take that quick tap, and he found the gap and offloaded it timely to his mate. Then he went over the line. So early 5 points in this opening game of the club segment. Conversion goes astray, so the score stands at 5 points to nil. Police with the restart now. Changes the directions, goes long, but the referee calls back play, saying that the runners were ahead of the kicker, and gives a free kick to Navy. First opportunity with possession to the Sailors. Tries through a gap, goes through, one man to beat, goes into contact. Support arrives, now setting it up for another move. Spreading to the wider channels. Cuts back in, goes to one player, offloads it to another. Still Navy with possession. Now setting things up for another hit at this Police defense. Again brought down. Defense holding firm at the moment. Looking for another opportunity. Good tackle there, but it's high, deemed high. And referee awards a penalty try. Clear try scoring opportunity prevented. So easy 7 points to Navy. Police defended well, but could not hold on with the last move from the Navy boys. And that high shot warranting a penalty try. And a yellow card. But I think the yellow card was not given at the moment. So here we go, restarting the game. Police with the position. Pass it on to the man who created the first try. Still going strong near the 50-meter line. And giving away that penalty. Navy setting things up, taking their own time, playing to their pace. In that this Police side has some fast runners. Shows and goes through the gap. Has the support in his side, but that's too much for that Police defender as he goes under the post for the second try. And Navy put in their stamp of authority in this game. Going under the sticks to increase their lead by 7 points with the easy conversion to come. That goes over to, so 14 to 5. Navy slowly coming back into this game. Police started the proceedings. As you see, and a replay of that shows and goes to one gap now. The final last man of defense and goes around him. Good passage of play by Navy. And some individual brilliance taking the score to 14. Police just giving away position back. They did it from the restart. Now again a no-look pass going over the line. Navy had 2 opportunities in this first half and they took the maximum out of it. Now with the line out. Good line out there now. Navy looking to spread to the wider channels and try to go around this last defender. Things that goes again to contact. Could not run around that defender. Now again they have numbers to the corner. Straightens the line, goes through the one, goes through the last one. And a good tackle, but he's too powerful there. So he goes in for the third try for Navy. Taking the maximum out of the opportunities presented to them. And they increase their tally to 19. It's not a good conversion. Easy one missed. Score stands at 19-5 in favor of Navy. Police going into sleep in this first half. Started well. You see the try. Too powerful for that defender. He goes to. And the restart is not successful. Handing over possession back to Police. Now Police will try to get some phrases on. Goes into contact. Offloads the ball. Playing with advantage for a high shot. Final passage of play in this first half. Police offloads it cheap offload, but losing the ball. And now with Navy with the counter attack. Powers to one. Two defenders bring him down with a high tackle there. Navy with advantage. Looking for some space, but a good tackle there. Navy losing the ball. And referee plays the advantage and continues play. Now ball moving around. Changing position from Navy to Police. Now again to Police. Puts the kick and the chase is on by the Police player. Navy knowing that this was the last play of the half. Still opting to play. And losing the ball. And he had 3 against 1 and he spilled it. A easy try scoring opportunity missed there by Police. So that's the end of the first half. Police, as you see the confirmation, 5 points to 19. Here we go, the highlights. Police starting the game off nicely and a good offload. Taking that Police player over the line to open. And from there onward, it was all Navy. Here we go, this first try. Showing and going through the gap and running around the defender. And they had a penalty try too. So they started the proceedings with 2 tries. And then just before halftime, still finding the gap, going through the last defender and powering himself over the line to score the third one for Navy. Coming up next, Army taking on CRNFC. We'll take a short commercial break and we'll come back with second half action. Welcome back to Racecourse for the second half action between Police and Navy. The first game of the club segment. Navy leading 19 points to 5. Police started the game off pretty well, but Navy then dominated the proceedings. They had opportunity just before halftime. Would have been a different story if Police could have scored in that last move. But that's gone astray. So second half all set to play. Navy with the restart. High hanging kick collected by the police player, but good defense there by Navy, taking him back to their own 22. Now police trying to run from their own 22, but bundled into touch by the Navy players. So early position given back to Navy. Knocked on in that line out. Police playing with advantage, spreading to the short side, trying to run through, but his kick and chase did not land according to his expectations. Now Navy finding space in this police defense. Quick setups, now looking to spread it to the wider channels. And he will try to run around this police defender, and he has a speed to go past him. So that will be the opening try of the second half. And Navy continuing from where they left off in the first half, adding an easy 5 points to their tally. Conversion not successful, so here we go, another replay. Passing it to the wider man, and he wanted to run around that police player, and he did it with his good speed shown there by the Navy winger. So they increased their tally to 24. Few changes coming in for Navy. Opening game for them, trying out few players. A long restart collected nicely by the police player. Goes into contact and good pressure there by Navy. Taking police backwards now. Police with possession. Bit of scrappy play throughout this police attack. Kick there by Navy. Still police with possession. They have to set it up now. And playing with advantage here, police. Referee bringing the play back to the initial penalty. Kick by the police player, and the chase is on. Navy player collecting it now, trying to find space in this police defense, who has been struggling, but unfortunately knocking on that easy pass. He was not under pressure, just taking the eyes off at the important moment. Halfway through the second half, Navy with a good lead of 19 points. Now police with possession. Trying to go around this Navy defender, and he does it with his... so they need to hurry up and score this and put the conversion. He does so. So the tally moves on to 12 points for Police. Is it too little too late for the boys? From Police. Cheap restart, goes a 10 meter, but could not collect it. Now Navy straighten things up, but good tackle there by Police. I mean, they still have a chance at this game, but they can't allow Navy to score. Navy still playing expansive piece of rugby and losing the ball in the process. Police still have an opportunity, goes through one, but brought down near the 50-meter line and gives away the penalty. Police plays offside, not retrieving the 10-meter. Navy cuts back in, cuts back out, goes through that defender. Good tackle, but referee will go back to that penalty. Yeah, the Police defenders did not go the 10 meters. And could be a yellow card coming in. That's a heavy blow when you're chasing a game. And Navy straight away opting for a scrum. Should bring 3 players and the scrum off, so they have that scoring opportunity where they have 3 against 2. Dying stages of the first half, second half in this first game. Maybe still trying to score. And in this game on a high, good pass, a good ankle tap, and the knock on, and that will be it for that game. Navy Blues win it comfortably. Going over Police 24 points to 12. See the highlights of the second half action. Navy winger running around that Police defender and scoring. And Police also returning the favor back to Navy. As there's speedster running around the Navy defender and going over. And the next game, Army taking on CRNFC. Could be a close one. CRNFC kicking things off, not going the 10 meter. 3 starts are important in this game of 7s. Just giving pushing back to Army. And a knock forward there by Army. Early scrum in this game. CRNFC with the feeding. Advantage to Sia. Pass it on to the speedsters in the corner, run around. And they are not going to catch him. So CRNFC will open the scoring. That speed was too much for that Army defender there. Early points for the London Players outfit. Conversion is not successful. You see a replay from the scrum, spreading it to the corner, and the winger. Too much speed for this Army outfit. The restart going the 10 meter, and CRNFC getting a penalty. Quick hands by Sia. Goes into contact, tried to offload but he couldn't. Now CRNFC spreading to the corner and losing the ball in the process. Unfortunately, good opportunity miss there by Sia. Army not properly getting the ball over. Sudarka Gumbura there doing the clean-up service and going away and giving a penalty. Another opportunity for CRNFC. Going to the corner, trying to cut back in and find a gap, but the Army defense there. Good hands up by CRNFC. Trying to run around, but he's taken into touch by the Army defense there. Army has been in this half throughout this first 4 minutes. And stolen there by CRNFC. Have numbers to the corner. Pass it on to the try scorer. He's been tackled there. Now changing the direction. Wayward pass, taking the boys a few meters backwards. But still, Sia with possession. Chip kick collected by the Sia player. Just a few meters short of the line. And the big man goes into contact and powers himself over the line. This Chandra Seniviratna there. Too powerful for that Army team. And adding 5 more points to CRNFC. And another unsuccessful conversion by Sia. As you see, Chatur going through that defender and going over the line. 10 points to nil. Good high hanging kick goes that 10 meter and collected, but in that process losing the ball. The Kumbura here trying to run around this Sia defense. Puts his teammate a good angle, but he could not go and breach this defense. Now Sia with position, going backwards. Now trying some offloads and giving away a penalty. Army first time in this year half in this 7 meter for 6 minutes into the 22 meter. Now cuts back in, goes into contact. However, numbers cuts back in and offloads it nicely to the number 11, and he goes over. Good passage of play there by Army. Standing in the tackle and offloading it to the number 11 to go over. Important conversion. And that goes through. So 7 points to Army. That will be half time. As you see a replay of that try. Number 7 goes into contact, stands in the tackle and offloads it to his mate to go over the line. So that will be half time in the second game in this club segment. CRNFC leading 10 points to 7. First half highlights, Sia opening with a try with their winger, running through this Army defenders who did not have any speed to catch him, so he opened the scoring. And then we saw Chatura Seniviratna barging over the line for the second try. And just before the break, Army replying with their first to cut the deficit just to 3 points. Coming up next will be Havelocks taking on the Western Barbarians. All set for the second half action. 10 points to 7. Close tussle between these two teams. And Army all set with the restart. High hanging kick. CRNFC collecting it with his and giving away a penalty. Referee calling it back to be taken from the initial spot. Now goes into contact, tried to offload it, but he did not. Army with position, with speedsters to the corner. Tries to barge through that gap, but no good in it, and holding on at the moment and giving position back to Sia. Now Seniviratna. Tried to put that offload, but opted against it. Now has numbers in the corner. Cuts back in nicely. Needs some support, but falls into the hand of Sudaraka Dikumbura, and he will easily go over under the sticks. CRNFC losing their lead. As Army moves on to 12 points, scoring 2 tries just before the break and after the break. And that wipes out that 10-point lead, and Army leading 14 to 10. And CRNFC just clumsy there, playing that offload game and giving it to the speedster. And it is easy stuff for the Sri Lankan Sevens player there. Army now have the momentum with them. Another high-hanging kick. Contestable there. And CRNFC losing the ball in that contest. Now again Army looks to go around a gap, and he goes through this number 7. And that's the third try. 3 quick tries. And CRNFC are struggling. The speed of the Army players and the fitness levels good enough for the CR team as the conversion goes over. So that's 21 points to 10. Here we go, a replay. Number 7 tries to spread it but cuts back in and goes through that gap, and that is easy stuff for that Army player. The CR defense not a match for his speed. The high-hanging kick that just goes the 10 meter, and CRNFC yet again giving position back to Army. Now the Army winger try to run around this CR player, and he does so. And he scores his second try of the game. Army running away with this game. 4 quick tries. 1 before the break and 3 after the break. Changing the game around for Army. Conversion is good, so that's 28 to 10. Here we go, another replay. Running around the player Suryarachi there, Sudham Suryarachi. And the Army winger was too powerful and too speedy there. Easy try for the soldiers as they take a 18-point lead. And now a big restart, not going the 10 meter. Now CRNFC trying to hit back at this Army team. Cuts back in, goes into contact. And not releasing, holding on, says the referee. Army knows the game is in their hands. They put the kick and run, knowing that CRNFC is struggling. The bounce is good for the Army player. A good offload there. Army playing with advantage, and referee bringing the play back up for that high tackle. Army slowing the pace, knowing the game is in their hand. Just 1.5 minutes remaining. Great comeback from the soldiers after CRNFC taking an early lead, and now just playing around. Let's kick and chase, a good kick by the Kumbura. That goes out just outside the 22 meter. Few changes coming into Army, bringing on some fresh legs. CRNFC began this game showcasing some good speed, but just the comeback by Army was too good for these boys from London Place, and they had no answers after that first half try. It's been all Army. See the last passage of play in the first half in this game. Penalty for CRNFC. Trying to spread and trying to make it playable yet again. Passes not going into the hands. The referee bringing the play back to that offside. That was a knock forward there. So slowly we have gone the 14 minutes. One last play. Good start for this tournament by Army. CRNFC just having one last opportunity at this Army defense. Has the advantage for a high tackle. Referee bringing black play to that high tackle. Now changing the direction, going to the corner. Good offload and a knock forward by the CR player. Army still playing on with some good offloads going into the hands. And the number one says that's it for the game. So that concludes the second game of the club segment. CRNFC going down against this Army side. Good comeback from Army. Going down 10 points to nil and 4 converted tries, which was too much for CRNFC as we get the confirmation. Here we go, the highlights. Dick Kumbura opening the scoring in the second half. Getting the loose ball. And it was all Army in the second half. 3 tries were scored and all were by Army. So you see the number 7 just running through the CR defense. And this was a great try by the number 11 who scored in the first half also. Running around the CR players there. Just showcasing their fitness levels. So that was it. And coming up next, we have Havelocks Wolves Cup taking on Western Barbarians. Heavies with the restart. High long kick collected by the Barbarians there. Now the Western Barbarians, good pressure from Heavies. Loose ball, but still position is with the Western Barbarians. And goes to, but the Heavies defense going back and giving away a penalty and a yellow card. Early blow for the Park Club. Down 1 man against these newcomers, the Western Barbarians. That's not a good pass. When you have a numerical advantage, you just have to take the maximum out of it. Heavies will slow it down. And now have lock up with position. Spreading it to the corner. To Fernando there. Quick ball from Havelocks. Have numbers to the corner. Does he have the speed to go around? Yes, he does. So that will be the opening try. Nishan Pereira going over. Heavy's one man down, but they managed to score it. Good start for the pink jerseys. Chisanayaka with the conversion. That is not successful, so 5 points to nil. Here we go. Long pass by the Sanayaka to Nishon Pereira. And Nishon going past that Barbarians defender easily and going over the line. Another good restart. Long one. And he goes past the first defender, but brought down near the 10-meter line. Now Barbarians not putting on some good passes, but he managed to collect it. Nice offload by there, but losing the ball in that position. Now the Sanaik goes into contact, puts that pass. But ball going to the Barbarians and trying to run around, but goes into touch. Player down for the Western Barbarians. Referee is stopping the clock. Havelocks played well in this first 3.5 minutes. They were one man down. But managed to score through Nishon Pereira. Now with the line out, first one of the game. Securing the ball. Fernando now. Long pass. And goes through that defense, but still Barbarians not giving Havelocks some space. Now Heavies wanted to spread it to the wider channels, but the pass were not good enough at the moment. Changing the directions, playing in the 10-meter line and bundling into touch by the Barbarians. So very experienced side for Havelocks, locking home with this young outfit. And a stolen line out there. Now Heavies with possession. Into Fernando. Goes through one and puts defend. Still on Havelocks into the 22-meter line. Now good hands, one man to go through, and the Heavies number 4 will easily dodge down for the second try. Conversion is good, so 12 points for Havelocks. Here we go, another replay. Spreading the ball, good hands. Now committing that defender to him and offloading it to the number 4. It was easy stuff for him, just go over and score. Another long kick from Heavies. This time collected by the Barbarians. Tried to change direction of play, but now long cutout pass to the corner. He knows that he can't go through there, so goes into contact. Now the Barbarians setting things up again. Goes to one, have support, still going strong. Cheeky offload, but collected nicely by the Barbarian player. Slow ball coming out and a penalty being awarded to the Barbarians. Just playing to their pace of this game, goes through that offload is still good, and referee will bring back play for another penalty. Could be another good opportunity for this Barbarians team. Siren goes on. The last play of the first half. Heavy's coming under pressure for the first time in this half. Shows and goes through the gap, and that is the opening try for these Western Barbarians just before the break. And they add the extra, so that's 7 points to 12. We go into the break. And the halftime confirmation, 12-7 in favor of Havelocks. Here we go, the highlights of the first half. Disanayak putting that pass to Nishon, and he went over. Too much speed for the Barbarians player there. Pereira opening the scoring for Havelocks, and here Havelocks scoring the second one. Straightening and committing that defender to him and offloading it to the number 4. Heavy scoring 2 tries, and just before the break we saw the Barbarians coming in. Just a show and go, and went over under the post, so it stood at 12 points to 7 in favor of Havelocks. And coming up next, Yafus taking on Navy. Strong Navy side, fielding 2 teams. Navy Blues took the game against Police. That was a surprise in the making. Seven points to 12. Still, the game is wide open. We saw Army turning a 10-point deficit and going over CRNFC just before this game, 28 points to 10. Barbarians now kicking things off. Long kick, good pressure, but Havis passing it to their speedsters. Goes through one, offloads it to the number 7, cuts back in. Now Heavies have numbers to the corner. Sean Pereira offloads it to Thikshana. Referee says that was knocked backwards, and the number 9 going around, and he will go over for the third try for Havelocks. Important try at the beginning of the second half. Extending their lead up to 10 points. Now the Sanayaka. The conversion, that's not good. So the score will stand at 17-7. It was an important try for Heavies just to stamp their authority in the second half after giving away a try in the last passage of play before the break. Few changes coming in for the Park team. Changes for the Western Barbarians also. And now referee says to resume. Another high kick. And a knock forward there by the Havelocks player. Slowing the game down after that restart. Now the Barbarians with the feed in. Goes, changes direction, goes straight away into contact against the Havelocks players. Trying for options and he knocks the ball over. Havelocks will play the advantage and try to run around this Barbarians outfit. The number 7 too powerful there for this young team as he goes under the post to score the 4th try. Havelocks just running away this game as Thikshan adds the extras. This time Mithun Hapugoda adds the extras. Here we go, collecting that loose ball there, number 7, and running around, and he was too powerful over for these Barbarians. Heavies with the restart. Just going the 10 meter. He knew that the players were behind that line, and now Barbarians with the positions goes into contact. Losing the ball in that breakdown there. Few handling errors in the second half, slowing the pace of this game. But Havelocks are fully controlling this game. 24-7. Few more minutes to go. Now Heavy's cutting back in, goes into contact, the number 14 there, and getting a penalty. Fernando taking that quick tap now. Hapugoda trying to spark some magic through, and he goes over. Has he gone over? Yes, he has, says referee. Crucial player in this Havelocks outfit. Just brought in the second half, and straight away in the score sheet, Hapugoda. Chavikrama with the conversion, that's no good. So 29-7. Here we go. Hapugoda dummying there, and he went around that defender. That try surely seal the deal for Havelocks in this opening game. Good high hanging kick, but collected nicely by the Barbarians player. Now looking for options, looking for support, and he tries to go on his own, knowing that he can't go around Fernando there, and he's bundling to touch. He's taking that line out quickly. Now they have numbers 2 against 1. Hapugoda. This time Fernando going through the Barbarians' defense. He's slowing it down, waiting for their support players and to set it up. Long pass and changing the direction here by Havelocks. It's easy passage of running now. Hapugoda had numbers to the corner, just playing it. Jai Vikrama to Fernando, and Ravin Fernando going around to score the 5th try. He's just casually playing it, knowing the game is in their hands. Just passing around, and finally Fernando running around the player to go over. And adding the extras. So that is it in this game. Havelocks beating the newcomers Western Barbarians in their first encounter. 36 points to 7. The full-time confirmation in this club segment game. Havelocks taking the best out of Western Barbarians. Here we go, the highlights of the second half. Havis opening the scoring. And he went over to open the second half. They wanted that try after giving away a penalty and a try just before half time. And Havis then scored again through their number 7. They were too powerful for this young outfit. Then we saw the introduction of Hapugoda, and just casually going around that player and putting his name on the score sheet. And in the final few seconds of the game, Ravin Fernando just running past that defender to add the 6th try of the game for Havis.
Force taking on Navy Sports Club here at the Racecourse. It will be an interesting game. Navy have plenty of players like Adisha Veeratunga, Mushin Falil, and plenty others who can turn tables on. And Air Force, on the other hand, have plenty of runners. A good high-hanging kick collected by Adisha, lost forward by Adisha rather. Advantage in favor of Air Force. Gayantha Iddamalgoda gives it out wide. And Air Force secures possession. Penalty in favor of Air Force, and Air Force on the break knocks the ball on. Mushin Falil. Good passage of play, and here's Navy trying to go one up in defense. On Adisha thrown to the ground. Gayantha Iddamalgoda, lovely cutout pass. Good defense from Navy. Ball being held. Holding on is the call from the referee. Plenty of numbers out wide for Navy. A lovely inside ball. Navy taking the ball ever so slightly. Adisha Veeratunga places the ball penalty won by Air Force. Knocks the ball on. Scrum in favor of Navy Sports Club. Navy feeding in to the scrum, overhooked by Air Force, and down goes the Air Force player. Doesn't have the pace, but a lovely inside ball, and here goes Air Force right under the post. A good try, right through the fringes goes the Air Force. That's the first try coming in for Air Force. The conversion is successful as well. Here's the replay. A lovely inside ball, and right under the post goes the Air Force player wearing the number 11 jersey. A lovely high hanging kick this time, knocked back by Adisha Veeratunga. Right over the ball was the Air Force player. Penalty being won. Here's numbers on the outside for Air Force. Looks like this will be the second try coming in. Discussions by the referee. Penalty won by Navy. Try not given. Was an infringement there. Ball being knocked down by Navy. Both teams knocking the ball on. Initially the first knock on. By Navy. Looks like it's Nuan Ferreira to feed in as Navy make a substitution. Duan Pereira feeds in to Id the Malgode. There's numbers on the outside. A lovely backhand pass, but Navy manages to secure possession. A good tackle on the Navy player, and the penalty being won. Spreading the ball wide. Numbers on the outside for Navy. Knocks the ball on finally. Advantage Air Force. Good hands by Air Force, and here goes the Air Force player. Goes in for the second try. Beautifully worked. And scores the try for Air Force right under the post. Now it is a uphill task for Navy. And with the conversion, that will be the half time. Here's the half-time confirmation. Air Force 14, Navy nil. Here's the highlights. A lovely inside ball given by that Air Force player. Score in the first try, and the second try was another sprint right from the 22 meters. The first one was the same as well, sprinting away. No one was catching him. Those were the highlights of the first half. And the next match will be taking on Southern Province. And now we will go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have second half action.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස්ස ගුණ එතැන. රස්ස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරේ ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට්. රස්ස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Welcome back. And Navy have an uphill task. 14 points down. Spreading the ball wide is Air Force. Numbers on the outside yet again. Knocking the ball out cold was Air Force. Hence it will be a scrum in favor of Navy. Yes, Navy with the feed in. Out hooked. Free kick won by Navy. Lovely cutout pass. Navy doing all the hard work, winning the penalty. Yellow card for Air Force. Number 3 goes to the bin. Now an opportunity for Navy to win the game. Yes, Navy right side the 22 meters of the opposition half, but the penalty being won by Navy yet again. Ball given out wide. Numbers on the outside, and this will be a lovely cover tackle from Air Force, and this will be the first try coming in for Navy. The conversion to come, they have about 4 minutes remaining. Here's the replay. Decides to go by himself and does really a good job. And the yellow card is back reinstated. A lovely high hanging kick by Navy, collected by Air Force. Brilliant work. Tries to put the ball to board but doesn't connect. Finds touch right where he kicked it from. Here's Navy with an opportunity to equalize. Numbers on the outside. Cuts back in. And the ball has been knocked on by Navy. Air Force on the other hand. Quick exchanges of possession. numbers for Navy. Knocks the ball on again. So it will be a knock-on favor in the likes of Navy. Air Force rather. Air Force with the feed in. Tries to run around the corner. Line out in favor of Navy. They have about a minute to capitalize, to equalize. Upper Force playing a really good game. The defense has been really strong. Bundled into touch yet again. Air Force taking the ball quickly. Numbers on the outside puts the ball to boot, and here's an opportunity for Air Force. But the Navy player was first at it. The referee awarding a penalty in favor of Air Force. And that will be the game. Air Force winning 14 points to 7 against a favorable Navy team. The full-time confirmation, 14 points to 7, and here's the highlights. Navy scoring that solitary try, and that was it from the whole game. And now UVA will take on Southern Province in a much needed victory for UVA. Southern Province didn't manage to win the first one as well. This is the women's game. Cuts back in, keeping possession. penalty, one in favor of Uva. Tries to go by herself. Doesn't manage to do so. Plenty of errors in the middle, but Uva seems to be in possession. Knocks the ball on yet again. Lovely cutout pass, and here's numbers on the outside for Uva. And that will be the first try coming in for Uva Province. Uva will be restarting things. The ball being knocked on. Not very good defense from the Southern Province. And here's the second try coming in for, oh, beautiful tackle coming in from the Southern Province, but the advantage was being played in favor of Uva, and that's the second try. Southern Province scoring a try. So it's 10 points to 5. And that will be the game. And Southern Province winning the game. Uva rather winning the game 10 points to 5. And we'll go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have second half action.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. සිද්ධාස
at Moratuwa
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Welcome back to Sri Lanka's number one sports hub. This Sabaragam are playing on Wayamba. No numbers on the outside. Yellow card offered to a Wayamba player. Takes the ball quickly, knocks the ball backwards. Penalty in favor of Wayamba. Ball being turned over by Sabaragamu. Knocks the ball on. Here's Wayamba knocking the ball on. Advantage in favor of Sabaragamu. Sabaragamu taking the ball into contact. A lovely offload. And knocking the ball on. This is Wayamba. Wayamba. Wayamba with possession. Here's Sabaragamu. Lovely work. Penalty in favor of Wayamba. Yellow card being reinstated as well. Wayamba with the throw in. Collected lovely line out work by the girls. Trying to run by herself. Gives the ball out wide. But defense is really good. Knocks the ball on. So it will be a scrum in favor of Sabaragamu. Sabaragamu doing a really good job, but penalty in favor of Sabaragamu, winning the penalty. Takes the ball in to contact. Oh, here's an intercept by Wayamba, and this will be the first try coming in. Beautiful work from the Wayamba try. conversion isn't good, and that will be full time. That will be the game.
Next up in the women's club segment, Navy taking on Air Force. Two forces teams, only 4 women's outfit, Navy SC versus Air Force in the Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022. Coming to you live from Racecourse. A very good morning to you if you're joining us now, and also a very good morning to Hamza Hidayatullah, who is joining us at the Combox, Executive Director of Sri Lanka Rugby, of course. A busy man. Thank you for sparing some time for the Combox.
Good morning, Sudarshan. Yeah, absolutely. It was a pleasure being here and to organize this tournament after 2 years. As you know, this is the first time ever that Sri Lanka Rugby has showcased the Sevens tournament with all the provincial union sides taking part as well. So we have total of 26 teams taking part, whereas the top division has 8 teams. And then the ladies team, that's the men's category. And then the ladies has the 4 teams. And then, of course, from the provincial unions, we have another 8 teams from the men's. And then we have another 6 coming from the ladies. So it was 26 teams, match after match, no break time. So we had to keep the time up.
No, well, about the no break, I think our production crew and the technical crew won't be thanking you guys for that. But then, yes, when you have 26 teams competing against each other and we just have a limited amount of time, so you got to make sure that you finish them back to back. So far it has been running like clockwork, that we can tell you. And the changes SLR has made for this tournament, generally it's the interclub sevens that happens with just the 8 top division club rugby teams, but here we are with the provincial sides taking part as well. Big stage, it's a good stage. They will get more visibility as well, some of those rural talent. And I can tell you, if you had joined us on the telecast early today, during the 4 provincial games, there were some players who really demanded notice from everybody who was around the park. And as we speak, Navy putting on a thundering run, the number 2 from Navy offloads, and that's good. First try coming through for Navy.
I think the break was made by Dilani Polhevage. She's a national poolist as well from Navy. Yeah, talking about the provincial unions, they have put a lot of hard work in because there have been few tournaments happening in the last few months over the provinces, and they've been training a lot. And like you just mentioned, it's the first time that they are coming into the big stage, and probably the first time that the players are playing at Racecourse in such a beautiful stadium with beautiful green grass. Probably you might not have that in those provinces, a ground in this caliber. So everything have been provided for them, the accommodation, the food and all the lodging and everything is being taken care of by SLR, because we want more talent. We want more talent coming from all over the island, especially for the ladies sector as well.
Yes, definitely there is a massive emphasis on developing the game in the women's front. Matter of fact, currently the Rugby Women's World Cup happening in New Zealand. English, of course, are looking like very strong favorites, but talking about favorites, the Sailors are putting on a show here at Racecourse, running in the second try.
Yeah, I think they have some experienced campaigners because they have the former national captain Tanuja Virakodi playing for them. I think she's in her mid-30s, but she's still going strong. And a few other national poolies as well. And I think another former captain is also playing for them as centre. So I think Sailors are, I think even in the first game against CI, I think they ran away quite a number of tries as well.
12 points to nil. Navy in the lead. We were chatting about the changes that had been made with Hamza, who's just joined us here at the Combox to the tournament, where traditionally we would have had 8 teams. A loss forward again by Air Force, who are piling up the errors and they're not helping themselves. 12 minutes down with after 3 minutes on the clock. I'm also now looking at Sevens Rugby. I think the biggest spectacle that we need to plan ahead for is the Asian Games. That elusive medal, we almost secured ourselves a silver in that semi-final. Unfortunately, Japan running away, but then Sri Lanka's arch nemesis when it comes to Sevens Rugby, Hong Kong beat us in the 3rd place playoff. September next year, China. It has to be a plan that has to
have undergo a bad COVID outbreak, so it was supposed to be held in September. Nevertheless,
be put in place now in order to try and capitalize.
See, actually, Sudarshan, I mean, good that you asked me that question. So we are selecting the pool, with this tournament as well, and hoping to, and since I'm live, so winning a medal in Asian Games is part of our short-term goals. We put down a high-performance center for them to train at least 6 to 12 months for this in our strategic plan as well. And we have planned it well 2 years ahead because unfortunately China had, so that's our plan. Of course, sponsors has to play a big role. As you know, getting these ladies and the men's team together on a full-time role to train and play games. That's a big task for Sri Lanka Rugby because the cost has increased significantly, not like in 2018. So winning that medal is definitely our goal, and then we want both ladies and men's to win that medal. So for them to do that, we should give them that exposure and the stage to do that. So this is the start.
Absolutely, because up in Birmingham at Coventry, when you were at the stadium and when you saw Sri Lanka play the way they did, Sri Lanka only managed to win one game, but throughout that tour, everybody gathered at that stadium really appreciated how Sri Lanka played the game, because never were we down and out, always fighting, even when 40 points were scored against Sri Lanka. And there was some talent, there was really good talent on offer, Hamza, but some areas that really troubled Sri Lanka was in that one-on-one collision all over the park. So players with stature is going to be of importance. Is there any plan of scouting that happens at Sri Lanka Rugby for those particular players?
Yeah, I mean, last Sunday, there was, we had about 80 girls coming from all over Sri Lanka. And there was I can say it's a scouting session, but we put a paper advertisement and a PR, press release to talk about it. So we have said that if you're minimum of 5'4" height, there was a weight given, I can't remember the weight, and if you can run the 100 meters under particular seconds. So we got about 80 girls coming to Colombo at Torrington, and we had some speed tests for them. We had some skill tests for them. And we categorize, there are a few girls who have never played rugby in their lives, but then we feel that they have got that, know-how, and if you train them, probably, because as you know, Sri Lanka unfortunately doesn't have a girls' schools league unlike the boys. So from there, we don't have a feeder system coming to the national level. So we need these girls to play more rugby in provincial, hopefully in schools. I know there are few schools which plays rugby. We have organized a tag rugby tournament few months ago for Western Province. We had about 12 teams coming there. So you need to start somewhere. And if you can get that schools rugby kicks off for women, at least on the under 16, 18, 20 level, definitely the feeder for the national teams will come. So until that is established, so that there's a big part for Sri Lanka Rugby to play on that, and there's a big part for the Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Association also to play with the Education Ministry, because that's something that they need to really work on it and put the stuff in. So yeah, so hopefully in the coming years you can't get immediate results. We Sri Lankans are used to getting results immediately. They want everything to be happening overnight, but then unfortunately there's a lot of planning in all. There's there's a lot of sacrifices made by the boys and the girls, so all those things has to be considered.
It's spot on, because the current national team, the current Sri Lankan national women's team, does not have a single player who played rugby up until maybe they joined forces or they played in a provincial side. So that tells you a story. Centenary, but up next will be Army Sports Club taking on CRNFC. Women's halftime confirmation, 22 points to nil. The Sailors, of course, segment, women's club segment, of course. And talking about CRNFC, the club that is the favorites, if you ask me, in this segment per se, in the women are celebrating their centenary this year. They are the only club, men's club segment. Also a word about CRNFC, the club that is celebrating this. Apart from the forces who have a women's team, so that is something that we can look at as well. Try and get clubs like Kandy Sports Club, Havelock Sports Club to start their women's segment. I mean, if you are from around Kandy, why should only the boys have all the fun? Get a team of girls who will be ready to go and play some rugby.
Yeah, actually, Sudarshan, we have already spoken to Police Sports Club as well, and even Havelocks. Because from these girls that we got last weekend, we want them to go and train in a club. Because if they can do that, if Police and Havelocks can take at least 15 to 20 girls, because I heard CR has about 35 girls, and then we want to develop 7s as well as 15s as well, so that you can get a wider squad coming in there. So if they can do that, and absolutely Kandy, rugby crazy city, rugby loving public. You can't get into the grounds, Nithawela grounds on a Sunday after 3 o'clock. You need to go there by 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. So definitely that's something in the pipeline. We want to play girls games also before the league games. Just how the schools play the under 18 or the second 15 game before the first 15 game. We want the girls game at least on the 7s level. We want that to be coming up on the upcoming league in December, hopefully, so that at least the clubs which has the girls team can play. Example, if Army is hosting Navy, let Army Navy, the girls team has a game before the 4:15 kickoff.
Yes, brilliant, because playing at the big stage needs getting used to, so it's something that you really need to look. Here goes Tanuja. Impossible figure to get as well, as Navy yet again put in an attack inside the red zone of the Airmen, who have been playing a lot of rugby in their own half. That's something they need to try and fix in a hurry.
The Navy Army locking horns.
Yes, absolutely. I think the Air Force, majority of the national representatives came from that Air Force side. They've had a reshuffle and in a rebuilding phase, but like you mentioned, the Army Sports Club is not going to be a pushover. So that's going to be an interesting one when Navy take extra oomph of forces going against forces. Should be for very interesting viewing, as Air Force try to work up one.
First time that they're playing in a 70 by 100 meter pitch, or maybe they might have 100 meter pitch, they might not have the 70 width, 70 meter. They might have 100 meter pitch, they might not have the 70 width, 70 meter. So, you know, using the width is the name of the game in sevens, you know. You just, you know, run the corners, and definitely if you have the speed and if you have the skill, you're through.
Sevens is a game, like you mentioned, in order to use the width of the field, you got to be fit. If you're fit and if you have your skill set right, it's a game you can enjoy to the utmost. If not, it becomes a real hassle, because you got to be running around. You are going to play in a pitch which generally has 30 people playing against 14. So you got to be fit, you got to have your skill set right, otherwise it's not a game that you can really enjoy.
Yeah, definitely you will have your hands on your knees and your tongue coming out, you know. Definitely, you know, I think sevens you need to be nippy, you need to be fit, and you should have a lot of endurance to survive that 7 minutes a half.
Air Force doing well to hold on to possession. Possession is the name of the game. You don't have possession, you do absolutely nothing. And no matter how good your opposition team is, if you deprive them of possession, that's when the mistakes pile up. That's when you can pounce on them. That's going to be a yellow card as well. Cynical foul. So add to the misery now. Air Force, reduced in numbers, will have a numerical disadvantage for the next couple. As a player is being tended to.
Yeah, something that I need to mention about the medical team headed by Dr. Sankalpana. We made sure that all the medics, including the club medics who are qualified, they should have the minimum World Rugby Level 1 First Aid in Rugby Fair course. So we conducted 2 courses over the last 2 weeks. We had one course on Wednesday where most of the club's medics participated. I think they're already in the field with Dr. Sankalpana, because that's a requirement that World Rugby has done. So it's good for us, because you know, everyone cannot be a medic, and you know, there are certain protocols that they need to follow, especially in rugby. Now you could see that player is down, and you know how the neck is being held, and you know, these are all being taught at the First Aid in Rugby courses. And it's done by Sri Lanka Rugby. Of course, World Rugby is supporting us fully, and then we need to give World Rugby our quarterly and the yearly reports as to what we do on training and education as well. So that's part of Sri Lanka Rugby's duties as well, while developing the players, while organizing tournaments and games, and training and education.
Yes, player safety is of paramount concern, and that is going to be what is most important. HIA being conducted by the tournament doctor.
Yeah, so
Also
HIA is also a very important factor, as you know, Sudarshana. So in Sri Lanka, we practice recognize and remove protocol, because we don't have the facility of doing a full HIA checkup, especially in a tournament like this. So I think Dr. Sankalpan is doing the basic nitty-gritties of, you know, standing in 1 foot and probably asking her a few questions about where you are, you know, what's the day of the week today.
Yes, and also the referee will have that facility of if he recognizes that the player is not fit enough to play, he will bring out that blue card. So Navy deciding that they want to run in a few more points, knowing that their opposition is reduced to 6, have called out for a scrum, which gives that extra advantage. No scrum half, no half back for Air Force. But Navy coughing away a penalty, penalized. Now 6 against 7 on the attack from outside the 22. Air Force, can they run in their first try, which will very well be the consolation try? No. Turned over by right underneath the post, which would very well be the last move. Navy looking to finish strong.
Yeah, that's Dilani Polev again running. She's quite fast.
Off the game.
And I think Navy also just got their prop forward. I think Randika captain Sri Lanka as well. So that's her with the ball, and basic skills, hands on.
And that's in down. It seems like there is a little more time remaining because this game is played for 7 minutes or half. The club segment of the women's games. There goes the buzzer. Air Force inside that 22 meters still. Navy penalized. Opportunity now for Air Force. Do they have the willpower though to go end to end, coast to coast? Numbers. Cutting back inside, met with a big tackle. Still Navy wanting to make a play. They are not interested in kicking this one out. They want to play until that final little bit. Good collection. It was not easy, but now one man to beat.
Try time for one final time.
Yes, right underneath the post, 37 with the conversion to come. Slightly lopsided affair, but convincing win for Navy Sports Club. Well, that's full time of the third game rather of the women's club segment, as the red shirts come in to take their game against Army. And I'm sorry, another important aspect that we really need to talk about is the fact that without the financial support, without the sponsors, a tournament of this caliber is not going to be possible. So talk us through the generous sponsors who have come forward to help Sri Lanka Rugby lift its game up to the next level.
Yeah, thank you, Sudarshan. Like I mentioned, as you know, the cost factor has gone significantly up. I would say, talking about the last time we had the Sevens tournament was in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, just before COVID outbreak. The cost factor has almost not doubled, it has tripled. And this time, because we have 26 teams, of course, the cost has gone up significantly. So, I don't want to forget, I must mention about our sponsors. We have Nippon Paint coming as our title sponsor for the tournament. And we have associate sponsors, the Pakistan High Commission of Sri Lanka, WebExpay and Prima Kuttumi. And then we have official pain relief partner, Siddhalepa Ayurvedic or Siddhalepa Pain Relief Spray. And then, of course, the official food, ice cream and beverage partner, Elephant House. And last but not least, the official airline partner, Turkish Airlines. I must mention something about Turkish Airlines, and Sudarshana, this could be something exciting. We have already announced it to the teams. Turkish Airlines is giving away free 2 return air tickets for the best player in the men's and the women's category as well. So it's the first time that all these sponsors have tied up for a national rugby tournament, or I would say with the sport rugby. So, and we want them, and then few other national players. Umayangana Tatsarani, I think she toured the Commonwealth Games as well. And Sia also has, Anushattanayaka and the former players Tilini and Kanchana. She's a newcomer. She managed to get herself into the final squad of 13 for Commonwealth Games. So, Battle of the Titans again.
Army looking like they have a very good structure. Despite being down and out, they have been look at the use of the width of the field, something you really like to see. The wraparound run maybe was a tad bit delayed.
I think the pattern is very straightforward. You run the corners, build more faces, and then up you go. You get penalties, you can hit the gain line, and then they can score. So they haven't gained much ground over the last 3 phases, but I'm sure any team would do that. They can get through.
A little bit of pause and a pre-planned move from Army from that penalty. Not supporting the body weight. Can't have your hands on the ground and try to turn over possession, but that's going to be a penalty.
That was a deliberate knock on Sudarshan. Definitely a card. No choice.
Not really a rule I very much fancy, but because the art of interception has been taken out of the game because of the deliberate knock on yellow card.
I think this is where your handling skill would come into play. If you could, if you're a basketball player, you could be able to tip the ball in your fingertips and try to grab it. But then if it's not, then get ready for a yellow card.
Yes, CR with possession, but coughs it cheaply. Army will be breathing a massive sigh of relief because despite not being an organized one, that was an onslaught from CR. In dangerous scorers, Anushattanayaka, clearly a leader in that team. Plenty of experience behind her. Former woman.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she has got the skills. It's just that probably they're not using the width properly. I mean, now you could see, the 3 players are almost on the other side of the half, and it's Army put in.
I think, Hamza, what you are currently looking at is to try and out-muscle the Army team, try and play close as much as possible.
Yeah, that's Perry with a nice kick. Aisha Pereira, experienced campaigner for Sri Lanka, experienced campaigner for Sri Lanka Army.
Army with options and opportunity, but are not backing themselves up with the speed they have. They're a little tentative to commit completely.
Yeah, I think Sudarshana Dulani Pallikondage is one of the fastest women players we have in the country. Yeah, I think she's trying to use the width. She's trying to run around. And I think now Army has made a breakthrough. Yes, they are. That's the first try for Sri Lanka Army.
Well, after a little bit of an erroneous affair, Army getting the better of CR's defense, getting right underneath the post. 5 points to nil with the conversion to come. 4.5 minutes on our clock. And like we always do, just a reminder that our clock and the referee's clock could be different. It's the man in the middle's clock that matters. Even the siren that goes from the outside is just an indication of the time. Unlike in the more developed countries, the referee's clock and the buzzer clock are not synced here in Sri Lanka. So we work with what we've got.
Yeah, I think Sudarshana, I must thank the Papare.com team for coming forward for the live streaming. we are trying to do everything for the rugby community, so they should appreciate the fact rather than finding faults at this time, because as you know, the country has gone into a economic meltdown. So we are trying to facilitate, we are trying to give rugby across the island, from all the facilities and with with all the budgeting we got. So you can't expect everything, and as you very correctly said, I think Sri Lanka has really grown in terms of rugby with this telecast with Papare, and I must thank I would say Papare was built on rugby when they started 12 years ago, 100%. They started streaming games, and it became 1 camera to 2 camera to 3, drones, TMOs, replays, 6 cameras, you name it. Thanks a lot, Papare. Thanks for coming forward as well.
It's been our absolute pleasure, because the secret for doing what the Papare.com does is the fact that every one of us who work at Papare, from top to bottom, we are mad sports fanatics. So it's an absolute pleasure being able to showcase rugby. 2 days full of rugby. We had the schools rugby sevens, which was followed by the mercantile sevens, and now to this week, Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022. And not so long ago, we did not know when rugby will happen again. 2 years of absolute misery, Hamza. So to be able to witness rugby back to back to back, as we get the halftime confirmation, 12 points to 0.
Yeah, I think Sudarshan, I must proudly say, not because I work for Sri Lanka Rugby. Sri Lanka is the first country in Asia to kickstart domestic rugby after the COVID. Not even Japan were able to do it. So we restarted the league after 2 years last January, and without a sponsor, and then we managed to find a sponsor, and unfortunately it has to stop after the 8th week. We didn't even play. I think we played 1 match in the 9th week, and then unfortunately the country went into curfews and stuff like that. So so we are proud that for what we have achieved so far over the months. And I must mention the brainchild of this particular tournament was our president, Mr. Izilias. It was his idea to bring all these provincial teams out, because he thought everyone should get a go in the big stage, as you correctly mentioned. And Sri Lanka Rugby has 8 provincial unions registered under them. The latest have been Eastern, and we have a side from Eastern Province as well, where I think there are ex-school players from the Navy base in Trinco has come from the Eastern Province, says Blue Whales. I think that's the Blue Whales team. And Sabaragama, Uva, Central, all these places. So I must thank all their presidents, the committees, the secretaries for coming forward, putting in a lot of hard work. I think they have traveled since last morning, some of them, in buses, and everything have been taken care by them, by Sri Lanka Rugby as well. That's a break. Sudarshan, what do you think of this?
Lovely break by Attanaika, who tries to offload, should have kept hold of the ball. NCR need to try and play to the whistle. Coming back to what you mentioned about Eastern Province coming in as well, something that's really exciting, especially in the cricketing front, is the fact that some of the athletes who are coming out from the north and the east, and with my involvement at the Papare.com and the athletics, as we see Army running away for another score.
That's Aisha Pereira. You would have seen her over and over playing for Sri Lanka. I think she's the most capped player at the moment. I think she has been playing for the national team for the last 12 years, if I'm not mistaken. And all these players, like I mentioned, they are catching up in their age. So we need that feeder coming from the bottom, because you can't expect these players to play forever, Sudarshan. They are in their 30s, obviously, the muscles are they're tired, their bodies cannot handle it. It can happen to any human being, not only for the ladies, it will happen to any international player. So So that's what we are doing, all these things. From here, you would spot, like you said, there are enough talent in these provinces. We can spot them, get them to this playing for these clubs.
Coming back to what we spoke about when it comes to the eastern provinces, northwestern provinces, I'm going to give you a little bit of a tip, especially with my involvement with athletics at the Papare.com. There are some superb athletes who come out from the northern province and also the eastern province who compete in the field events, the javelin, the discus throw, the pot shot, and those are athletes I think we can try and hook on. Most of the athletic fanatics and the enthusiasts are not going to be very happy with me for saying this, and that's a problem in the school level as well. Most of the rugby teams go out and poach all the athletics players, and the coaches are up in arms.
I think, Sudarshan, you mentioned a good point, but I'm sure you watched this movie called We Are Marshall. You know what happened to the particular American football team in that air crash, and how they went and approached athletes and football players and basketball players to join. It can happen. It can happen in any sport. The sensational Sri Lankan cricketer, I think Kumar Sangakkara was a tennis player before. I'm not saying he was approached to play cricket, but there are so many players like that. Lasith Malinga was found playing softball cricket in Galle, if I'm not mistaken. And most of these players, Sri Lanka is I would say Colombo, very particular. The beach and the city is full of tap rugby players. They would just play tap every Sunday, every Saturday. So there are a few players who who have come up from those as well.
Yes, we in fact have had plenty double internationals for Sri Lanka as well, namely if you Pratip Basnaika, former national captain in basketball and rugby, Dominder Silva.
Yeah, we had Chenal Dias, Royden Silva. There are so many. I think basketball and rugby goes together. There are so many players who have played basketball and taken up rugby. One solid example that I could give you is a former national captain and former CH captain Dilanka Wijesekara. He was a basketball player until he was 17, and he took up rugby very late. And when he was 19, he was in the Commonwealth Games squad. That's another try.
It's one of the most fastest team games in the world, basketball. Inside that court, you kind of have all the attributes of a good rugby player. Fast-paced, skill, quick thinking, sidestepping, ball control. Biggest difference, can tell you through experience that transitioning from rugby to basketball is no easy task. Because you go looking for that contact in the basketball field and you're just pulled out.
Yeah, if you come from rugby to play basketball, you'll end up having 5 fouls and staying out, Sudarshan. But if you're coming from basketball to rugby, I'm sure, like you said, the stamina, for you to survive in that tar coat, you should be really, really fit. And if you ask for water, the coach thinks that you're not fit. But here, as the game has changed, you give more water to the players to keep them rehydrated. Hydrated.
Do remember time when running around Askaria, 8 laps around Askaria without water was called endurance. So it has changed, times have changed, and the way we play the game has changed as well. It's become more faster. Some say it's become a little more physical for their liking, but rugby has become safer, I'd say.
Yeah, at the same time, I think the game has evolved into a safety aspect as well, big time. And you could see, like, most of the players nowadays in the school level also started wearing gum shields, or they say mouth guards, because that's something we should implement from junior level, Sudarshana, because that is happening all over the world, and from under 10, under 12, because you can't expect the first 15 players to wear a mouth guard, because then they say, so I can't breathe, I can't talk, they would have all these problems. You start giving the mouth guard when they are 10 or 12, you could really reduce a lot of impact injuries.
Well, Hamza, if you had watched some of the schools rugby games, I am a massive advocate of that mouth guard and the gum shield. I think it needs to be made mandatory in at least in Sri Lanka, because that's where we have jurisdiction, isn't it? And to counter a point of players not being used to that, I'll tell you a little story where back in the day at school we went on a tour to New Zealand, Hamza, and then you weren't allowed to get on the field without a mouth guard. There was absolutely no option, and our coach would turn around and say, forget the rule. Do you want to fly back to Sri Lanka with your teeth intact?
I mean,
that was a hard-given task. You got to get used to it. And I tell you, getting used to a mouth guard takes only a couple of practice sessions. It's just the technology is so very good today. It just feels like second skin.
Absolutely. Fringes are open and then army runs away again. Talking about mouth guards, same thing happened. I think even in Middle East, a lot of Europeans and people from New Zealand, South Africa, they are involved in rugby, and they make sure that all these kids who are in those academies right across Middle East, because I was living there for 9 years, they're very strict on the mouth guard. If they say no gum shield, no training, you can just sit out and wait. So that's how they implement things. Whether they like it or not, safety aspect is key.
Well, that's the long whistle, and one-sided affair yet again. Army putting their hand up and making sure CRNFC knows who's the boss, and also they are sending a message to the sailors. They're sending them a message saying it's not going to be an easy run for you to the final and to the championship. We are here to take you on. Next game, Southern Province taking on Western Province. Southern Province, of course, sporting jerseys I very vividly remember and recall. Looks like majority of their players are coming from Matra Rahul College, who had some very good-looking players. Could get about. Western Province, of course, plenty of rugby being played here. Most of the schools in the Western Province play rugby, and also all but one club in the top division comes from the Western Province, but it's Southern who draw first blood. What a brilliant move on the short side, attacks the defense. Western Province caught napping.
Definitely, I think if you could remember Gaul RFC, we had a division side back in the day, and a lot of people from Matara, St. Aloysius in Gaul, very particularly Richmond. You had players coming from those colleges playing in that. And Gaul, there was a tournament about almost 6 weeks back, and they had 8 girls teams competing in the Southern Province in this particular tournament. And there was some good skills. Of course, few national players also played in that tournament, because some of the national players are from the south, like you very particularly mentioned. Some of them are from Sabaragamu. I mean, hardly anyone from Western, I must say. That's because, we don't have schools playing rugby. And then most of the girls are exposed to the provincial unions, because they promote the game in those provinces.
Well, talking about the spread of rugby in Sri Lanka, when you look at the provincial aspect, yes, the Southern Province has some rugby roots there, but with the two obvious choices of Western and Central.
Beautiful pass.
Beautiful looking move, and running away for the equalizer. He's the number 6 from Western Province. John Ogbeber. Well, blimey, that's Samuel's brother. who's scored the try, Samuel Ogbeber.
Former Wesley player.
And former national player as well.
Yeah, I think he toured to Dubai with the national team. Now he's residing in Australia. That's what I was told. I mean, we lost a good talent, Sudarshan, honestly. You can't help them. They need to go and build up their career. They are going.
Well, Hamza, that's a massive talent Sri Lanka lost out due to the COVID pandemic. He was supposed to captain Wesley College. Loads of potential, and we don't very usually get players of that size and speed and skill set.
I mean, I always thought this was the next Shenalda as the Sri Lanka had because of his height and the power and the speed. So, players goes, players would remain. Some people migrate. I mean, a lot of people are migrating, but then we need to stay on with the game, and there'll be a lot of talent coming. Like you said, you can spot, Ogbibo. We haven't seen him playing for Wesley, the brother, the younger one. So there he is, playing for the Western Province.
Here's Western Province, inches away from their second, and they go through. Just like that, 2 tries to Western Province. Good work done. Talking about the talent that's coming through, Hamza, there is a slight bit of annoyance, and there is this sadness when we speak about the Shenaldarses and Dog Bibbers who have left, who are those kind of players who can compete even physically in the next level. You look at people like Marisingh, who's coming out from St. Joseph's, same size, same speed, or even faster, I'd say, and with the same skill.
He's huge. He's huge. I mean,
can move about it as well.
So, talking about basketball and rugby, Shenal is another basketball player who took up rugby when he was 17. So there you go. National cap, former junior national captain.
Yes, Southern started the game very well with a try, but now Western Province putting a big shift in, scoring 2 tries, 12 points to 5. They've taken the lead. Good ball control as well. They're patient with their ball.
And definitely Southern Province really has to, I mean, they scored a brilliant try in the first minute. So let's see what we have in store for the next 9 minutes.
Well, it's largely a game of momentum, isn't it? Southern scored their first try, but then since it has been all Western because they've managed to hog on to momentum. Good high-hanging restart. Committed chase after it as well. Putting Southern under pressure, but the chaser has lost the ball forward. If you're just joining us, a massive welcome to Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022 tournament, which features 26 teams. 8 teams in the men's club segment, 8 teams in the men's provincial segment, 4 teams in the women's club segment, and 8 teams in the women's provincial, 6 teams in the women's provincial development segment. It is going to be a spectacle. Today is the first day of the affair. First, we are closing in on the conclusion of the first half of the day.
So Darshana, we forgot to mention about this particular team who came for the segment 2 of the men's Upcountry Planters. I mean, they have been playing some brilliant rugby over probably 100 years. If you go to Dimbulla Dikkoya, those clubs, I mean, obviously started by the British, and they have been playing A-Division rugby, many decades back. I think it's good to see Upcountry Planters coming up with a team. I think it's coached by A.C. Tennakon. You don't need any introduction to that gentleman, former Kingswoodian, a former referee. There are a few boys from the top Kandy schools who are playing for the Upcountry Planters team.
Well, incidentally, Hamsha, interesting that you bring that up because soon after school, I played 2 years of Division B club rugby up in Badulla, where the
Never knew
Planters
that.
club is.
Never knew that. So you wanted to become a planter?
Did try my luck. I was more of a people's man, had to get back to where the hustle and bustle was. But incidentally, our club rugby team was captained by now Minister of Tourism, Harin Fernando.
Oh, that's
Yes,
an interesting fact.
He didn't. He hadn't actually competed in an election. He had just landed in Badulla, missed his rugby so much.
Yeah.
So put together a team, and I can't remember the year exactly, whether it was 2009 or 2010. Interclub Rugby Sevens.
Yeah,
We played in the quarterfinals against Candy Sports Club, and that was big. We got hammered. Different story, but.
I mean, this is where we need to support a lot of these teams, Sudarshan, and I think not only Sri Lanka Rugby, I would say the mercantile establishments in those areas. Example, if there are established, companies in the plant section, in Uva, Badulla, in the region, they should support them as well because that's their local club.
Yes, because when it comes to rugby in Uva province, there is a very good rugby traditions running in Badulla, Bandaravela. You get the likes of St. Thomas's and many provincial clubs as well who compete in this sport. But with the obvious two choices of Western and Central, after that I think the province that has done yeoman service to national rugby per se is undoubtedly going to be Sabaragamu province. The talent that props up from there is
because
absolutely
I was there 2 weeks back, Sudarshana, in Sabaragamu. I was in Talduva grounds where they had the Sabaragamu Sevens. In order to select a team, the girls and the boys team, they had some brilliant talent, I would say. And Avisavel, again, planter section. I mean, unfortunately, their clubhouse is, deserted, like a ghost.
Ruanwell.
Exactly. So,
Talduva
ground is one of the oldest grounds that Sri Lanka had. And then I myself have been, interesting story again. I was working for this media institution a few years ago, and then we happened to be their media sponsors, and I happened to go to watch the Dimbula Dikoe big match. And unfortunately, Dimbula team didn't have any players, and then this guy, Bura, I don't know, Fazal Bura, and he said, Hamza, what are you doing now? I said, I just came to watch the match, and probably, after that, the dinner party, he said, here's a pair of boots, here's a pair of shorts, come and play. And then I still have the photograph. Interestingly, these people who work in those planting sector, these people, they don't know anything about rugby, but the support that you had. You go to the sideline, they tap on your shoulder, say, sir, do you need some water? That level. And I didn't know my right side or the left side in the pack because I had never seen them. I just went there to watch the game, and this guy said, Hamza, come and play, they don't have any players. And then obviously it was cold, by about 6 o'clock it was getting cold. And I think Western Province is running away, Sudarshana, their fourth try.
Second try for Johan Ogberber. Touchdown for Western Province, 24 points to 5. Yes, even the Sabaragamu province have supplied numerous women's national represents, but even men. So you talk about the likes of Anuradha Dharmatilaka Surangarana Shanta, who is currently a referee in this tournament as well. Plenty of referees coming from...
Ivan Veranga from the women's team. Tanuja Virakod is from Avisavel itself. And, there are a few other players who are coming from the region. So it's nice to see the talent is reaching their peak, international level, whether it's refereeing or, rugby, like you very correctly mentioned.
Southern still not managing to find any answers to the defense of Western Province, and also not being able to hold on to very rare possession that they're getting on their hands. if there's one complaint about Racecourse, Hamza, it's the fact that it's a large, massive, brilliant ground. But as a rugby fan, you'd slightly prefer to be a little bit more closer to the action, isn't it? You can't have it all.
It's true, but then at the
100%.
same time, more width means more tries.
No, I'm not talking about the playing field per se. I'm talking about the distance from the playing field to the stands.
Of course. I mean that's how it's international standard. I mean you could see the in-goal area. I just put a walk in the morning, Sudarshan. I think it's more than 10 meters. I can see it's like more than 10 meters, whereas most of the grounds have 5 meters in their in-goal area. And then we even moved the boards in the morning because the boards are just bordering the in-goal line, and then we thought it's a bit dangerous because we saw one player crashing into a Nippon board in the corner. And like I said, it's huge. And obviously this was a race course before. This was never a rugby ground, Sudarshana, like as you know. And absolutely beautiful grass, This is what you call international standard rugby stadium in Sri Lanka.
100%. Here's Western Province. But after all, the tournament is being played at their home, so they won't let anybody dictate terms. 29 points against the solitary 5 points which were scored by Southern Province in the opening minute of the game.
I feel Southern Province, ran out of gas. I think Western Province just wants to play their normal rhythm. And definitely, you have the talent. It's just that probably it's the first time that they're playing in such a big ground. And,
Well, from what I've understood, the Southern Province team largely consists of ex-boys from Matala Rahula, so the experience levels are not going to be the same as the guys from the Western Province, with some of them playing in top division schools. They had that exposure.
Yeah, definitely, Sudarshan. I think it's anyone who has more game time would have a lot of experience. Probably these boys and girls would have had not much game time as the Western Province clubs had.
But some of these boys did play in the Mercantile Sevens as well, so that's that's a restart and a half. Good high-hanging kick, right underneath the ball, wins it, and when that happens, it really demoralizes your team. Lovely bit of work from Western.
Interestingly, Southern Province had got a sweeper as well, Sudarshan.
Good recycle, and look at the formation they're using the entire field. Western stretching out the opposition defense.
Beautiful
lovely
offload.
offload. Still on his ground, one man to beat. Needs support though. And Hevamalage says thank you very much again. Touches down in the far corner.
I think there's a exact area where Southern Province scored their first try, Sudarshan, in the second minute or the first minute.
A player being tendered to from the Southern Province.
And I must say there's a big task for the pitch marshals and the tournament director as well to finish off all the games on time, because we have 30 games playing 8 to 6 non-stop. Like you said, you don't have a break, your camera team doesn't have a break, your crew doesn't have a break. So the teams have been lined up before the full time of the game before. They have been tossed during the half time. Everything is being done. I mean, you probably cannot see that on TV or on the live streaming, but then there's a lot of hard work going on outside the pitch as well by this pitch marshal. I must thank they're doing a tireless job, and also the Rugby Sevens headquarters, which is on the left side of the grandstand, and there are about 9 guys there right on the job, very particular about the scores, who is scoring, which try, yellow cards, because all these things will boil down on the final day when there is a draw.
Oh, absolutely. That's when all hell breaks loose. Not 10 meters, but committed to that. Very unfortunate. Should have just let that go. But that is full time. Southern Province going down to Western 34 points to 5. And Hamza, thank you so much for joining us on the Combox. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. And not going to put you under a lot of pressure, but if you do have any spare time in the next 1.5 days, please do drop by. You know where you are.
Thank you, Sudarshan. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I must thank Rugby Promotional Foundation boys who are the ball boys as well and girls. Special mention to Mr. Ajit, who has come forward to give us a few boys from the team. Thank you very much, Papare.com. Thank you very much, Sudarshan. I'll join you all guys soon. Thank you.
Next match, North Central Province taking on Sabaragamu Province. Sabaragamu in the green jerseys, North Central in red and white stripes jersey. The provincial segment, non-stop rugby action from the Racecourse grounds. Here's Sabaragamu, have the overlap on the outside, but he opts to cut back in, loses the ball in the process, knocks it on. It's a North Central ball. Here's North Central now trying to work their way from the halfway line. North Central have players on the outside. Gives it out, but there's no way past. He gets past two defenders, gets the offload, but it's fumbled down. Knockback, says the referee. Playing on, North Central Province gives away the ball. Referee will come back to the initial infringement of the knock forward. Yellow card conceded by the North Central Province number 6, Dilak Rukshan. Here's Sabaragamu at the halfway mark. Good run there. He gets the offload to the supporting winger. Looks like he has enough pace to find the whitewash. Goes over for the first try for Sabaragamu Province. opening score of the game in the 4th minute. Sabargamu opening the scores with that try down the corner. Here's a try. Try scorer Sampath Sagara, number 12 jersey for Sabargamu province. 5 points to nil in the 5th minute of the first half. Here's Sabargamu once again on the attack. Somehow reconcile the ball, but collision, says the referee, so ball will be turned over for North Central. They have not been able to keep the ball in hand for a long time. They've been struggling for possession. Here's North Central to feed into the scrum. Comes away with the ball. Now trying to run the ball out wide. They have good supporting lines from the North Central province boys. Another card coming in, looks like, to the Sabargamu player, the try scorer. Sagara Sampath has to sit out for 2 minutes for a reckless tackle. Here's North Central. Changes direction. Almost defeated the two defenders. But the ball is fumbled out, and it's Sabargamu who recycle it. Offside, says the referee from North Central. Penalty for Sabargamu. They are 1 man down. They're looking to work their way from their own half. Here's Sabargamu. Trying to change direction, but losing ground in the process. He gets it to the winger, but good cover defense. Brilliant tackle there from the North Central province player. Takes the line out quickly. Here's North Central with the 1 man advantage. Straightens the line, goes into contact. Brought down. That's a knock forward from North Central. The perfect opportunity for them to get some points, but they're just unable to keep the ball in hand. Here's Sabargamu in a spot of bother. That's held up in the tackle. Brilliant defense once again from North Central. But unfortunately, that will be the half time. So 5 points only in the first half. Half time confirmation. Sabargamu Province leading 5 points nil against North Central Province. This is a try that separates the two teams. Sampath Sagara bursting down that line to score the opening try. Next match will be between Upcountry Planters and Uva Province. We'll go to a short commercial break. At the other side, we'll have live action.
කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට්. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට්. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Back live with the second half action of this game between Sabargamu Province and North Central Province in the provincial segment of the Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022. After a 2-year hiatus, we have returned with the Sevens action in the country, the Premier Sevens tournament. As North Central comes out with the ball, they're trailing by 5 points and a man down. Sabargamu, that is Sabargamu, but North Central unable to break the shackles in the game. Goes into contact the big player. He gets the offload to the supporting player. It's good support, but this has been the case so far for North Central. They have not been able to gather the ball cleanly and keep the ball in hand. That has cost them a lot of chances. Sabargamu once again win back the ball inside their own half. Sabargamu is back to 7 players. Sampath Sagara returns to the field after 2 minutes in the sin bin. And few changes coming in for North Central as well. Sabargamu with the ball now in their own half, trying to send it out wide. Here's the try scorer, Sampath Sagara. This time doesn't have pace and is bundled out of touch. So line out ball for North Central Province. In desperate need of some points, some fluidity in their game. They haven't been able to string those passes together for a long time. Line out successful for North Central. Once again going into contact, brushes off couple of tackles. North Central player, but the offload is straight into the hands of Sabargamu player. But the referee deems it's an offside offence. It's a penalty for North Central Province. This time going to the short side. Should have passed in that occasion. He had that extra man in the outside. Inches away from the try line now is North Central. And it's pushed over. Finally, looks like it's an early infringement just before finding the whitewash. So unfortunate, North Central Province. They're just inches away from the try line. Here's North Central trying to get that quick tap. Did not work. It's a line out for North Central. They were ever so close to leveling the score line, but unable to be disciplined in those last few yards. 10th minute up as well on our clock. Another line out for North Central. Bit loose, but he recycles the ball. Here's North Central once again. Losing ground, going back, gets a pass over to the winger who cuts back in, takes 2 with him, and gets the offload. Still going North Central. Held up. Referee says release the tackle. Here's North Central. Now spreading the ball. No, he goes by himself. Gets the offload. Nicely done there by the North Central player. Still going. A bit of a fumble there with the foot. But looks like that's going to be another card against Sampath Sagara. I beg your pardon, that's against the North Central player. The number 1 jersey, Madhushan Bandar Rajapaksa, who will sit out for 2 minutes in the sin bin for a high tackle. So Sabaragamuwa in the driving seat now with that one-man advantage. Looking for options. The Sabaragamuwa player, he has Sampath on the outside. But this time does not have the pace to go down the line. Gets the offload to his supporting player. Brought down at the halfway mark. Here's Sabaragamuwa once again. Cutting back in the number 10. Dancing away. That's surely a forward pass. And referee will blow the whistle for that. So North Central still in with a chance to get on level terms, but just need to be disciplined. But so far they have been struggling to keep the ball in position as changes come in for both sides this last couple of minutes. North Central to feed in, goes to the short side, but the defense was up to it. Sabaragamuwa stealing the ball. No, tackler not releasing, says the referee, so penalty for North Central Province. Here's North Central going for the rubber. That's a penalty. No hands tackle. Here's North Central Province trying to go through the middle. Goes down. Now going to the far side. Does not work. Cuts back in. Gives the offload, going into contact. North Central Province. And Sabaragamuwa win the penalty. Holding on, says the referee. Here's Sabaragamuwa Province. Trying to find their way. No pace for him by the number 7. Aloka Prabhashana. But referee once again giving the ball back to Sabaragamuwa for an offside infringement from North Central. Here's North Central. Once again, another offside infringement from North Central. And we have a slight hold of play as well with the Sabaragamuwa player down, Aloka Prabhashana. Looks like he will be replaced. Knocked to his back. Sabaragamuwa in the driving seat at the moment. 5 points up. And the clock is ticking away as well. He kicks it out of play. And that's the end of the game. Easy as you like it. Sabaragamuwa Province winning the game 5 points to nil against North Central Province. Full-time confirmation. North Central Province beaten by 5 points to nil against Sabaragamuwa.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද රස්ස ගුණ එතැන රස්ස ගුණ කොතැනද පවුලම එතැන පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇති තරම් කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස්ස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද රස්ස ගුණ එතැන රස්ස ගුණ කොතැනද පවුලම එතැන පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇති තරම් කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස්ස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. සිබිතදාස
ඇඩ්මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Foxhill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Welcome back. Sincere apologies for the technical issue. We are witnessing a power cut here. But back live from the Racecourse grounds. The upcountry planters getting off to a flying start. 2 back-to-back tries in the first 2 minutes against Wayamba Province. Now Wayamba on the attack. Big tackle there from the upcountry Lions, number 1 Malit De Silva. Winning that contest and getting back possession, but slight hold of play once again. Looks like an injury to the knee of the Wayamba player. it's not Waimea Province who are playing in the white and maroon jerseys. It's Uva Province taking on the upcountry Planters. Still, the medical staff is attending to that injured player of Uva Province. Looks like he'll have to be stretchered out. We hope that it's not a major concern. Hopefully he'll be alright. But so far, upcountry Planters have dominated proceedings here against Uva Province. Here's upcountry Lions, upcountry Planters rather, with the clearance kick. But looks like it has gone on the full, so it will be Uva ball and the Uva player going for the grubber, but it's upcountry Planters who come away with it. A wayward pass but recycled by Manula Munasinghe, who goes into contact, gets the offload to his supporting player. Here's Avishka, gives it to his supporting player, and Sonal Sansoni. Brilliant offload and brilliant running lines from the upcountry Planters at the moment. They're dominating play, but unfortunately knocked on by Arosh Ratnayaka. They were managing to keep the ball in hand for a long time, but just couldn't get past the Uva defense as we are nearing the first half, end of the first half rather. Here's Uva Province, inches away from the try line. Card is coming out this time for the Planters team. Number 10, Avishka Chandratilaka, for continuous offside play as Uva goes over for the first try. Against the run of play, Dilshan Dilanka finds the whitewash for Uva, and they get their first points on board as the half-time hooter goes off. Conversion to come. Conversion is successful. So 7 points to 14. A great comeback at the latter part of the first half from Uva Province to cut back the deficit. And the half-time confirmation. It's upcountry Planters leading 14 points to 7 against Uva Province. Next match will be Waimea Province taking on the Blue Whales. Another game in the provincial segment. We'll go to a short commercial break. At the other side, we'll have live action once again.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. සිරිත දාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
Pernaruwe ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරේ ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties.
Second half underway between upcountry Planters and Uwe. 14.7 crunch game. Good run there, good strong run from the upcountry Planters Manula Munasinghe, but the ball is turned over for Uwe Province. Here's Uwe Province on the attack. Good offload there, but once again intentional knock on from Manula Munasinghe. Here's Uwe Province on the attack, but the ball swept off the feet. Again another penalty. Here's Uwe Province once again. Takes it quickly, straightens up, gets the offload. It's another penalty, and this time referee says it's enough. It's a yellow card. Yellow card for Sonal Sansoni. So now Uwe Province with a big chance. They are 5 against 7. They have players on the outside. No chance of stopping Uwe Province now, as Achindu Paramit goes over the whitewash for the second try. Brilliant comeback this from Uwe Province. Conceded those 2 early tries in the first half, but so far they've come back strong, and now just 2 points behind the upcountry Planters, who are 2-man down. The conversion is not successful. Still a 2-point game with 5 minutes remaining on our clock. The Planters are back to 6 players. Still, the numerical advantage is in favor of the Uwe Province. It's a knock forward from the Uwe number 5, Suranga Kavinda. Few changes coming in for Uwe Province. Here's Planters with 1 man down, trying to work from their own half. Ball is given back for an infringement. Here's Panthers breaking through the middle. Gets the offload to Jayatilaka. And now Planters still going strong. Here's the danger man. And that's the try. Easy as you like it. Few passes and the Uva defense is broken into pieces. That extends the upcountry Planters lead to 7 points. The try scorer Manula Monasinghe once again, second try for him. He has been the danger man for Planters. And he gets the all-important third try to extend that lead. And now 7-point lead in favor of the Planters, who are back to 7. So the numerical advantage is over for Uva Province. They had the chance to get some more points, but they failed to do so. It could prove costly at the final whistle. Planters with the restart. Good high hanging kick. Brilliant chase, but just couldn't keep the ball in hand. So it's Uva who comes away with it. Here's Uva Province. Quick hands, but good interception there. And the fourth try comes for upcountry Planters through Arosh Ratnayaka. That will surely be the game done and dusted. 20. Conversion is through, so that will make it 26 points to 12. This time opting for a deep kick. Province replacement going into contact. Ball is loose. But referee is not happy with the ruck. And it's country Planters who recycle it. It's a yellow card as well for the Uva number 13, Akila Dilmit. So it only gets worse for Uva Province. They are down to 6 players, trailing by 14 points as well. Here's once again Planters inches away now. Unfortunately, they still recycle the ball, and that's over. Another try for the Planters, dominating the second half in style. The try scored by Chamod Palyaguruge. He will convert it. Conversion is not successful. Nevertheless, 31 points to 12. And the game comes to an end. Dominant display from Planters. They had a scare in the first half, but second half sealed the game with 5 tries at the end. The full-time confirmation. 31 points to 12. Upcountry Planters beating Uva Province. Next up, we have Wayamba Province taking on the Blue Whales, the provincial segment of the Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022, the premier Sevens tournament in the country. After 2 years, we are witnessing Sevens action in Colombo, in the club league, and the turnout has been brilliant. 26 teams, 10 women's teams and 16 men's teams are competing in this year's tournament. More than 400 players have signed up. So a lot of rugby talent in the country is on show So please do stay locked in to the Papare.com as we bring you live coverage from the Racecourse International Stadium. Wamber Province kickstart the game, and Blue Whales immediately sloppy hands and giving away the ball in the danger zone. Here's Wimber. That's a knock on once again. Blue Whales will get the ball back. Blue Whales with the ball, going for the clearance kick down the middle of the pitch. And it's Blue Whales who almost chase it down, ends up knocking it on. Wimber continues play, going for that basketball pass, is successful to the number 9 of Wimber, Dhananjay Sampath. Here's Wimber trying to go on the short side, but ends up going out of play. But before that, it was a knock forward from Wimber, and that will be a scrum for Blue Whales. Here's Blue Whales with the feed in. Gets it out. Now, good cross move there. Sending the ball out wide, trying to use the width of the pitch, but no way through that defense. Blue Whales still stuck inside their own 40-meter. Standing strong. Good hands from the Blue Whales. Now changing direction. Going to the far corner. Good offload there. He has space on the outside. Does he have the pace? Goes past one. And brilliant tackle there from the Wimber player. But the support is there for the Blue Whales as they go over for the first try of the match. Sajit Seram with that try. Brilliant stuff from the Blue Whales. They were inside their own half, but good hands and good support lines from the players, helping them to go past the Wimber defense and find the opening try. Here's a restart from Blue Whales, straight into the hands of Dilshan Piyaratna, who goes back, losing ground. Wimber Province under some pressure, and referee is not happy with the ruck, so it's a turnover ball for the Blue Whales. Himanka Dhananjay opts for touch. He finds it deep inside the 22. Brilliant kick there from Himanka. So Blue Whales dominating the first few minutes of the game. 5 points up already in the 5th minute. Line out is successful. And now goes into contact. The first receiver gives it out. Good strength shown by the Blue Whales players. But looks like it's a tussle. Few hands thrown in. Referee will gain control of the game, and will surely have a chat with his assistant referee. Not quite sure what happened there, but surely there will be some cards shown for both the sides. Both teams with the handshakes looks to be all right, but pretty sure that the referee will have his say on it. He's having a chat to the players. The number 11 of Blue Whales, Tarush Dharmadasa, and the number 5, Bhavanta Veerasekara of Vayamba are the two culprits. So both are shown yellow cards. Actually, two Vayamba players are shown yellow cards, and only one player of Blue Whales, Tarush Dharmadasa, who is shown yellow. So Blue Whales with the numerical advantage for 2 minutes, but it's Vayamba's ball. They're inside their own half with brilliant run there from the number 2, Rusan Ranasinghe. Gains good ground, but just couldn't hold his ground and ends up giving away position to the Blue Whales. Blue Whales with the scrum at the halfway point. Good pressure once again from the Vayamba player. Here's Blue Whales with the ball. They have a player on the outside and the numerical advantage, but this time he opts to go by himself. Now it's a scrum off. Asita Jayamal, who finds the pace to go outside, but ends up knocking the ball on. He was just inches away from the try line. Just didn't have enough strength to fend off the final tackle and find the whitewash. It's a free kick awarded for Vayamba Province. We'll kick it out of play, and that's the half time. In this tight encounter, Blue Whales leading 5 points to nil at the halfway mark. Half-time confirmation. Blue Whales leading 5 points to nil. We'll go to a short commercial break.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද රස ගුණ එතැන රස ගුණ කොතැනද පවුලම එතැන පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරේ ඇති තරම් කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි
We're back live from the Racecourse grounds. Blue Whales taking on Waimea Province. Blue Whales leading 5 points to 0. Here's Blue Whales with the restart. Not a good one. It will be a free kick for Waimea Province. Both teams are back to 7. So no damage done for Waimea. They lost 2 players after that little tussle that went infield as Waimea takes the free kick. Here's Waimea Province on the attack, goes into contact. Referee not happy with that, not releasing, says the referee. So penalty for Waimea, takes the tap. Changes direction, going big booming drive there from the Waimea player. Good ground gain. Here's Waimea Province has space on the outside, and he looks like he has the pace as well. He goes over for the first try, and that will that could be a yellow card as well. Yes, it is for that high tackle, and referee will award the try. With the penalty try rather, that high tackle from the Blue Whales player. So 7 points. 7 points to 5. So now Blue Whales under pressure with 1 man down as well. So brilliant start, the ideal start for Waimea Province in the second half. Goes deep with the restart and a fumble. So another costly error from the Blue Whales team. That was the skipper Heshan Maldenia with that fumble. Scrum for the Waimea Province inside the 22. Here's Waimea Province on the attack. Good support play from them. Comes away with the ball. Still going, keeping the ball close, but referee going back to the initial infringement. Not rolling away, says the referee. Here's Waimea using the hands on the outside. He cuts back in, gets the offload, but it's straight to the Blue Whales player. Now Blue Whales changes direction, goes into contact, gets the offload. Blue Whales still with the ball. Good ground made there from the Blue Whales player, but unfortunately looks like it was knocked forward, and referee will stop play. Looks like it's the change for the Waimea side as we enter the 11th minute. And they are back to 7 players as well. So crucial last couple of minutes for both the sides. It could be anyone's game. Blue Wales with the scrum feed. Gets it out quickly. Going to the shorter side now. Goes past one defender. Finds the pace to go past couple more. Brought down at the halfway point. Blue Wales with the ball. Committing themselves in the ruck. Have a play on the outside, but it straightens up. Goes through the middle. Does not make much ground. Now still Blue Wales with the ball. Blue Wales once again. They have pace on the outside. Tries to go around. Does not make ground. But fends off one defender. Looking for options. Finds his support player. Takes it back. The scrum half. And now looking for the far side. Here's Blue Wales. The basketball pass does not get it right. Ultimately finds the winger. But he is pushed out of play. Just on the 22. It was good continuity shown by the Blue Wales side, but just couldn't find the way through the desperate defense of Waimea Province. They are showing desperation, showing that hunger to hold on to this 2-point lead. Just probably 1 more minute remaining in the game. But Waimea are holding on to a very, very slender lead. They have a chance to work their way from their own half with the line out inside their 22. But referee says that they were taking too much time. Gives away ball to the Blue Wales. Here's skipper Maldenia. Fends off one defender. Takes 2 to bring him down. Not 10, says the referee. Danger zone now for the Blue Wales inside the 22 meter. Here's Dharmadasa, Tarush Dharmadasa. Takes the ball, gives it to the number 12 jersey, who changes direction, gets it to the number 15. But the ball is lost, and it's Waimea ball. Once again, Waimea showing desperation and winning that tussle, winning the penalty. Just seconds remaining on the clock for sure. And wisely Waimea Province taking their own sweet time as they kick the ball out of play. Did not take the tap. They just opted to go to touch. Line out for Waimea. The hooter goes off. Final move of the game. They need to get this line out right. A little fumble and gives away the ball. Knock forward, says the referee, and that's the end. A thrilling game. It's a low scoring affair, but it's a thrilling game after all. 7 points to 5. Waimea Province seal the victory by just 2 points. Full-time confirmation. Waimea Province beating Blue Wales 7 points to 5.
Getting ready for the next game, which is the Club A segment game between CRNFC and Police. It will be CRNFC to kick off. Long kick collected by Police. Spreading the ball out wide to the open side. CRNFC making the first tackle. Pass. Knocking on against the ref, so the ref is forced to stop play and call for a scrum. So CRNFC going down in their first game. We want to make amends for that loss here against the Police. So Police to feed the scrum. Scrum half tries to make a break on the short side. CR defense standing strong. Police have recycled the ball. Not the best of passes by the scrum half. Nonetheless, Police managed to retain position and spread the ball out wide. Looking for some space, but CR defense drifts along and manages to keep Police players in check, but Police have recycled the ball. It's a 3-on-1 situation. Fortunately, that final pass just not reaching the hands of his supporting player by the passer, and as a result, there is a knock-on. So the CR team got some interesting players in their ranks. Chatura Seniviratna, Ravin De Silva, Sudham Suryarachi, Thenuka Nanyakara, Kavindu Costa, Chamod Fernando, Erandan Harshana, Imal Karyapala, Dilan Madhushankar, Yasas Kavindu, Devinder Ratnaika, Ruchireka Naika, and Navindu Madhushan. As Police, SCRNFC try to launch another attack. Ball goes to ground. It's recycled. There is a 3-on-2 situation, but ball just not reaching the hand. Collected by Chatura Seniviratna. Does well to stay on his feet until the support arrives. Recycle the ball. Again, ball not going into the hand. Police have managed to retrieve position. Keeping the ball alive, an opportunity for them to launch a counter-attack. But the CR defense does well to drift across and does well to pounce on that ball. The Police tracking is just not good enough. Ball player on the ground was isolated. And CR did very well to pounce on that ball at the breakdown.
Yes, it was very good play from CRNFC.
So one of the Police players is injured. Interesting lineup, Kavit, in this CRNFC outfit.
Yeah, we have some new names. Chatura Senaviratna, Sudham Suryarachi, Thenuka Nanayakara, and so many new names joining CRNFC.
That's right. It will be Amant Haturu Singh to feed the ball into the scrum. Tries to make a break on the short side, finds a bit of space, turns the Police defense inside out, and looks like he will go over for the first score of this game.
Beautiful work from Haturu Singh. He was right, he cut back in, and right under the post goes Haturu Singh. It was a brilliant try from him. Sudham Suryarachi with the conversion.
Yes, he did very well to identify the space on the short side, wasn't it, Kavit? There didn't seem much on. But yet he had a bit of work to do once he made that break, because the fly half had come across, but managed to use his footwork. As we have a look at that replay once again.
There he goes. He cuts back in, inside out, and sprints his way all under the posts for a brilliant try, and opens the scoring for CRNFC.
Yes, the conversion was successful by Sudham. CRNFC leading 7-0. Play has restarted. Police take the ball into contact. Do well to recycle position. Spreading the ball out wide, trying to create something. Lovely shorthand pass to Chetan and Avodh. Ball is recycled. Primesh Danushka passes the ball out wide. Police trying to make a break. Nice offload, lovely running line. Police just need to find players out wide. And looks like they have struck back immediately. So lovely passage of play by the police players on that occasion. Shavin Jayawardena putting the finishing touches to that move under the post. And with the conversion to come, standing 7 points to 5. So the first few minutes was quite dull, but suddenly this game has come alive. Conversion is slotted over.
And
So scores are tied 7 points to 0.
And we'll have a replay of that as well. Here's the replay, a lovely ball over the top, and he just had to cut back in and stroll over the try line and dot it down.
Yes, well, we just saw the last bit of that play, but the build-up to that try was excellent by police. Some good support play, managed to keep the ball alive. As we reach the halfway stage of this first half, scores tied 7 points all. Nice long hanging kick, comfortably collected by Seniratne, and again takes two players in and gets the ball out to his supporting player. Some good defense by the sweepers. Nonetheless, CRNFC have kept the ball alive, spreading it out wide, getting the ball out, breaking the ball in. Ravin De Silva taking the ball into contact, but just being penalized for not maintaining their, not staying on the feet at the breakdown is what the referee seems to have signaled. So unfortunate for Sia, thought they did the hard work, but just not good enough to put the finishing touches to that move. And that'll be half-time, 7 points all.
And
so the first part of that half was quite slow, wasn't it, Kavit? But during the latter stages, the team just seemed to have found their rhythm a bit, and we saw two excellent tries.
Yes, and we have half-time confirmation, 7 points all. As you correctly said, Abdullah, it was dull in the first few minutes, but the latter half really pounced up and came into life. Here's the replay. Hatru Singh going over for the try. He cut back in and went all over under the posts. Was a good try, and Shavin Jayawardena was the other try scorer for police. He also had to cut back in and stroll over the line for a good try.
So that's half-time, 7 points all. Going for a quick break and meet you on the other side as we recommence the game.
Keels Crest කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. Keels Crest. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
So welcome to the second half of this club segment encounter between CRNFC and police. Next match to look forward to will be between Army Sports Club and the Navy Blue outfit. This game, it's 7 points all. Everything to play for in this second half. Looks like it'll be the police outfit who will restart this game. Really good kickoff, but has it gone out on the full? Yes, it looks like. So it'll be a free kick for CRNFC.
Poor start from police. They had possession and couldn't capitalize it looks like they'll restart things again. The referee wasn't on his mark.
They try a short kick, but not successful. CR have done well to recover the ball. Sudham spreading the ball out wide. Again, getting the ball out to Hatrusingha. He's looked very dangerous in this game. Whenever he has had possession of the ball, CR recycle possession well. Get the ball out wide. But some good defense by Police. Marking their opposite numbers very closely. But CR have done well to retrieve the ball, keep the ball alive. Nice flat pass. Got the ball out wide. Sudham Suryarachi spreads the ball out wide. Looks like it's Chamod Fernando. Tries to get the ball out wide, but looks like it has gone forward. Probably not the best option. Would have done well to just hold on to the ball because he was never in a position to make that pass.
He could have held on to position because there was numbers on the outside, but there was one player who was coming in defense. Possession, however, turned over. Police with the feed into the scrum. It will be Primesh Dhanushka with the feed in. Here's Police. Numbers on the outside.
It's a really good work at the breakdown by CRNFC. The turn position over. Looks like they'll be going Chamod Fernando again, just not managing to make that final pass. Police did well to get in between the two players, but looks like they'll be penalized for not rolling away, as it were. So another opportunity for CRNFC, just 5 meters out. Tap is taken. Chatro Senviratna is trying to use his superior physicality and looks like he will. So good try by Senviratna. Goes under the post and scores to give CR the lead in this second half.
Good physicality shown by Chatro Senviratna. He had 3 defenders to beat and he went right over. Beautiful work from Seneviratna.
So Sudham with the conversion. Yes, Kavit, interesting having a look at Chatura playing. It's the kind of player the sevens selectors will be looking closely at. Need three quarters who can hold their own at the contact. So important in the international game, and Chatura Seneviratna is definitely one of those players who has that ability. Had a reasonably good Commonwealth Games outing as well, so definitely an interesting prospect for Sri Lankan Rugby as Sudham collects again. Very well collected by Ashan Lakita. Unfortunately, Sia just not being able to keep that ball alive, going to deck, and Police managing to do some good work at the breakdown and draw that penalty. They've taken the tap again, trying to make a break, but the ball has come out on the side of that ruck. Sia have recovered. And again, Hatrusingha, lovely bit of footwork. Will he go in for his second try? And unfortunately, just a little bit too eager. He needed to have released that ball. Or has the try been awarded?
The try has been awarded, Abdullah. I initially thought he dived over the line and knocked the ball on, but it wasn't to be.
Yes, a courtesy of that try, Sia further extending their lead. 19 points to 7. Suryarachi with the conversion. Has no problem slotting it over, so the lead is extended to 21 points to 7 as we have a look at that again. Bit of untidy work by Police at the breakdown. Hatrusingha has done brilliantly well on that occasion to sidestep a couple of players. Momentum went over and looks like he has planted the ball, so the referee deciding that rather than the touchdown, it was whether he could hold on to the ball while hold on to the ball while he made those couple of rolls, but referee decided that it was momentum that got him there. Therefore, the try being awarded. That's a nice long raking kick by Surya Rache, just 5 meters outside the goal line. Sia will look to try and apply some pressure from here.
Replacements finding its way. Police have immense pressure here. They'll need to get out of jail right inside the 22 meters. Collected cleanly, gives it out wide and puts the ball to boot. And two police chasers. Here's Hatharu Singh trying to get over but doesn't manage to catch him. It was a very good kick and a chase.
Yes, excellent kick. But again, you just need to question where was the CR sweeper, isn't it? Kavit, you knew that they were on their goal line. Chances are they would have kicked the ball, which they did. And CR just found wanting on that occasion. They all had their players up, expecting police to run the ball. But some good vision, as you said, Kavit, at the back. There was no one there, and excellently executed try. So police back in the game. 14 points to 21, with just under a minute to go. So just one score in it. It's been a really entertaining game from these two top A division teams. Sia to throw in. Sudham gets the ball out, collects it cleanly. Sudham evaluating his options. Nicely lobbing the ball out. Ball is knocked on, so a chance for police to launch an attack. Hatharu Singh desperately trying to hold on to the police player. Police have done well to recycle possession. The referee has his arm out for offside. So it's another chance for police. It's Vihanga who takes the quick tap. Police have recycled position, adjudicated that Sia haven't retreated 10 meters. So this is probably the last play of the game. Desperate moments for police. They need to try and score under the post as well. So another penalty for a high tackle. Chance for police, 2-on-1. Will they get the ball out wide? Sudham desperately tries to make that last-ditch tackle, but police go over for the score.
Interesting to see how the conversion will go. It's full time here on our clock, but it's the referee's clock that matters.
So just the conversion to come. 19 points to 21. Conversion to pull the scores together, make it a draw. And the conversion is not successful, so looks like CRNFC will pull this one through.
Very lucky for CRNFC. Police really looked dangerous in the final few minutes of the game. And so here's the full-time confirmation. Police SC 19 points to 21 against CRNFC. The full-time confirmation. We'll have a look at the next game. Army SC taking on Navy Blue.
So it'll be the navy blue outfit to kick off. Nice hanging kick. Army knocking the ball on. So there's no advantage there. They'll come back for the scrum. So Navy Blue will feed the ball into the scrum as a result of that knock-on from the kickoff by Army. Ball is fed in, spread out wide. It's looking for a bit of support, but Army defense has held well. They managed to maintain their shape in defense. Ball goes into the breakdown, but looks like Army have done well at that breakdown. The result, Army have taken that quick tap. Looking to create something, spreading the ball out wide, but looks like the Navy defense have held their line well. Again, a bit of lazy work by Army, resulting in a knock-on. So another opportunity for Army Blue to launch an attack.
They formed deep in their half. Goes for the blind side.
Nice searing run by the Navy Blue player. Does well to make a bit of ground. Good recycling and a bit of an opportunity for the Navy Blue. It's Dimut Pereira who tries to make a break, but the Army defense has drifted across well, but Navy have nonetheless done well to recycle position. Trying to create something, but Army defense has stood firm, and looks like they managed to find a bit of space out wide. Ball has gone to ground. The recycled position. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Will they be able to get the ball out wide? Again, it's Pereira against the experienced Dick Kumbura, but looks like Pereira will go over for Navy's first try. Or has he been pushed into touch?
Looks like he's been pushed into touch by Dick Kumbura. The linesman clearly... The linesman had the call, so it will be a 22-meter dropout.
There's some good desperate defense by Sudaraka Dick Kumbura on that occasion. Covered extremely well. We thought that Pereira was going to go all the way, but just managing to push him into the dead ball area, over the dead goal line as it were. So it'll be a 22 dropout for the Army as a result. Nice long kick. Collected by De Silva on that occasion. Spreads the ball out wide. 2-on-1 situation. Again, good hard tackle by De Kumbura. He's done a lot of good work at the breakdown, but Army have yet been penalized for a side entry to the breakdown. Take the quick tap. He's trying to make a break. But on that occasion, Navy penalized for not supporting their body weight. That was the result of two Army players putting a bit of pressure at that breakdown. So Army have taken a short tap, spreading the ball out wide. In their own 22, nothing much happening. Spreading the ball the other way, just trying to create something. Nice little jinking run. And looks like Army made the break, but some good desperate cover defense. The Army has his arm out for a knock-on. It's an opportunity for Navy Blue to launch another attack. Got the ball out. And this time it's Navy who have knocked the ball on. Bit static in their attack. Not moving forward, just giving Army enough time to realign in defense. And as a result, knocking the ball on.
Army defense has been really good in the first few minutes of the game. Navy has thrown everything at Army, but the defense has held really strong, and they've already made a break as well, but didn't have the speed to match to that.
So It looks like it's Army who have managed to relaunch another attack. 2-on-1 situation, and that was a lazy arm. Probably find that player going to the bin as a result. Referee seems to have let it go. So Army have taken the quick tap, popped the ball out wide. Lovely bit of interpassing by the Army on that occasion. Got the ball out wide. Dikumbura goes for a grubber kick. And looks like he's managed to find a bit of space. Collected by Lasanta Kumara. Does extremely well to stay on his feet, and looks like that'll be the first score of this game. Wonderful vision burst first by Dikumbura, and a really good chase by Lasanta Kumara. And as a result, that'll be the first score under the post for Army. 5-0.
Beautiful work from Army. Again, the Navy sweeper was not there. Hence, it was easy for Dikumbura to spot that space in behind, and Kumar, who had one man to beat, he showed his physicality, and right under the post goes Kumar.
Yes, so it was a bit hard for Navy to have a player at the back, isn't it, Kavit? Because there have been a couple of phases, and they managed to draw the defense up as a result. But again, good vision by Dikumbura to kick that ball ahead. Army have now restarted the game, and they managed to turn position over, holding onto the position. Needed to get that ball out wide was Dikumbura, just holding onto the ball on that occasion. Navy have done really well to turn position over. Looks like they'll be launching another attack. And looks like they'll be going over for their first try. Desperate chase by the Army defender, but don't think it'll be successful. So that'll be the first try for Navy. Just on the stroke of half-time. It's Dimut Pereira, I believe, who has gone over for that try.
It was a foot race for the try line. Good work from Navy and Dimut Pereira, who ran on the outskirts of line. The conversion doesn't find its target. And that will be half time. 7 points to 5 is how the half ends. That's confirmation. Army 7 points to Navy's 5 points. Here's the replay. Lasanta Kumara going in for the first try. After that beautiful kick from Sudarada Dikumbura, he chased it down, and Dimut Pereira ran around Lasanta Kumar. There you go. To score that first try for Navy. Next match will be Havelock's Sports Club taking on Navy Sports Club. And we'll go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have live action.
So welcome to the second half of this encounter between Army Sports Club and Navy Blues. Army taking the lead first of all, and then on the stroke of half-time, Navy equalizing. So it's all equal going into the second half. It'll be the Navy Blues out or rather it'll be the Army outfit to kick off. It's a nice hanging kick, but doesn't look like it'll reach the 10 meters, so it'll be a free kick in favor of Navy. Taken a short tap courtesy of Chaturo Gomez. Spreads the ball out wide. Ball goes on the bounce. And nice bit of footwork by Gayana Anuruddha, keeps the ball alive. Navy have managed to switch ends and give the ball a bit of air. And lovely sidestep. Will he be able to go over? And looks like Navy will draw first blood in the second half. Some good work by Navy to change directions, spreading the ball from one end to the other, putting a lot of pressure on that Army defense. And it's their skipper, Eranga De Silva, who has gone over for that first try. Just the start Navy would have wanted. So it's 10 points to 7 actually. That first conversion did not go through. So as a result of that try, Navy Blues take the lead as we have a look at that once again. Just a bit of indecision in that Army defensive line enabled Eranga to just creep through that gap and go over for Navy's second try of the game. So Navy kick off, but looks like it's unforced error by Army. Pretty careless on their part. Nimesh Rodrigo is the guilty party, knocking that ball on.
Gives away possession to Navy just after they have scored and taken the lead. It was an ideal time for Army to hit back, but here's an opportunity, blindside open for Navy. The ball has been knocked on.
Yes, just for trying to force that last pass and knocking the ball on, and now an opportunity for Army to launch an attack. Dikumbura trying to create something, but the Navy defense did well to get across. Again, just looking for that pass. Now there's a bit of room here for the Army if they execute properly. Nice wide pass to Dikumbura again. Unfortunately, just knocks the ball on. Unforced error by Army, but some good scrambling defense by the Navy Blues outfit as well. Yet most teams we see Kavit just losing the ball when they take it into contact. Need to be very accurate in holding on to possession. Don't want to give up possession away so easily in these games of sevens rugby. Because defending is never an easy task. So Navy Blues to feed the scrum. Free kick has been awarded. For raised knee seems to be the call. So Army take the short tap. Spread the ball out wide. Change of direction. Nice supporting line. The oncoming Navy player did well to pounce on that ball, but only thing is he did not keep his body weight, went onto the ground and was penalized. And looks like Navy haven't retired the 10 meters. So another penalty for Army, another chance for them to launch an attack. Get the ball out wide, switch pass. like Army trying to launch an attack, keeping the ball alive. Oh, lovely interception. Maybe trying to put the finishing touches, but some good defensive work by Navy. And they've done really well to retrieve possession and launch another attack. So a bit of a comedy of errors there. Lasanta Kumara thought the referee was one of his own players and passed the ball to him. The ball striking the referee, which resulted in having to call for a scrum in Army's favor. Could Lasant have done that deliberately, knowing that his supporting players were not there? Never know.
12 and a half minutes on our clock. Navy Blue still leading 10 points to 7. Army looked like they a free kick given. And here's Dikumbura. He's been defended really well. Penalty and a yellow card by the looks of it. Lifting above the horizontal.
Yes, I think more than that, the fact that he was off his feet, I don't think he had any rights to make that tackle. And now it's the Army player on this occasion who returns the favor and will join one of the Navy players in the bench. So it's 6 players all. Sometimes you just cannot understand, isn't it, Kavit? It's very clear that you just cannot make the tackle when a player is in the air. In Navy, it's a 6-on-6 situation. Managed to recycle possession. Probably the final play of this game. Navy can hold on to possession. Game will be theirs, but another loose pass. Nonetheless, Navy managed to retain possession from that. And Kumara again has done brilliantly well for Army. Dikumbura trying to make a break, and will he be able to go over and clinch this game for his team? And looks like he will. So the veteran Sudaraka Dikumbura putting the finishing touches to that move, but you have to give a lot of credit to Lasanta Kumara, who did some brilliant work at the breakdown to turn that ball over and run up and give Dikumbura the opportunity to run up against a disorganized Navy defense. And on the stroke of full time, Army have managed to pull this game through. 12 points to 10. The conversion was over 14-10. But it wouldn't have made any difference because Army, on the stroke of half full time, have managed to pull this one through after trailing for most of that game.
Here's the full-time confirmation, 14 points to 10 against Army, taking the win against Navy Blue. Beautiful work from Army. And the next match, here's the replay. That's the first try of the second half. It was the captain going on to score. And here's Asanta Kumara doing brilliantly at the breakdown, giving it out to Sudhara Dikumbura, who cut back in and went through the defense and right under the posts. Havelock's taking on Navy SC.
So the kickoff, not successful. Gives Havelocks an opportunity to take a tap on the halfway mark and launch an attack. Havelocks take the tap. Nice switch. And looks like it's Ramesh Fernando who will go over for the first try. Former Pete Wright, a very strong runner. Nice little switch pass there, giving Fernando just the bit of space he needed to make that run. And Havelocks have drawn first blood.
And the conversion is good as well. So it's 7 points to nil. Here's the replay. Giving it out was Randita Varnapura. A lovely inside ball to Ramesh Fernando. And over for the try.
So Havelocks kick off again, but the chase I don't think was good as it should be. And really good desperate tackle by Havelocks. Taken the quick throw, but referee looks like he has called back for the line out. Ball is thrown in cleanly. The ball gets out. Navy defense rushes up, but Havelocks have done really well. Varnapur on that occasion to make a lot of ground. Gives him platform for his rest of the players to launch an attack. Spread the ball out wide. Good defense by Navy, but Havelocks have done well to recycle the ball. Spread the ball out wide. It's a bit of a hospital pass, but they've done really well to get the ball out to Ramesh Fernando, trying to create something. Does well, but unfortunately, just at that crucial moment, trying to get that offload, not having control of the ball, and as a result, knocking it on.
He had the ball on one hand of, and hence the tackle was a little too strong, and knocking the ball on was Ramesh Fernando, the try scorer.
So looks like there are two brothers playing in this team. Is it Ravin Fernando is the younger brother playing at fly half, and his elder brother who scored that first try is on the wing 3. So Navy, winning that's come, just trying to create something. Lakmal Dinesh, but it's just not been able to make that head on, and Navy penalized for, Havelocks penalized for a side entry, and looks like it's Harsha Madhuranga who takes a quick tap, catching the Havelocks defense snapping, and goes over to, well, he has net grounded, and he now has for Navy's first try, 7 points to 5. Navy striking back immediately.
With the conversion to come as well. And the conversion is good, so it's 7 points all. Here's the replay quickly taken by Harsha Madhuranga. And right under the post goes Madhuranga.
Yes, well, something you always taught is never turn your back on your opponent, isn't it, Kavit? And that's exactly what Havelocks did. And Madhuranga was sharp enough to take that quick tap and go over for Navy's first try. So it will be Navy to kick off. Again, nice hanging kick, but probably a bit too far. Havelocks just looking at their options. Taking the ball into contact is I think it's just trying to get the name on. It's Hiranta Pereira. Frankie forward, taking the ball into contact, but looks like it has been ruled as a knock-on in favor of Havelocks.
Havelocks, yeah.
Probably it was adjudicated that it was ripped off. It fell on the opposite side. So Ravin De Silva just trying to create something, but nothing there. The Navy defense stands strong, and this time the ball has been ripped really well by Navy. Chance for them to launch an attack. Will they be able to go over? being penalized for a side entry at the breakdown. So another attacking opportunity for Navy. Madhuranga takes the tap, passes the ball out wide, just trying to create something. But again, Navy just guilty of not having enough players at that breakdown.
But beautiful work from Havelock Sports Club. And here's Ravin Fernando trying to kick and chase. A good covering tackle as well. And good defense from Ravin Fernando. Quickly taken. Gives it out wide. Numbers on the outside for Havelock.
Hiranta Pereira takes the ball into contact. Looks like it's Ravin Fernando again making that break. This ball is spread out wide. Do Navy have enough players? They managed to get the ball in, and it's over for Havelock's second try. Chanaka Chandimal is the try scorer. So looks like Havelocks have been recycling their players quite well, managing to get those fresh legs in at the crucial moment, and the conversion is successful. Ravin Fernando slots it over, and that will be half-time.
Here's the half-time confirmation. Havelock Sports Club's 14 points to 7 of Navy Sports Club. And here's the replay. Ramesh Fernando, the first try being scored. Beautiful work, cutting back in, and right over goes Ramesh Fernando. And the second try, the first for Navy, was scored by Harsha Madhuranga. Havelock turned their back on Harsha Madhuranga when he sniped through. And the final try was scored by Chanaka Chandimal. Here you go. A lovely running angle. And the defense couldn't hold him. Those were the 3 tries that were scored. And next match is going to be the Air Force Sports Club taking on the Barbarians. That will be the next match.
So we're getting ready for the second half of this encounter between Navy and Havelocks. Havelocks up 14 points to 7. Will be Havelocks to kick off. Nice hanging kick. Again, bit careless by Varnapur on that occasion. Need to let the player who catches the ball get to the ground before he makes the tackle. Navy have done well to recycle position. Got the ball out. And nice storming run by Adisha Veeratunga, the Sri Lankan cap, showing his strength. And a superb try by Adisha, showing his class. We were talking earlier about Chatur Seniviratna using his physicality, and Adisha is another one of those players whom I'm sure the selectors will keeping a close eye on. Looks like he has sustained a slight injury. Let's just hope it's a smash and nothing more. So it's 12 points to 14. The conversion is a good strike. And it's over, so it's 14 points all. Converted by Dinesh De Silva. As we have a look at that once again. A really strong run by Adisha Veeratunga. Good handoff. Desperate defense by young Ravin Fernando, but unfortunately not being able to hold him off. Navy kicking off. Havelocks managing to recover position, and nice pass again by Havelocks. Trying to make a quick pass, but not going to hand. And now an opportunity for Navy to launch a counter attack. Got the ball out, spreading it out wide. Running into a bit of traffic. Referee has his arm out, not releasing the tackler is the call. Navy take the quick tap, but losing the ball in contact. But looks like Havelocks hadn't got back 10 meters. It's another attacking opportunity for Air Force. Game on the line, 14 points all. Just around 3.5 minutes remaining. Or rather 4.5.
Everything to play for both these teams. Havelock Sports Club scored early, but both times Navy has managed good footballing skills by Ravin Fernando. Puts the ball to boot again.
Yes, I thought Havelocks did really well, but unfortunately, tackler not rolling away. It was just one of those situations where Havelocks probably a bit unlucky after doing all the hard work in defensively. So it's a long ranging kick. Will it reach touch? And it has. So I think it was off a penalty, so I don't think Ravin De Silva can take that quick line out. And how crucial could that kick be, Kavit? Havelocks, I think, need to be a bit more alert from that kick. Let the ball bounce. It just rolled into touch 5 meters away from their own goal line. So this is a crucial line out in the context of this game as far as Navy is concerned.
It should have been Havelock ball, right?
It was from a kick or it was from a penalty.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's going to be Navy's number 23 to throw the ball in. 22, Lakmal, Dinesh Lakmal. Managed to get the ball over, and looks like Navy have managed to find a bit of space. Lahiru Herat has gone over for Navy's third try. A crucial score. Conversion to come, 19 points to 14. So the conversion is successful. Lead is extended 21 points to 14 as we have a look at that replay once again. Again, good bit of work by Lahiru Hera to identify the space. The Havelock's defense just caught napping. And Herat was good enough to exploit that gap and go over for Navy's third try. So Navy have managed to recover position from that kickoff. Ball is knocked on. An attacking opportunity for Havelocks. A real strong run by Umesh Bian Vilage. Managed to recycle position, and then a chance for Havelocks to launch an attack again, and Ravin Fernando, or Romesh Fernando, the elder brother, going over for his second try. And Havelocks have struck back immediately. Real strong run by Ravin Fernando. Didn't have much room to work with, but used his space to good effect. Went over for Havelock's third try. So as we approach the final minute of this game, it's 19 points to 21, conversion to come. And the conversion is a stray, so Navy hold on to a 2-point lead. So we have a look at that try once again. Ramesh Fernando just sizing up his opponent. It was Navy's number 13, Dinesh De Silva, just not having the pace to keep up with Fernando. Havelocks have restarted play again. That kickoff needed to be much better because they needed to get hold of possession. Now Navy just need to try and keep possession, not do anything silly. Try and run this clock down, which looks like they have. Has the final hooter gone? No, it hasn't. So a lack of judgment by Navy on that occasion gives Havelocks another opportunity. How crucial could that error be, Kavit, in the context of this game? Havelocks have managed to retain possession, spread the ball out wide. Evaluating their options, Robin Fernando. Nice cheeky pass, not quite finding the hand, but nonetheless, Havelocks have managed to retain possession. Havelocks have players out wide. Just evaluating the options. And looks like it will be again Ramesh Fernando showing really good strength on that occasion to blitz that defense. Two Fernando brothers have been in the thick of everything good that Havelocks have done in this game. And the conversion is successful. Mithun Hapugoda does the honors. And it's 21 all, is it?
24 points to 21.
24 points to 21, okay.
Is how it ends. And the conversion was good, so it was 26 points to 21. The full-time confirmation, Havelocks Sports Club defeating Navy Sports Club. And now we'll have Air Force taking on the Barbarians.
Final game of the club segment second round matches. Air Force taking on the Western Barbarians. Barbarians kicking off high hanging kick collected by Havelock. Air Force by the now Air Force trying to find some space, offloads it to the corner, running around the defense of Barbarians, but that pass goes straight into the hands of the Western Barbarians player, but the referee deeming that the player was in touch when the offload came in. Line out secured by Air Force, spreading it to the wider channels. Goes in through one man to beat, but a good tackle there by the Barbarians player. Air Force now switching and going to the other corner. Goes through one and offloads it to the big man in the corner, and he goes over. That's Tarushi Dilshan going over for Air Force to open the scoring. Good passage of play by the men, spreading the ball towards both wider channels and finally making it over the line, and a good conversion Beautiful conversion from a very difficult angle. And that takes their tally up to 7 points. Here we see the replay of that try. Good pass, identifying their space, and no defender there from the Barbarians, and the big man goes over. Isard is successful. Yafos managing to collect their own kick. Now they are going to spread it again to the wider channels, missing one player, but again going to run around this Barbarians defense. And a beautiful inside ball, allowing Yafos to go over for the second try. It's Ishara Madhujan going over for Yafos, and straight away stamping their authority in this game. Too fast for the Barbarians, this Yafos outfit. Making good passes and running around the corner. As you see the conversion, this time too it's successful, so 2 out of 2 for Yafos. Here we go, see beautiful pass into Ishara Madhushan, and he goes over for the second try for the Yamin. Few changes straight away for the Barbarians. Yafos are running away with it in this first 3 minutes. Another high-hanging kick, this time not collected by Yafos. Barbarians securing the position, goes into contact. Now they will look to settle in, but quickly taken. Referee has advantage for the Western Barbarians. Kick and chase by the Barbarians, but the defensive player from Yafos going back and securing the ball. And now from their own half, Yafos making inroads into this Barbarian defense. Passing it to the big man, number 7. He's going to run around for the third try. He's going to ease past the defense, and he's going to walk over under the sticks to score the third try for Yafos. See a replay of the try going around. The defense was not strong enough to pull this man down. Just passing it over and walking under the post to score the try. Yafos now again looking to hit at this Barbarians outfit. Just making inroads and spreading it to the corner. And this time another easy try for the Yamin. Running away with this game in this first half. 5 minutes on, 4 tries scored, 26 points to nil. Now Barbarians are with position, trying to secure some space, still going strong, but ripped off by the Air Force player. Fends off one, And he has 2 more to defend. And a good tackle by the Barbarians player, but referee awarding a penalty for holding on. So just desperate defense from the Barbarians. They will look to go for touch to gain some yards forward, knowing that this Yafor's team is very strong in defense, so important that they move out of that 22 and just secure this line out and make an attacking move against this Yamen. Stolen by Yafos. Again, giving a penalty for holding on. Now Barbarians have numbers, but losing the ball when he went into contact. Now Yafos gonna do the counter attack from their own 50-meter line going forward. Now they will set it up, but again, 3rd time in a row, Yamen being caught for holding on the ball, not releasing it. Now the Barbarians will look for some sort of a comeback, but the kick and chase not working in their favor. And Yafos now playing with the advantage. Going to spread it to the corners, but losing it, and the referee will call back. And there could be a yellow card. Yes, it is. So Barbarians are down to 6. Things are getting a bit worse for this new outfit from the Western Province. Knowing that this is the last passage of play in this first half, they would like to go to the break with another score in their bag. Now Yafos going to use their corner men who are running right around this Barbarians, and a good offload yet again. And Yafos scoring their 5th one. Easy work for the Yamen during this first half, piling on 5 tries. And the conversion is true, so keeps intact his 100% record. And Yafos go into a break with a hefty lead against this Western Barbarians. And here we see the halftime confirmation, 35-0. Here we go, the highlights of the first half. Similar plan by the Yamen, spreading the ball to the wider channels and going over. You see a beautiful offload to Ishara Madushan. He scores his right. And the tries kept on coming for the Yafos outfit. Big man barging over, fending off the tacklers of the Barbarians. Then we saw another try in the same fashion, straightening the line and offloading into the corner and going easily. And just before the break, another try for Yafos, good enough for the boys from Patmalana. So 35-0. Coming up next, we have the Southern Province taking on the North Central Province in the provincial segment. All set for the second half action in this game between Air Force and Barbarians. Air Force stamping their authority in the first half with 5 unanswered tries. Now looking to increase that tally. Spreading to the wider channels, coming back in. Now setting up for another move is the Yamen from Ratmalana. One to beat and a long pass to the big man. And he goes over for his second try. Conversion goes astray, so 40 points to nil. As you see the highlight of that try, just the same passage of play. So 40 to nil. Yafus having an easy task in their hands. Barbarians are making few changes to their lineup. So does the Yafos team. A high hanging kick goes the 10 meters. And Yafos collecting the ball back to their speedy line. Trying to run around, go around, cuts back in, goes into contact. And leaking the penalty. Oh. And plus gaining 10 more meters forward. The kick and chase has not been working for the Barbarians yet. Still they are opting, knowing that they are unable to bridge this defense from Yafos. And Yamen being stronger and now finds a gap, goes past one, and he has the speed to go over for the 7th try of the game. It's easy work by Yafos. The big man scores the hat-trick in this game. Conversion is true, so 47 as you see, fends off one, and the last defender does not have the strength to tackle the big man. Just going past under the sticks for the 7th try. So biggest points margin in this tournament now, 47 to nil. Ball does not travel the 10 meter. Yafos has been a complete side throughout these first 2 games. They have got the restarts on spot other than the one before. Their conversion and off and an interception there by Yafos. It's getting bad and worse for the Barbarians, as easily Yamen go under the post to score another try, and that's the half century for the Yamen. First in this tournament. And that's true. So 54 for Yafos. Here we go. That offload intercepted perfectly. And no one's going to catch him. The Barbarians have already given up on that try. Coincidentally, the Yafos is the defending champions of the Club Sevens. They had last year. So they are going to defend their title. All set for a restart. As Yamen are making few changes. 54 points on the board. I think they have emptied their bench, giving all players some time in the hot sun. And a high hanging kick goes to 10 meter. Ball's been bounced, kicked away by the Barbarians. Just need to pick it up, but he manages to do it. Now they set it up. Can they end this game with a score to their name? Huge gap. Shows and goes, but tackled. But referee says Yafos did not play onside. They were deemed offside by the referee. Another chance for these Barbarians. Inside pass goes to one and knocks it on, unfortunately. The play is on, but referee will bring back for the knock on. Sheer dominance from Yafos from the get-go. Piling on tries and throughout the first half and continuing the trend in the second. Yafos will try to run from their own try line. Passing to the corner, trying to look through one, knowing that if they can get through one, that will be enough to go all the way. Now going to run and pass it to the corner, trying to run around. Cuts back in, offload is good. Still going strong, but referee says that was accidental offside. So one last bite at the cherry for the Barbarians. Kick and chase their option. This time the kick is on. And Yafos collecting and playing on. Gonna run from their own try line now. Goes into contact. Offloads it. And getting a penalty. Not releasing the tackler. So Yafos knowing that the time's up. Gonna go again. This Barbarians defense. Penalty and a yellow card for an intentional knock on there. Hooter goes off. So this will be the last play. 54 points, and you just kick it out and end this game. The referee will call back to the initial mark, and they are going to do the same. So that is it from the club segment second round. These teams will come back in the evening yet again for the final round. 8 teams divided into 2 pools, so each one will play against each other. So that's the full-time confirmation. Yafos destroying the Barbarians, 54 points to 0. Here we go, the highlights of the second half. Yafos going through the defenses with this Barbarian side struggled throughout the game against the speed and the strength of this Yamin, and we see and saw the interception there. Easy try for Yafos. So coming up next, Southern Province will take on North Central Province in the provincial segment. And both teams will aim to get a victory in their belt. Southern Province kicking things off. Collected by the North Central outfit. Now they will look to spread it to the corner, knowing that there's some space, but he cuts back in and trying to run around. Good piece of tackling. And ball is turned over here. Southern Province with possession, but they are going backwards at the moment. Long cutout pass, and now to the corner. Trying to run around the defender, still going strong. An offload is good. Unfortunately losing the ball in the contact now and leaking a penalty. Central Province on the attack. One defender to beat. Now offloads it. Unfortunately loses the ball. That was 5 points in the offering. Just couldn't grab it at that moment. And losing it. Southern Province on the other hand, very lucky that they are still in the hunt. It was an easy try in the offering, but unfortunately knocking the ball over. Southern Province now from the scrum. Going to attack this North Central Province. Cuts back in. Offload is good. Rush defense and another good offload. Some silky hands from the boys from the Southern. Referee says play on as the ball went out of that ruck. No hands involved, so play on, says the referee. Long pass, but good defense from the Southern Province players, playing with advantage now. They will try to go through Yasidas, so this is the opening try for Southern Province. So 5 points on the board. Conversion is good, so 7 points for Southern Province, who was under the radar in the first few minutes from this North Central Province. But here we go, replay going through that gap and going over for the try. Now North Central Province looking to get the ball out of that ruck, but referee says coming from the side. Penalty to North Central Province, who should have scored a try early in this space. But a knock forward prevented that. Now they are trailing by 7. Good offload in the ground. Going backwards is the North Central boys. Good pressure from Southern Province, making them go the distance from their own 50. Now the ball has been turned over. Now again gonna set it up Fends off the defender, still goes around. Does he have the speed to just pass over? And he goes over for the second try. That's another hit against this North Central Province team. Southern Province going over for their second one. Conversion just misses through. Good effort from the Southern Province player. Here we go. The long pass. First time got through. Second time also got through him. And third time, no luck for the North Central Province player there. His counterpart going over. Another high hanging kick goes to 10 meter. Collected by North Central Province. Brought down, now looking to set it up. Good chip kick, finding space, but referee will bring back and give a yellow card for the Southern Province player. Just some foul play over there, preventing the ball, the player from going to catch that chip kick. Was why the penalty and the yellow card was awarded. And Southern Province giving a few unwanted penalties after scoring 2 tries. Goes through the gap, waiting for support to arrive, but defense is on par now. Goes into contact, no way out there, so they change the direction of the attack. Looking to run corners, good supporting line, and that's over for the first try. Good scissor ploy use, offloading it inside to the player. And Southern players expected that the ball would have been passed over to the corner, but good lined run by the supporting player. As you see, the conversion is over. So 7 points to 12. We go to the break and we have a game in our hands come the second half. Halftime confirmation, Southern Province leading 12 points to 7. And here we go, the highlights of the first half. Southern Province opening the scoring, and then they added another try with this brilliance from the winger. Spun Madhuranga there going over in the corner, and just before the half-time break for North Central Province, Kinendra Jayasiri going over. So coming up next, we see Western Province taking on Sabaragamu. Two good sides who had a few victories in their games. We'll take a short commercial break and we'll come back with second half action.
Heels crest කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. Heels crest. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Back again for the second half action from this Southern Province versus North Central Province game in the Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens Day 1. Penalty straight away awarded to Southern. Taking it quickly, knowing that the defense was not organized properly, but the referee will bring back play for the same reason. Now Southern Province just setting things up. The next try of this game will be crucial. And a good pass to the corner, and that is going to be a try for Southern Province. Scoring under the post. And now the pressure will be back again to the North Central Province. They ended the first half on a high, but they have conceded at a juncture which is not suitable. As you see, Manil Kashihan going over for the Southern Province, and the conversion is not good. That's a costly miss, but as you see, another replay of that try, putting the afterburners and going under the post. Another high-hanging kick, just going the 10 meters, and referee sees the AR's flag up. Ball is gone out of the play. North Central Province will have the throw into this line out. Line out is secured. Straight away goes into contact. Now they have numbers 2 against 2. He knows that he's unable to run around. Puts the chip kick, big kick in. Bounce is favorable, but unfortunately knocking the ball over. Sigh of relief for the Southern team, because that kick, if it was collected properly, could have been opening, which the North Central Province team was hoping for. But the collection was not successful, so the scrum towards the Southern Province. Out. Long pass not going into the hands. That's a big shot. Could be a yellow card in the making. Straight away against a try scorer. Manika Shehan. That was high, and that was at pace, so hopefully that player is all right. Medics are attending it to it straight away. So a few of these kind of tackles in the NRL in Australia could is very dangerous. Doing a concussion test. Definitely a yellow for the North Central Province team. The Investing is for him to go and have a break. Knowing you have 17 points to 5, good healthy lead, but he intends to play now. You can see a yellow card being shown. So minimal damage to North Central Province. 6 against 7. Now opportunity to seal the game for the Southern Province team. Cuts back in that 2 players. You can't play the ball the ground. It goes into contact. You have to release it, and you cannot put a pass from there onwards. Gifting opportunity to North Central Province, who are playing with 6 at the moment. Booming tackle was committed to that before the pass. Few inches more, goes over. Has he grounded it? Yes, he has. That's an important try. 10 points to 17. The game is being opened up in this last 2.5 minutes to come. And this try is more important to North Central Province, as he scored with 6 men. Conversion been not successful. The wind taking it away. 2 more minutes to play. 10 points to 17. We have a game in our hands, as you see. That kick collected. And he had the power to just pass through that defender and take over the ball over the line. Restart is good, but the ball is with the Southern Province now. We'll look to spread to the corner. He's running around easily. Chase is on, but he goes over. That will definitely seal the game for Southern Province. Supun Maduranga going over for the 4th try. And a good try at an important juncture where North Central Province wanted a mistake from the Southern Province players, but they came up with a try. Conversion is no good, so 22 plays 10. Here we go. A replay. Supun Maduranga going around, and he had the support player, but it was not required as he went over the line. Long pass as we hear the hooter going on, and a knock forward, and that could be it if this play stops and the number 2 offloads it and the ball goes out of his hand. So that is it from this game. Boys from South defeating the North Central Province team. It was a tight game until that try from Supun Maduranga took it over. As you see the full-time confirmation, 22 points to 10 in favor of Southern Province. Highlights of the second half for Southern Province opened the scoring by the speedster Manika Shehan, and then we had a try from North Central Province team, just making things a little bit spicy, and then the killer blow from the big man. It is all set for Sabaragama Province versus the Western. And a high hanging kick collected by the Western Province team. Passing into the corner. Two high running teams in this game. Now Western Province are looking for options. Changes the direction there. Sabaragamuwa defense still managing to keep this Western Province team. Now he fends off one but cannot go over. Still the ball is with the Western Province team. Cheeky offload to that player. Referee says play on. Kick and chase from Western Province. The ball comes on, but referee is calling play back. To a knock forward during that kick. Call came from the AR. So scrum to Sabaragamuwa. Sabaragamuwa with possession still in their half. First opportunity to go at this Western Province team. Good inside pass. And a penalty. Holding on, says the referee. Now Western Province given another chance to go, and he goes to one, but just hangs through. Now in the corner, can he run around the number 7? Yes, he can. And that will be Jamit Hewamulage going over for the opening try of the game. For Western Province, he kept on attacking in this first 2.5 minutes, and finally they get paid for their hard work. Conversion is true, so 7 points up for Western Province. Here we go. A replay of that try. Shamath Hemamulage going under the sticks. Back live. Long kick. No collectors. Can he go over? One man to beat. The offload is good, says referee. Now they have numbers. Someone needs to straighten up. Number 7 goes into contact. Good offload. Shows and goes. Still going. They have a penalty for a high tackle. Now Sabaragamuwa Province in attack. Finally making some passes stick. One man in the corner cuts back in. Offloads it. And he goes over. That is Sagara Sampath for Sabaragamuwa. That try from Western Province was a real wake-up call for the Sabaragamuwa lads. Straight away replying with another try. The importance of scoring under the post by the Western Province player Chamath. That helps his kicker to add the 2 points. And this time Sabaragamuwa cannot convert it, so they get the lead by 2 points for Western Province. So you see, going out knowing that he needed the 5 points. Did not went to contact, just went to the corner and scored. High hanging kick collected nicely by Western Province. Now they need to make a reply for that try. Fence off one. Now he has support inside, but still going strong. Finally being brought down, and an advantage coming up for Western Province. They will just spread the ball to the corner, and unfortunately knocking the ball over in the process. Had a good opportunity to go against this Sabaragamo defense, who were struggling at that moment. Quick passes making them struggle with their formations. And a change coming up straight away from Sabaragamo. Into the last minute of the first half. Close tussle between these two teams. Now Sabaragamo with the feed in, trying to find a gap, get some space, opens up with a good offload, but that offload goes into the hands of the Western Province player. But the referee says there was a knock forward from the Western Province player, so the play stops and another chance for Sabaragamo. Offloads are good, but sometimes that does not stick. Then you have some difficulties in maintaining possession. So that's what happened to Sabaragamo. Fortunately, Western Province player made a error in collecting the ball, and possession back to Sabaragamo. Okay, now changing the direction. Good defense. Good offload when he was tackled. Can he run around? No, he can't. So he has to change the direction now. And the ball is knocked on. We saw a few knock-ons. 3 during this last minute. Referee says that's enough for the first half. And blows his whistle for half-time. So close game. 7 points to 5. Only the conversion making the difference from Western Province. See the highlights in the first half. Western Province opened the scoring through Chamathe Mullage, going under the 6, and which enabled for that easy conversion. And the reply from Sabaragamo straight away after that try by Sampath Sagar. Coming up next, the Upcountry Planters going ahead with Wamba. And we'll take a short commercial break and we'll come back with second half action.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Welcome back to Racecourse. Second half action between Sabaragamo versus the Western Province in the provincial segment. 7 points to 5 in favor of the Western Province. All to play for in this second half. Western Province kicking things off. High hanging kick doesn't go the 10 meter. So giving away position straight away from the kickoff to Sabaragamuwa. Free picking up back play. Not retrieving the 10 meters is the call from the free kick. Long pass but knocked forward there. Trend of losing the ball from the first half has gone over to the second as well. Both teams making some passes and not collecting it properly. Because of that, we had a stop-start affair in this game. Tighter game when compared to the other ones. Now Western Province with the position. Will spread to the wider channels, trying to go over. Goes into contact. Now they're going to set it up again. Goes to run around, but no good from Western Province. But a quick decision to collect it and run through that defender. Knockback says the referee, but the ball has now been collected by Sabaragamuwa. Now Sabaragamuwa with the position, trying to run around, taking the longer route and losing the ball in the process. Western Province collecting it and playing it on. Now spreading to the corner, collects the ball nicely and goes through that defense. And that will be the second try, and an important try. That's Vishwadenet going over. For the Western Province team. And he scores. Taking some valuable seconds off from the clock. 12 points to 5. Conversion is good, so 14 to 5. Sabaragamuwa needs to score twice if they want to win it. We go with collecting it and straightening it straight away and finding that gap in that defense and scoring the second try. We start another high hanging kick. This time it goes over 10 meters, but collected beautifully there by the Sabaragamuwa player. He's going to set it up for another attack. They need to score quickly if they want to stay in this game. And now to the wider channels, trying to cut back in, finds a gap, but the defense is there. Another good offload. Sabaragamuwa is running some good lines, but no support is what is hindering their efforts. Yet again, another high shot. Could be a card coming. They can score from this. It will bring this bring us to an exciting ending. Good offload. And another good one to the try scorer, Sagar. Referee saying that turnover was good. And a penalty for They are going back to that high shot and giving a yellow card to Western Province. Last 2 minutes of the game. They're going to play it with 6 in the park. And Sabaragamu needs to score quickly. Long pass to the corner, cuts back in, no support. That has been the problem. They're making inroads. A forward pass is deemed by the referee. They're running some good lines, but unfortunately no support. When you go into contact, they try to offload it. But the supporters are not there. That has been the problem in this game for the Sabaragamu team. They ran in some good tries in the opening of 2 games. This time they got a good defensive side and struggling to go fast. If they had gone at that moment, the last minute would have been a bit interesting. As you see, Western Province are making changes to their side. (14 points to 5). Now trying to run from their own red zone, setting things up, puts the kick, and the chase is on. And Sabaragamu in the process have knocked forward the ball. This knock-on has made this second half and this game a bit slower in pace when compared to other games. Just in the dying embers of this half, the second half. So Western Province would say they have sealed this game. Hooter goes off in the background. So last play, secure the scrum and put the ball away. Would have been ideal for the Western Province, but they are taking it to the corner and want to give a hit against this Sabaragamu team. Good kick and a good collection from the Western Province team. And he's going all the way. Alahakon collected his kick and went over, and they end the second half on a high. (19 points to 5), and this will add the extra, so that's 21 to 5. And Western Province winning the game. That's the full-time confirmation, 21 to 5 in favor of Western Province.
Next up, we have Upcountry Planters taking on Wayamba Province. Country Planters in their green jerseys, Wimber in their white jersey, held up in the tackle, and referee rightfully awards the ball to the upcountry Planters. Scrum ball for the Planters. Ball is loose. It's gathered by the Weimar players, who bounces off couple of tackles. Going into contact, brought down almost on the 5 meter. Now spreading the ball out wide. Their player on the outside. He gathers it and he goes over the whitewash for the first try of the game. Dhananjay Sampath with the try for Weimar. Opens the scores in the second minute of the game. The conversion is not successful. Nevertheless, 5 points to 0. Easily done there. The defenders cramped up and they decided to run the ball out wide. It was easy pickings for Sampath, who just ran around the final defender to go all the way. Here's Weimar with the restart. High hanging kick, good take there under pressure, and penalty also won by the Planters. Goes by himself, goes for the grubber, but it's gathered by the Weimar defense. Ball is loose once again. Weimar recycle it now. Going into contact. No way through the middle there. Long cutout pass to the winger, who cuts back in, goes past one defender, but fumbles over while knocking on the ball. So the referee will bring back play. Looks like he's confident to carry on. The medics are in the center going through the concussion test. These are mandatory in this modern age. Player safety comes first. And he is cleared to go. So Weimar will have the penalty. Take the quick tap. And now Weimar inside their own half. Good dummy pass there, but it's knocked on and kicked by the Planters. The referee will bring back pay for that initial infringement. Planters ball. They're trailing by 5 points. In the fourth minute rather. Here's Planters coming through. Ball is tumbled over and it's recycled by Weimar, who will get that penalty for the knock on. Here's Wimber with the ball now. Tries to go by himself, gets the offload to the inside player. Gets it back from the ruck. Now Wimber trying to break through from the middle. Advantage, says the referee, in favor of Wimber. Once again Wimber now going for the grubber. The chase is on. It's gathered by the upcountry Planters player, who is tussled and pushed back further down their line. So the ball is loose and it's over the try line. And that will be the second try for Wimber. Loose play there from the Planters, not aware of where they were. Could have cleared the lines rather than just keeping the ball in hand. They were outnumbered. They had to clear their lines, but failed to do so and made to suffer with the second try against them. The conversion is not through, so 10 points to nil into the last minute of the first half. We go. Good defense there, good rush defense, and ultimately a fumble that puts the ball inside the try line, and the scorer just had to run over and keep the finishing touches. It was Manula Munasinghe, the try scorer for upcountry Planters. Here's upcountry Planters now with the ball. Offloads it, but another fumble from both the sides. Referee continues play and ultimately decides to stop it with few players on the ground. Some collisions. Have two Wimber players and an upcountry Planters player who's down on their knees. Looks like it's the Wimber player who is on the ground and getting some medical treatment. Looks like he'll be needing the stretcher. We really hope that he is all right. Here is the replay. That's the knock. There you go. Straight to the jaw. That would have hurt. That would have stung for sure. Straight to the jaw of the player. He almost immediately fell down, and he has stayed down so far. Hopefully he will be all right. Still, the medical staff is carrying out the necessary checkups before take the player out of play. Sincerely hope that the player is all right as he's stretchered off the field. It will be a ball for Upcountry Planters. I beg your pardon, the Wayamba province team. And it's a yellow card for the Wayamba player, Wayamba number 2, Sahan Ranasinghe. In that passage of play, earlier passage of play. And now Upcountry Planters with the numerical advantage. They're trailing by 10 points. Desperately in need of some points before the break. They go into contact and gives away the ball. Now Wayamba going into contact, trying to keep position. They're one man down. Opting for the chip over. The ball is rolling away. Good chase from the Wayamba player, but nicely done there to escape that tackle. And he gives enough time for his support players to come in, support, as Upcountry Planters now look to work from their own half. They have players on the outside. Nicely weighted pass there for the winger. And that's going to be another card for an intentional knock-on. So two men down for Wayamba. There are 5 rather in the field. This could prove costly for them, and it does indeed. First try for Upcountry Planters under the post, using the width of the pitch and the numerical advantage to get first points on board. Much needed for them before going into the break. Conversion is through. And that's it for the first half. Wayamba dominated the first few minutes with 2 tries, but Upcountry Planters came back at the end. Half-time confirmation, it's 10 points to 7 in favour of Wayamba. This is the first try, easily done there, using the width of the pitch and running around the final defender to score that. And then there's a fumble from the Upcountry Lions players, and ultimately Wayamba pouncing on the opportunity and getting the second try. Then at the end, Upcountry had the numerical advantage after Wayamba lost 2 players, sin-binned, and then Manula Munasinghe going over for the first try for the Planters just before the break. The next match will be between Uva Province and Blue Whales. as we are nearing the last couple of matches for the day. The crunch games, the most important knockout games will take place tomorrow from early morning. There's been a long day here at the Racecourse grounds. We'll be bringing you live non-stop sevens action from 8:30 in the morning, and we will be carrying out until the end of day. Trade to the players as well. It's very hot and humid out there in Colombo, but they are roughing it out and giving us this pleasure of witnessing some exciting sevens rugby as Wimber restart the game. There are still 5 men, 2-man disadvantage as Upcountry Planters once again. Brilliant offload and a brilliant run by the number 8 Dasun Nabiratna for Upcountry Planters, who touches down under the post, and they will go into the lead seconds into the second half. Conversion to come as well. Conversion is through, so 14 points to 10 as Wimber loses the lead. Here's a good run, and it was a tough ball to catch. It was on his knees, but he managed to keep the ball in hand and run all the way under the post. Now Wimber are back to 7. So Planters will be happy that they managed to punish the Wimber team for losing 2 players due to yellow cards. But Wimber now they're back to the full numbers. However, Wimber will have to work from their own half. They are stuck inside, deep inside the 22-meter. He was hoping to get some more length in that penalty kick, but could not get the distance. Just managing a couple of yards. Still inside their own half. Wimber Province trailing by 4 points in the second half. Another fumble does not cost the Wimber team. Here's Wimber running the ball out wide. Another wayward pass, but he manages to recycle it. That's a seatbelt tackle from the Upcountry Planters player, but referee does not deem it dangerous. Nevertheless, penalty awarded for Wimber. This time though, they managed to get out of their 40-meter. Wimber with another throw in. Crooked one, certainly crooked in that occasion. So turnover ball for Upcountry Planters. Here's Planters with the ball now. Trying to use the width of the pitch, but turns around, gives it to his supporting player. Gets the offload. Good support lines here from Planters on the 22, but ends up knocking on. Should have kept it in hand. He was trying to offload out of balance. But the pass going into the ankles, just never easy to catch those passes under your shin. So another chance gone begging for upcountry planters to stamp their authority in this game. Wimber Province still in with a chance to get back. It's just a 4-point lead with more than 2.5 minutes rather, remaining on our clock. Here's Wimber with the ball. Nowhere through the short side. Good rush defense from the upcountry planters. Here comes Wimber once again, now running the ball out wide. He cuts back in, tries to get the offload, ends up fumbling it forward. Here's planters now. Have space to run out wide, but he doesn't have the pace. Cuts back in, gives a basketball pass to his supporting player. And this time, surely, the third try for the upcountry planters. And that's a yellow card as well for the Wimber number 1, Gajitha Amarasinghe. So double blow for Wimber Province. They're once again down to 6 men. 19 points to 7, 19 points to 10 rather, with a conversion to come. Conversion is not successful, but it won't matter. 9-point lead. Here's a replay once again. Defense was cluttered into that ruck, and then it opened up space on the out. Exploited nicely by upcountry planters as changes come in for the Wimber side. We're just seconds away from the final whistle. They'll have to act fast if they want to come back into the game. Here's Wimber. Good scissor move there. He gets it back. Now running diagonally. No way through that defense. But he managed to keep the ball in play. And referee also playing advantage for an offside. That's a good move there. Brushing off the defender. Goes past all of them. Brilliant solo try there from the Wimber Province player. Good pace shown. And good strength as well to brush off a couple of defenders to go all the way. With the conversion to come, 15 points to 19. The conversion is not successful, and that's the end of the game. Too late from Wimber Province to come back as upcountry planters rather, seal the victory. 19 points to 15, full-time confirmation. Next up is Uva Province taking on the Blue Whales. It will be Uva Province to kickstart the proceedings. hold of play. Referee bringing back play. Initially it was Blue Wales who Blue Wales player who stepped out of play. So it will be a line out for Wu Province. Blue Wales turning over the ball, winning that scrum in their own half. Once again, another penalty, offside this time. Ua Province conceding a couple of early penalties in this game. And we also have a Ua Province player down on the ground. Looks like it's cramps. This will happen towards the latter part of the day. It has been, like I mentioned earlier, it's been very hot and humid out there in the center. It's not easy for these players who are playing after a long time. It has been 2 years since we had sevens action in the club rugby arena, as Blue Wales come away with it inside their own half, running the ball out wide, hitting that gap perfectly. The Blue Wales player looking for support, which just not arrived at the right time. But Ua Province comes away with it now at the halfway mark. Going past two defenders, brought down. Ua Province still with the ball. And referee says illegally entering the ruck. It will be a penalty for Ua on the 40 meter. Going for the long cutout pass, but it changes the direction once again. And forward pass, says the referee. Marginal call there. Tough call, I would say, for the Ua Province player. Here's Blue Wales looking for options. Changes direction now. Good rush defense. Brushes off one defender. He has players on the outside and the space to run into. Does he have the pace? No, he doesn't. Puts in the dummy. Steps away from two defenders. Goes past the final defender. Brilliant run there from the Blue Wales number 9. Asith Jayamal, that is. He will take his own sweet time to touch down under the post. Good bit of skill shown there. He was outnumbered. He had 3 defenders to beat. Dummied one, stepped away from the other, and just brushed off the final defender to go all the way. Take a look at this once again. 3 defenders, puts in the dummy for the first one and then steps away from the other and brushes off the final defender to go all the way under the post to open the score sheet. 7 points to 0. Blue Wales in the lead. Here's Ua Province now, trying to respond. Holding on, says the referee. Another turnover from Blue Wales, taken it quickly, not 10. And this could be another try. Bursting through the middle, fends off the defender. And he goes under the post once again. Easy as you like it from the restart. Winning that penalty. and then just bursting through the middle. The try scorer Chanaka Jayalat. He does not convert it. So it will remain 12-0. Look at this. Nice running angle there. Just one defender to beat. Shoves off the defender and touches down under the post. So 12 points to 0 it stands in favor of Blue Wales. This is good defense once again from Blue Wales. Turned over inside the 22-meter. There's players on the outside, but he opts to go by himself. The big number 2 brushes off 2 defenders and he touches down Sajid Seram for the 3rd try for the Blue Wales, with the conversion to come. 17 points up already. Conversion is not is successful rather. So 19 points to 0. Take a look at this once again. He had the options, but he backed himself to just burst through the middle. Tried to make his way under the post, but it took 4 defenders to stop him just closer to the post. The restart is not so good from Blue Wales. It was not 10 meters, but ref will play advantage. And at the end, Uva Province end up conceding the ball, giving away possession rather. And Blue Wales, another chance for them to get another try before the break. He has a long cutout pass, but this time the defender was up to it. Good scissor move there to the defender. And here's Blue Wales. The ball, that was a forward pass, and that will be it for the first half. $19 points to 0 at half time. Yes, the first try, brilliant running there from the number 9, Asita Jayamal. The second try from Chanaka Jayalat for Blue Wales, and the third from Sajid Seram. Just burst through the middle. Next match will be between Police and Army Sports Club. Big game coming up. Army unbeaten in the tournament so far. Have been very comfortable wins for them. Look to be a strong suit in the club segment, as Blue Wales, beg your pardon, Blue Wales restart. The restart is not good from them. It will be a 50-meter free kick for Uva. They're still looking for that elusive try. Knocked on once again by them. Ball is turned over. Here's Sajid Seram looking for options. Goes to the winger, who fends off a couple of defenders, but he's pushed out of play. So straight away, Blue Wales piling up the pressure. Province with the throw in inside their own half. Few changes coming in for Blue Whales. Throw in is good. Now Province trying to clear their lines. Kick through the middle, but it's gathered cleanly by the Blue Whales player who remained on the ground. Looks to have knocked his head on the grounds itself. But here's a tussle right in the middle of the pitch. And referee playing advantage for Blue Whales. That's a forward pass for sure, and referee will bring back play for that initial infringement. But meanwhile, I think we'll have another hold of play as a Blue Whales player is on the ground. The player will be helped off the field. Looks like it is a try scorer. Number 9, Asita Jayamal. Blue Whales will take the start with the tap in. Sajid Seram sending the ball out wide. Once again, good defense from the Ua Province players, and winning that phase of play to win back the ball. Important that they don't concede any more points if they want to come back into the game. Still trailing by 19 points, yet to open their account. We're into the 10th minute of the game. Nevertheless, the scrum ball for Ua Province. Taken cleanly. Once again, opting for the grubber. Knocked on this time by the Blue Whales. Number 11, Tarush Dharmadasa. It's another scrum for Ua Province. This time further down the pitch. Now looking for options. Goes by himself. Big booming tackle there. As Ua Province player goes into contact. Now takes the ball out from the ruck. Changes direction once again. Trying to go through the traffic. But no way through there. It will tap over to his supporting player. He's brought down. Good gather there was a tough one, but who was still managing to keep possession. Now to the far side. Gives the ball to the winger. He has pace to run into. Looks like he does not have the pace for sure, and tries to offload but ends up passing the ball forward. Gives away possession once again. Ua Province unable to break the Blue Whales defense at the moment. Blue Whales with the throw in. That's a knock on. So this is a chance for Ua Province to probably put some respite on the scoreline. Surely can't do much with the time that is remaining. Probably get that try as consolation. Two minutes probably remaining on referee's clock. It's a chance for Ua to get on the score sheet. Here goes the scrum half, gives it to the supporting player, and he will touch down. Some consolation for Ua Province as Mohammad Rizkan goes over for their first try in the very last minute of the game. The conversion is not successful. Still time remaining. Here's a look at it. Good draw and good dash down the line from Mohammad Rizkan. Here's a restart from Ua. Good high hanging kick. Gathered cleanly by the Blue Whales player. Here's Blue Whales still keeping the ball in hand. Not held in the tackle. He can get up and go. Blue Whales still with the ball. Now going to the far side. They have a player on the outside, but he opts to hit the gap. Goes into contact, brought down. Here's Blue Whales once again. Drawing and passing, but he ends up knocking the ball forward. And that's the end of the game. 19 points to 5. Convincing victory for the Blue Whales as they beat Ua Province 19 points to 5.
Men's club encounter from the A1 group. Police taking on Army. The soldiers have been forced to be reckoned with. So far, this tournament has showcased good pace as well, and good structure in attacking. Space on the outside, cuts back inside, has the pace, still on his feet, needs support though. Police, of course, went down to Navy Blues rather.
Police taking the tap, trying to launch an attack from their own half. Trying to create a bit of phases. Spread the ball out wide. Look to try and create something. And lovely inside pass and wonderful angle, just a sweeper to beat. And wonderful bit of footwork by Akash Madhushankar. Really good bit of footwork. Lovely inside pass. Yet had a bit of work to do to get around the sweeper, which he managed to do successfully. Madhushankar goes over the line for the first score of this game. Police up 5 points to nil.
Good work by Police that time, doing very well. Never easy, isn't it, Abdullah, when you're playing at this time of the day? You've already played 2 games. The game was...
As we have a look at the replay once again, lovely step off the left foot, managing to just evade the sweeper, just pop it on to the oncoming Madhushankar. Or rather, it was the Pavitra Viranga who was the supporting player to put the finishing touches to that move. Yes, Sudarshan, also you've got to keep in mind that these players are just playing for seedings on the first day, isn't it? It's not such that they won't be involved in their main segment tomorrow. Another very dangerous bit of play, tackled in the air. We've seen that in a couple of occasions. It's something that players really need to be a bit careful of. Unforced error on that occasion by Sudaraka Dikumbura.
Especially given the fact that restarts are a major component of the game. How those things that you keep practicing, you need to get your timing right, because what you're doing otherwise is giving the opposition an undue advantage, just because of the fact that you were a little too eager get into that ball.
Spread the ball out wide. Passes going behind. Not ideal. Oh, and a lovely step on that occasion by Danushka Primesh, is it? Managing to step inside Sudhara Dikubra, but eventually Police being found wanting, not supporting the ball carrier, and Army have managed to get a penalty, and looks like it's their speedster. Lasanta Kumar gets around a couple of defenders looking for support and floats a wonderful pass out wide. Looks like this is going to be Army's first try, or is it? Some desperate defense by Police. They managed to turn things round, but looks like there's been a knock-on in the process. Some really good scrambling defense by Police on that occasion to prevent that try.
Desperate stuff, really desperate stuff, and the taxation of the 3 games really showing in the players, isn't it? Otherwise, out and out, a winger, you'll back himself to go all the way with front football. But if he can take a look at that final bit in the replay, I think that'll I thought maybe take a look at this. Lovely pass, inside ball. Now when he throws this ball, Abdullah, the ball was touched in front. That should ideally be a penalty going Army way.
Yes, going by the absolute letter of your law, you're absolutely right, Sudarshana. But I think it was referee decided to just call it an accidental offside, as it were. So he decided to go for a scrum. And as a result, another attacking opportunity for Army. Down 7 points to nil. Really like to get under the scoreboard of this play. Ball is spread out wide. The Kumbura is evaluating his options. Good defense by Police. Got up quickly, denied him any room. I'm again looking at trying to find a hole in this Police defense. Kumbura deciding to leave that ball, and a lovely pick up and swerve on the occasion by Gamage, it's Rodrigo, Nimesh Rodrigo. Ball is recycled and it's spread out wide, a lovely dummy. And looks like that'll be the first try for Army, courtesy of Ashen Bandara, their fly half, at least in the 15th side of the game. Going over for Army's first score on the left flank. Some good phases created there. Sudarshan showed a little bit of patience, didn't rush the issue. Eventually just managing to identify a bit of space between the cornermost defender in between. As we have a look at that once again, Bandara just selling that dummy and going over on the left flank for Army's first score.
It seems like Army has recognized that in that corner there is an opening that comes up every time. Conversion not successful, so Police still hang on to a slender lead of 2 points. Abdullah, the Rugby World Cup happening in New Zealand currently, and World Rugby has decided to call all their World Cups Rugby World Cup, and there is no categorization of whether it's men's or women's. So 2022 Rugby World Cup is for the women's. And the English surely look like they are the firm favourites. They are unbeaten 23 games and routed the Fijians today.
Yeah, that's right. And also New Zealand, the host, just managing to pull off a win, going down 17 points to nil, but managed to regroup and eventually come off with a thumping win. Some good rugby to be witnessed over the coming few weeks up in New Zealand. At just a moment, we can see Police launching an attack. Nice inside flick.
That's Primesh Danushka.
Creating another phase. Army. You can hear the hooter having gone off. 2-on-1 situation. Can Police put the finishing touches just before half time? Or they knock the ball on and give Army an opportunity to launch another attack? And he's penalized for not staying on his feet very correctly. Army taking a quick tap, trying to create something. That play was definitely not 10. Another sidestep. Rifan Mohammed. Looks like the referee is going to go to his pocket, as the Police player did not retreat 10 meters. The guilty party is Akash Madhushankar, one of the try scorers. So an opportunity for Army. Police sends one player. So it's a 7-on-6 situation. Can Army capitalize just on the stroke of half-time? Lovely inside pass. In a back pass, not the best option, and looks like Police have managed to survive that final onslaught. A missed opportunity for Army, so they will go in at half-time. 7 points to 5. So it was a close contest. Could Army just rue that missed opportunity on the stroke of half-time?
Half-time confirmation, 7 points to 5. Like you said, will it come back to bite them? Army had a brilliant opportunity, had an absolutely top-notch opportunity there. Here's Akash, lovely individual brilliance from the lad, had the good sense to be patient and offload to the oncoming player. With touchdown.
Chased by Chamat Chetan and Navod as well, isn't it? Desperately trying to hold on to that.
And after persevering for a while, Army getting their score. Next up, we have CRNFC taking on Navy Blue. Navy Blue, of course, delivered a shocker, beating Police in the opening game for them. CR going down to Army Sports Club in the opening game.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
So we're back at the second half. It will be the Army Sports Club to kick off. Nice hanging kick, comfortably collected. Police have done well to retrieve possession. Fortunately, are bundled into touch with their throw-in. Score stands 7 points to 5 in favor of Police Sports Club. Army go to the front of the line out, but unfortunately not managing to make that pass stick. Now they have turned position back in Police favor through a line out. Tapped back by Police. The ball is knocked on and Army with an opportunity to launch an attack. Skip a couple of players and go out wide. Some good defense. Wow. Lovely supporting running by Dikumbura, showing his experience to go under the post for Army. They will take a lead as a result. 10 points to 7, conversion to come.
For both teams, Abdullah, I think their offloads while on ground after receiving a tackle has been top-notch. They have been patient. That's something you really need, isn't it? Despite breaking a tackle, going to the ground, if you just throw the ball out, that's not going to benefit the team. But both teams currently doing very well in that department.
True, the conversion successful. Army extend the lead. And also a lot of that has got to do with the supporting players running line as well, isn't it, Sudarshan? As we saw on that occasion, Dikumbura running a very good supporting line, which enabled his teammate who was tackled to just lob the ball to him. So that is as important, as you very correctly said, the offload game, just keeping the ball alive. And that's not a way to keep the ball alive. The ball is not reaching the 10-meter mark, so Police will get a chance to launch an attack from the halfway mark. Take a tap, look at a couple of options. Army trying to rush defense, but Police do well to stay in position. Some good work by one of the Army players at the breakdown there. I think it's their number 8, Chanaka Jayasundara. Not a big man, but just got in the midst of it in time. Army deciding to go for touch. Not much of a distance, but they managed to find touch.
Salind that time did not make a very good connection with the ball. You did see it was a little wobbly going out. Again, not straight, unfortunately for Army. Surprised that they took the option of kicking it to touch, because the penalty was received midfield, Abdullah. They could have had options either side of the field.
Absolutely, and they didn't gain much ground either, isn't it? So poor judgment on Army on that occasion, and as a result, they've just turned position over in Police's favor. Police, though, have made a hash of that as well. Army managing to turn position over. Chance for them to get the ball out wide, and Police are guilty of not rolling away. Just looking at the options. Ball goes to the Kumbara. He'll try and create something, or will he use his space? Oh, lovely again. Sudarshan, we're talking about that supporting line, but again losing the ball in contact, unfortunately, as Army did all the good work But just when they seem to be in a position of strength, I think it's Dilshan Kodagoda knocking the ball on after running a good supporting line to the Kumbura. Police to feed the ball into the scrum. Get the ball out. Spread it out wide. Ball goes down to the wing and he makes an absolute hash of it by knocking the ball on. And looks like referee has blown the whistle, so they'll come back for the knock on.
Yes, police quite lucky that time. They managed to get away with one. Otherwise, Army would have really put some distance in between the two teams. On to the 13th minute, just a couple of minutes to go on our clock. But a reminder to all our viewers and also maybe the players as well, it's not the buzzer that counts, it's the referee's clock that counts. So the moment you hear the buzzer, you can't kick the ball out. You need to make sure that you know and you've gotten the confirmation from the referee that it's actually the last move.
That's right, final discretion is in the referee's hand. Referee seems to be having his hand out for a penalty, but Army looks like they will not be leading it. And it's Mohammad Rifan on that occasion, showing a wonderful pair of clean heels to that police defense to go over for Army's third try, and they've further extended this lead. And you'd have to say, Sudarshana, with that game, or with that try, that's the game in Army's favor as well.
Absolutely. I think what's worked in Army's favor throughout this game is the fact that how busy they've been on the field, off the ball as well.
Yeah, that's right. Looked very busy indeed. Police's defense has held to a certain extent, but I think on certain occasions they have been their worst enemy as well. Conversion is successful, so Army have further extended that lead, 19 points to 7. So we have a look at that once again. Rifan had another player outside him, but didn't need him. Small little shimmy or a goose step, as you'd call it, and puts the finishing touches to that move.
Here's the restart from Army, this time opting to go deep. Police now with a little bit of urgency. They know the time's dying out, but that'll be a penalty for holding on. What I mentioned earlier, Abdullah, is the fact that Army has been really busy off the ball, creating those supporting lines, and that really has helped them to score their try. All their tries, if you see, it's been through brilliant defensive work and also brilliant supporting runs from Army.
Yes, well, in this game of rugby, position is king, and Army managed to dominate the position in this game and thus emerge as comfortable victors eventually, 19 points to 7. So they will carry this confidence on to tomorrow as we prepare for the next game between CRNFC and Navy. So we have a look at those highlights again. Dick Kumbura getting the first try in favor of Army in the second half, going under the post after running a wonderful support line. And then it was the speedster, Mohammad Rifan, going over for the second try, and with that sealing the game. So Army eventually going out comfortable winners as we prepare for the next game between CRNFC and Navy Blue. Sudam Surya Rachi. Nice hanging kick, but it's tapped back by Navy, who the process of trying to keep the ball alive have knocked it on, and it will be CR scrum. So it's a good gauge, this tournament, isn't it, Sudarshana, for us also to see whom the players have crossed over from clubs. There are a few in the CR outfit, like Chaturaseni Viratna, Ravindi Silva, Sudam Surya Rachi, Tenuka Nanayaka, to name just a few. will join the club for the upcoming season. So that's good news for CRNFC as they launch another attack. Get it out wide. Surya Rache passes the ball on. It's the ball out wide. CR have done well to keep the ball alive as they pass the ball again. Look for support. Looks like it'll be Ravin De Silva who goes over for CR's first try. So that's a very well executed couple of phases by CR, sending it to either corner, to each corner rather, drawing the defense, stretching the Navy defense out wide, and eventually scoring on the right-hand flank.
The coach should have had a slight smile on his face when he saw this one being scored, because everybody contributed from Syria. Syria looking to finish the day strong. To all of you joining us on this live telecast, plenty of matches to come tomorrow. And that will be the business end of the tournament, where we will see the quarterfinals and the semi-finals of the different segments. So the try scorer Ravin De Silva again, he's been one of those big ball carriers for CR. CR threatening to go over for their second, and they do through.
I think the try has been reversed, so for not releasing, I think it was, as we have a look at that once again. Strong run on that occasion by number 23, is it Dilshan Madhushankar? Try and get back to you on that. So with that penalty, Navy fine touch just on the 22.
Yes, Sia putting Navy Blues under pressure. Inside their own 22 now, Navy. Only have the goal to turn back to. But luckily for them, a referee has spotted an infringement. Pulling the player down, says the referee. So they will have some breathing space and try to get territorial advantage from this kick. Straight down the throat of the sweeper, Costa. That was a high shot. Referee playing advantage, thought about blowing it, but good sense prevails, and CR on the move, CR on the charge, one man to beat. The pass was left behind, but luckily recycled for CR. Here's De Silva, the big man. Not easy to bring him down. Well, that's going to be easy. That's the skipper, Amanit Hatharusingha. Is it? No. Yes, that's Hatharusingha. Touching down for CRNFC for the second try.
Yes, well, compared to their previous games, Sudarshan and Sia seem to have got their rhythm a bit going in this game, isn't it? It's been a very solid 4 minutes by them. Seem to be getting their flow. It's important that they get a good win to feel good going into the knockout phase tomorrow.
It really does change the complexion, isn't it? When you finish this game with a win, go back and focus. You still have that positive energy running through the setup.
So as we have a look at that once again, Navy defense nowhere to be seen for Hatharusingha to go over. And it's not just the win, isn't it, Sudarshan? It's the manner of the win, just that feel-good factor in your last game, just before the knockouts, just to build that confidence within the team is just so important. Another nice hanging kick, good chase. Sia have managed to retain possession. Spread the ball out again. Surya Rache identifies a bit of space, kicks the ball up in front, goes down, but doesn't look like the referee will have anything to do with it. And was that a try? Well, looks like the assistant referee has seen something.
I think the assistant referee did take notice of that little touch on Sudham Suryarachi after he kicked it. Yes.
Let's have a look at that once
There
again.
you go.
Yeah, I think he did make contact after he kicked, isn't it, Sudarshana? Don't think it was very deliberate, so I think that's why he's not given a card, but nonetheless another attacking opportunity for CR. They have out players out wide. Not sure that was the correct option to get the pass back in, but I think there was a Navy hand in that when the pass was made.
Yes, there definitely was a Navy hand, but then I applaud the referee for judging it as part of the tackle, because we've seen that being judged as deliberate knock-on way too many times to our liking, and the player basically spending time on the naughty chair for that. But here it was just good defensive work, and kudos to the referee for judging it as such. CR again with an opportunity.
There was another hand there. This time let's see if the referee will let that go. But I don't think that'll be an issue, because Suryarachi going over, he's been a real live wire in this CR outfit, making his mark since crossing over from CR's arch rival CHNFC. So it's already the acquisition is paying dividends as far as CR is concerned. CR further extend their lead 17 points to nil.
Makes it very interesting, isn't it, Abdullah? Sudham Suryarachi coming into the mix with CR already having a halfback in their midst. Their skipper Kavindurikos ties the halfback. So will Sudham play somewhere else in the 15 setup? We will have to wait and see. But to have that luxury of that experience is wonderful for CR, especially given the fact that it's their centenary year. They will be aiming big. They will be aiming high. Half-time confirmation, CRNFC 19 to against Navy Blues, who are still at 0. Final game of this group for the day.
And that's CR's first try of that second half, courtesy Ravi De Silva. And then Haturu Singh going over for CR's third try under the post, which was successfully converted as well. And then Suryarachi, lovely pickup, lovely jinx, managed to evade a couple of tackles and score CRNFC's third try. So relatively solid performance by CRNFC as prepare for the next game between Havelock Sports Club and Air Force SC after this game.
Well, a virtual tiebreak, Abdullah. Both teams have shown very good performances in their opening 2 games. Both teams won their 2 games. So whoever wins this one will top the group, Group B. Havis, of course, with a host of national players, and Air Force looking like the team to beat. They have some speedsters, experienced players in the likes of Charitha Niviratnaga and Tiddamalgoda, and then new blood, the Aubrey is coming in. So it's going to be a very interesting one. But here CRNFC looking like they are well on course to collect their second win of the day. Had a little bit of a weak outing in their opening game against Army. Couldn't get their rhythm right.
So we just wait for the referee's signal to kick off. Looks like the Navy players had an extra player on the field. That's been sorted out now. Collected by Ravi De Silva, showing some strong strength to gain a lot of ground. Managed to get some quick ball. There are numbers out wide. Need to draw and pass. Nice step. Oh, a lovely pass behind on that occasion. What a try by CRNFC. Just seem to be getting better and better.
Beautiful stuff, just beautiful stuff. Sonny Bill Williams would have been proud of you. Take a look at this. Steps, cuts outside, steps back in. Incredible. I think Sudham had a massive smile on his face when that pass came through. Top stuff.
Absolutely. He's usually the one who makes that final pass. So for him to be at the receiving end of such a pass is a wonderful bit of skill. The conversion is not successful. Sia further extend their lead 24 points to nil. Sia kick off again. Nice hanging kick. Navy just spreading out wide again. Just going for that no-look pass, not hitting the target. On that occasion, Chatur Seniviratna guilty of not supporting his body weight, hands on the ground before he attacked the ball. So it's a penalty in favor of Navy.
Massive bench, isn't it, for CRNFC? The squad of players, the talent that they can call on to. Seneviratna Suryarachia, no names in the arena. Seneviratna again with a big bear tackle. Catching the man and ball, preventing him from offloading. Navy now being camped up in side the 22 meters, coughs it up cheaply. Sierra, of course, in no hurry, and rightfully so.
Yes, but I think you can credit that knock on to some wonderful defense by Sia, isn't it, Sudarshana? Kept that composure, kept that discipline, didn't jump the mark and on any occasion. And with that final tackle, just forcing the Navy outfit to make that knock on and managing to turn position over. Just speaking of players like Chatura Seniviratna, isn't it, Sudarshan, if you're a national select, you'll keep keeping a close eye on big players like that, three-quarters, who can actually, you know, do the donkey work at the breakdown in sevens rugby. In the Sri Lankan context, those kind of players are absolutely golden.
Spot on, Abdullah, because sevens, despite the popular belief that if you have the speed. Well, here's another try being run in by Dilshan Madhusankar, making it look so very easy. Coming back to what we were discussing, although it's been the popular belief that it's the speeds that's most necessary in the game of sevens, but 7-on-7 there are so many one-on-one situations that arise, but when you go into that international circuit or the Asian circuit with the bigger players, it's the stature that comes into play, isn't it? It's not only the skill or endurance.
Absolutely, and also defenses are getting more and more stronger, isn't it, Sudarshan? Even in the game of sevens. So you need those big players who are willing to do the donkey work, who have the physical ability, and what a wonderful collection on that occasion. It's try and get back to you as CRNFC recycle the ball. So they have players out wide, they just need to get it out. It is sent out. Again, CRNFC just on this occasion is guilty of entering the ruck from the side, rightly spotted by the referee. Maybe deciding to kick ahead, not sure that was the best option. Sia players have dropped back. Managed to turn position over. Take the ball over and lovely inside pass. Oh, just not finding the target on that occasion, but Sia just seem to be finding their groove, isn't it, Sudarshana?
They really are. They really are. I think that time more than the person who botched that pass. The person who offloaded that was devastated for it not being a try. Take a look at this. Lovely supporting lines, everybody helping each other. One bounce pass collected, gives it out and left behind. Takes the frustration out of the Racecourse turf.
Yeah, I think he was a bit upset that the ball didn't go in front of the receiver, isn't it? The ball just went behind, but nonetheless a good effort. Chance for Navy to try and get some points on the board. A really poor pass again, putting themselves under a lot of pressure. Spread the ball out wide. The goal line is not a part of the field you want to be playing your rugby on. Navy desperately trying to get out of their half, but CR have done well to just keep them pegged on their own goal line. And eventually they touch down. I don't think...
well, you say if they were trying to get out of their half, I say they were trying to get out of their in-goal, Abdullah. There was some effort, and interestingly, Navy opted to kick the ball when they were outside the 22 meters. They could have again gone to that option. But CR really are finding their groove, and that would sound an alarm bell to all the other teams in this segment.
The ball is fed, deciding to go on the short side, 2-on-1. Needn't have made that reckless pass, just need to draw and pass, wasn't it, Sudarshana?
Or go at it himself, because when he fell, he was over the try line, Abdullah.
Exactly, probably a little bit of overconfidence, relaxation, 31 points to 0 up. Let's just try something kind of thing. Pass the ball out wide. Navy just trying again, getting caught, but deciding to create another phase. Inch by inch, making their way up the field. CR defense holding strong. Madhushankar makes a good tackle. Looks like Navy have isolated themselves, so some really good work by CRNFC defensively. Take the short tap, spread it out wide. Madhushankar just in two minds whether to pass or run, but eventually getting the ball out wide. Will CR be able to put the finishing touches? And looks like they have. That's courtesy. They win the Ratnayaka, who goes over for CRNFC's probably final try of this game. Real confidence boosting win for CRNFC. They'll feel much better going in to the sheds today. Coming out tomorrow, which will probably be a knockout, will definitely be a knockout game, but with this performance, their confidence levels will be really high.
Absolutely, Abdullah. I think what will be most important is the fact that even when the coach decided to give the bench some minutes, they did not take the foot off the pedal, and they were going at it back to back to back. Next up, we have Air Force taking on Havelocks, which is going to be a tie-breaker in the segment B, beg your pardon, Group B of the club segment. And we have Damit joining in on our combox as well to take you through the game.
So welcome to the commentary box, Damit, as we have a look at this Group B decider between Havelocks and Air Force Sports Club. Both, you'd have to say, the form-looking teams so far. So looks like it'll be Havelocks to kick off.
Yeah, it's the veteran Mithun Hapugoda. He will kick off this Group A decider. from right to left on your screens. Good collection by Air Force, the most exciting team today. Air Force Sports Club getting that good pass in. He cuts back in, runs into the traffic, basketball like pass. They still have the possession. Here's the danger man. Good inside ball. Good offload once again. Air Force looking dangerous early on. They have the extra man advantage, but he goes through. Advantage. Line offside, says referee Gihan Yatavara. Air Force still with the ball. Good recycling of the ball by the Amen. He's giving it wide. Little chip kick. And he goes through. That's the first try for Air Force. What an excellent work.
So this is the set of phases that were created.
Yeah, he saw the space behind, put in the little chip kick, and he had the momentum and the speed, and brilliant work from the Amen.
Yes, Air Force looking really sharp, isn't it, Damit? Even in their previous games. In a way, they are the defending champions as the conversion goes through. They won the Warriors Cup, I believe, last year. So they'll, in a way, they are looking at defending their crown as well. And so far, the indications are they are here to play and win that crown once again.
Here we go again. Restarts are very important in sevens. Yes, the first opportunity for Havelocks. Good work from Chanaka Chandimal that time. Here's Hapugoda giving it wide. Nishan Pereira. Here's Mithun Hapugoda. Can he go all the way? Yes. Oh, but looks like the assistant referee deemed that he touched that line. Let's take a look at that. Mithun Hapugoda, a veteran in the 7th circuit. But what a tackle. Excellent tackle from Air Force player. That's it, the Malgoda. No pressure coming in from Havelocks. They're trying to run in from their own try line. That's not a good pass, but he manages to hold on to the ball. Air Force deep in their territory. Puts in another kick. There was no sweeper for Havis. Chanaka Chandimal with the ball. Mithun Hapugoda fumbled in the first occasion, but got the pass in. Penalty going against Air Force. Vimukti Rahula with the ball. It's Nishan Pereira. Good counteract by Air Force.
Yes, wonderful work by Air Force, but unfortunately just not staying on his feet as it were, holding on, isn't it? So, as indicated by the referee, Havelocks take the quick tap. Again, Fernando. Ramesh Fernando just trying to go over, but some really good desperate defense by Air Force. Forcing Fernando just put that ball in field as he attempted to do so. Sent it forward. I mean, this Air Force defensive effort is brilliant, isn't it? Now, that's the second occasion where some really good cover defense has managed they have managed to prevent a try.
Yeah, that's why they are still unbeaten in this competition. Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens. This is day one. Two of the most impressive teams in action. Line offside from the Heavies. Air Force get the advantage. They take a quick tap and kicks it deep. There's no sweeper once again for Heavies. It's a foot race and it's going to be the second try for Air Force. Anjula Hettiarachchi, the Sri Lankan Sevens player. Man of the final in the mercantile competition, which finished 2 weeks ago. And with this conversion, should be a straightforward one. It will be 14-0 for Air Force Sports Club. Yeah, Abdullah, these guys have been brilliant, the Airmen.
Yes, and also it's the vision, isn't it, Sudarshan? They saw, Damit, they saw that Havelocks were playing without a sweeper. So he looked in front, saw the space, knew that there were chasers behind him, kicked it in front. And the chase, which they can see that another 4 Air Force players in that vicinity as well chasing that kick. So some really good work by Air Force on that occasion.
Hapugoda comes away with the ball once again. Not a clean pass. Another mistake from the Heavies. That's the half-time. Randita Varnapura's knock on brings the end for the first half in this Group A decider. Air Force Sports Club leading 14-0.
It's a really good performance. We'll have a look at the tries, both coming off through kicker heads. So good heads up stuff by Air Force. And then the second try, good vision, kicking ahead, and Havelocks were caught napping, isn't it, Damit, to a certain extent, playing without a sweeper. They had just conceded a penalty, so I think there was a bit of lack of communication as well. So it's 14-0 in favor of Air Force in the next match. Navy Sports Club versus the Western Province Barbarians. And we'll go in for a break and see you in the second half.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. සිරිත දාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Foxhill Supercross.
So we'll come back to the second half. It'll be Air Force to kick off. 14-0 ahead. Nice hanging kick, very contestable, but Havelocks have done well to retrieve possession, and Hapugoda manages to find a gap. Will he have the legs to go over? Lovely overhead pass, Varnapura, what wonderful hands. What a try by Havelocks.
Yeah, that's Vimukti Rahula touching down for Heavy Sports Club. They hit back right away in the second half. This is going to be an exciting game. Next 5 to 6 minutes will be very interesting. Mithun Hapugoda, look at that. No look pass, and then Vimukti Rahula. He was in the right place at the right time. 14-7.
Yes, Damit, and it's also important to note, we didn't see that in that replay, but that kickoff, isn't it? It was a wonderful take. Not sure whether it was Hiranta Fernando. It was a wonderful take, and that's what enabled that a bit of attacking play by Havelocks. And I don't think Havelocks have helped their cause at all with their kickoff. It just didn't reach the 10-meter mark. So when you're playing these tight games, these are the kind of mistakes that could prove costly. Air Force, another opportunity to launch an attack. Again, a bit of silly play by Havelocks. Just trying to identify who that player is. Just went right off his feet. It's a penalty to Air Force. Let's try and evaluate the options. Long pass. Ramesh Fernando. Really good defensive work by Ramesh. Havelocks deciding to take it quickly. So we have two brothers. There's a pair of brothers playing in this Havelocks outfit. The Peterites, Ramesh Fernando and his brother Ravin Fernando. Both real speedsters in their own right. I think Ramesh Fernando made his debut during the Commonwealth Games for the national team as well. He's come a long way in the club scene. Was an outstanding player during his school days at St. Peter's. So it's really proving to be a good prospect for Sri Lankan rugby. So it'll be Air Force to feed the scrum. Ball is fed. Air Force just managing to find a small gap. Does well to hit that gap, but Havelocks have done well to turn position over. Fernando passes the ball out wide. Ball is taken. I'm fairly sure that was a high tackle. Yes. Fernando trying to kick ahead, but the Air Force players were up for it. Could see it coming and just kicks it out to touch, but a good gain for Havelocks nonetheless. Havelocks have really come out strong in this second half, hasn't it, Damit?
Yeah, they've dominated position and territory in the second half. Vimukti Rahula with the ball. Looks like Randy Silva that time, and the ball was stolen. But did Nishan Pereira touchdown? He'll consult the assistant referee. It was loose ball. There was no issues with the grounding, and here was the try. Nishan Pereira, he scores the second try for Havelock Sports Club. Important conversion coming up. Here's the replay. Vimukti Rahula feeding and then good steal, but yes, clean try from Nishan. Air Force wasn't expecting that. Here's the all-important conversion, and it's through. It's 14-all here at Racecourse grounds. This is the Group A decider.
There's Chanika Chandimal with that kick. I think he judged the win brilliantly. Bisected the post, and it's 14 points all. What a comeback by Havelocks in this second half. Chandimal deciding to go long on this occasion. Collected by the Malgoda, will try and create something for Air Force. Breaks a couple of tackles. Spreads it out wide. Will Havelocks be able to stop this attack by Air Force? Air Force have done well. Managed to retrieve position. They're sending the ball out wide. Looking for options. Oh dear. Not being able to collect that pass on the first occasion, but the Havelocks defense has been deemed offside. So another opportunity for Air Force to take the tap. Spread it out wide. Go into contact. Good poaching, but Air Force, and looks like Air Force will go over for their third try. That onslaught was a bit much for the Havelocks defense. So just shows the quality of the Air Force side. They were down in this second half, but managed to regain their composure, created a few phases, forced the errors on the part of Havelocks, and eventually going over for their third try. As we have a look at that again, quick tap, and the Havelock's defense was nowhere to be seen really. Conversion is successful. Air Force further extend their lead 21 points to 14.
Just something like a minute left on our clock, but it all depends what referee Gihan Yatavara reckons. But nevertheless, here's the restart once again. Good hanging kick, and they recover the ball, but a slight knock on gives the ball away. Air Force. This could be the last opportunity for Havies to level the scores. They need to score a converted try.
Yes, really good effort in there, but unfortunately just not being able to hold on to the ball, giving Havelocks, which will probably be their final opportunity. Robin Fernando gets the ball out wide. Will that Air Force player be able to go through? Not sure whether that was the best option. Air Force just need to hold on to position now. Idda Malgoda will try and launch an attack. Air Force have done well to regain position. Spread the ball out wide. The referee has his hand out for offside. Looks like he'll be going to the pocket as well. So on our clock, time's up.
Yeah, looks like Umesh Madhushan, he got a yellow card, and that's it. That's the game for Air Force Sports Club. They top the group. By far the best game today. The two unbeaten teams going head to head. But Air Force Sports Club coming away with a brilliant try late in the second half.
Yeah, that's right. As we prepare for the next game between Navy Sports Club and the Western Province Barbarians. But what a game that was, Damit. Won't be surprised to see these two teams meeting in the final tomorrow as well. That was a real top-notch game, quality game between these two teams. As prepare for the next game. Western Province Barbarians will be kicking off. So ready to commence the final game of this segment. Segment 1. Nice hanging kick, well collected by Navy. Take it into contact. Spread the ball out wide. Take the ball into contact. Recycled well. Spread it out wide. Running from good depth is this Navy team. But undoing all that hard work is the play on that right flank by just going outside the touchline. Needed to stay in play.
Adisha Veeratunga, another national player.
Yes, real class act, but on that occasion, poor judgment by him, you'd have to say. Needed to stay in play. I don't think there was much room for him to maneuver. As a result, he has turned position over.
Good steal from Adisha Veeratunga. That's Lahiru Herat with the ball. Good leg drive by the Navy forward. Samit Dhananjaya. Dinesh Lakmal gives it to Harsha Maduranga. Good run by the scrum half. Here's Dinesh Lakmal once again. Not a good collection from Adisha. Mushin Falil with the ball. Here's the captain Samit Dhananjaya. Good work from the Barbarians. That's Aaron Pereira. Looks like a high tackle on the Barbarians player, Aaron Pereira. That looked a bit cynical. He was a little fortunate not to get a yellow card, Abdullah.
Just was to comment on that, Damit. I think he was more than fortunate. It was a very reckless challenge.
Still, they continue to hold on to the ball, Western Barbarians, but gives away the ball this time. They need to form a few phases, but looks like Isuru Kongahawat, he touches down the first try against the run of play. Navy will score the first try.
Yes, maybe a bit lucky on that occasion. The Barbarians trying to kick ahead, but struck one of the Navy players and managed to rebound into Kungahage's hand for him to go over. So conversion is successful. Navy on the board, 7-0. So we have a look at that once again. It wasn't a charge down, it was a heads up, I guess, from the kickoff.
Yeah, not the best of execution of a rubber kick from the Western Barbarians. Yes, Kongawat with the restart. Good hanging kick. Navy come away with the ball. Good run in from the Navy player, but he was taken out. That's Dinesh Lakmal, the winger.
Yes, but I think it's a skill which really coaches need to put a lot of emphasis on, Damit, where if they don't have any room along the touchline, they have to somehow stay in play. Because we've been seeing this far too much, not just in the Sevens game, but the 15s game as well. Because you just give the other team possession, isn't it, when there's absolutely no need to. Very rarely see that kind of error happening in the international game. So a knock on by Navy gives the Barbarians an opportunity to launch an attack. So it will be
Harsha Maduranga. He will feed the scrum from a Science College player. Kongawat gives it to Samit Dhananjaya. Here's Dinesh Lakmal. Samit Dhananjaya, the captain. Good bit of footwork from Dhananjaya. Harsha Maduranga gives it to Kongawat. Adisha Veeratunga. He has not been playing his best today in this game, especially. He's a far better player than what he has shown in this game against the Western Barbarians.
Yes, he's definitely let his standards drop. Probably doesn't feel this opposition challenge him as much, but he's got to maintain his standards, isn't it? Damit is one of the senior players in this Navy outfit. National player as well, captain the team at one point as well, so needs to maintain his standards as the Barbarians try to launch an attack. A kick ahead, but well gathered by Navy as they look to launch another attack. Nice switch inside. Take the ball on. Some good leg strength to stay upright. Goes into the ground eventually, and the ball is recycled as it's spread across. And Adisha on this occasion has taken the ball forward, does well to retain it. Madhuranga slips one tackle, tries the offload, but unfortunately it's knocked on, and an opportunity for the Barbarians now to launch an attack. Get the ball out wide, but just trying to evaluate their options. Again, going off the feet. Bit of frustration creeping into the Navy's play. That occasion, just one try to show for their efforts in this half. The Barbarians have done well to hang in there. So take a short tap. Spread it out wide. Make that initial break. It looks like they have turned position over. Good work at the breakdown. Opportunity for Navy, who take a quick tap, and looks like they'll be going over for their second try.
Yeah, Lahiru Herath, he will score under the post. Second try for the Sailors. Clearly the best team out of these two. That's the halftime. Navy leading their last group game 14 points to nil. Barbarians yet to show their mettle. Here are the two tries. Isuru Kongawatta scoring the opening try. And then it was Lahiru Herath saw the gap and scored under the post. 14 points to nil. Navy Sports Club leading here at Racecourse. Next up it will be Southern taking on Central in the provincial tournament.
We'll go in for a break, and we'll see you in the second half.
Keels Crest කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. Keels Crest. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive.
So welcome to the second half of this game between Navy Sports Club and the Western Province Barbarians.
Kongawatta restarting this game. Good collection, good work by Navy. They're sending it wide. Looks like they've made plenty of changes in the halftime. Navy, they have an extra man. Barbarians come away with the ball, but good pressure from the Sailors. But referee goes back to the initial infringement.
Yes, Navy definitely looked physically the stronger team of the two. Barbarians, the side that has been put together probably at a pretty short notice. Navy, the more established outfit. And you're also talking, Damit, about Navy seem to have made a lot of changes, and they continue to do so, trying to keep their players as fresh as possible for the knockout stages tomorrow. Player management, such a critical part, especially on the first day, how you manage your players. It's a fine act between giving them enough game time and resting them as well. As Navy look to launch an attack, and looks like they'll be going over, is it, or just losing his footing, but looks like there was a high tackle there, and looks like the Barbarians will lose a player to the sin bin. So Navy have taken the tap, trying to launch another attack. Again, just not managing to find the player, but Navy nonetheless have managed to retrieve possession. And they have lost it again, so it's not 10, fortunately for Navy, so looks like they'll get another opportunity to launch an attack.
Here's the captain, Samit Dhananjaya. And Dinesh De Silva goes over for the third try. He's a strong young lad, Dinesh De Silva, and that's the third try. Navy dominate in this game, and they convert 21 points to 0. Referee is having a slight word with the two captains, probably about the light here in Colombo now. Yeah, and the two teams have agreed that they'll call off play because of bad light.
Yes, I think that was a sensible decision as well. Is the Damit light is just not conducive to play a game of rugby, and also eventually I don't think it would have had too much an impact on the overall standings of the game either. So what we see on the screen is actually much better than what the situation live here at the ground is. It's pretty dark here, so sensible decision by the officials. So as a result, Navy emerging victorious, 21 points to 14. They were leading 14-0 at halftime. And that's your final score, 21 points to 0 in favor of Navy Sports Club.
Yeah, it's been a long day here at Racecourse grounds. We've had over 30 games being played at a stretch, and it will be an interesting second day coming up in Colombo. So Navy getting their first win, and with that we end our live stream for day one of this Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens men's and women's competitions. We have 4 segments, over 30 games on day one, and tomorrow to log into the papare.com for all the games in from the second day, and especially the knockout stages. So thank you for joining with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree, there's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Try to might catch me howling at the moon.